So, as it sets itself at round 2 of the championship, you now know that your pleasantries have already been sorted. You know who you're up against. You know who are battling against who. But critically here in a second round, this is a chance to now establish yourself properly. If you didn't get a good round 1, this is your chance to right the ship. If you had a great round 1, now's the time to defend your flank and make sure that there are no abilities to board on what is the Victory Day Parade. But here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, we are halfway between Green Bay and Milwaukee, and this circuit has seen it all, done it all, and is the American Center of Motorsport Speed in every single sense. Welcome to Road America, and welcome here to the SIMGEAR Endurance Series. 4 hours will be on the clock today. We're racing to the clock. My name's Jake Sperry. John Harris is here alongside as we are getting ourselves then just over to the end of qualifying. John, pleasure to have you along. And critically here today, it's going to be about holding yourself accountable, because this track has had a wet qualifying, but at the moment, as they look to move through, it should dry up in the next stages or the next hour, 2 hours or so, with the fact that there is no rain currently on the horizon.
First of all, lovely to be here. I'm excited to start my commentary in this series, as we've got a car in the wall there. I think that might be the Parabit Sim Racing LMP2. But yeah, it's definitely well, as you can see on the steering wheel there, to be fair, it's going to be a tricky quali session, and it has been already, but also in the race, starting on those wet weather compound tyres. This track, at the best of times, it's a difficult one with all the heavy braking zones, turn 5, for example, even the last turn, which you think is so simple, that uphill bit, you can lose the traction to the line. It's got everything about this track, and the carousel, who can forget that? Gravel traps, grass on the exits. If you lose your footing in the traction zones or indeed on under braking, there's no runoff areas to save you here. I'm going to love every single bit of this.
I am as well, and we are going to head over to the grid shortly, but of course they've got 10 minutes of warm-up before they manage to do so. Let's talk the championships then. 4 categories of class here, John, here in this one. So you've got the GTPs, your LMP2s, your GT3 field in Pro, and your GT3 field in AM. Victory in GTP last time out was with Absolute Motorsport Acelith, who were able to hold themselves over mono competition, who tried their best to hold themselves steady, but ultimately the mistake coming in the last 15 minutes of the race made the difference there. German sim racing shop are third ahead of Sorrento Motorsport, the mono competition Pro-Am team, and then their second GTP effort, and then 2 Nuggets Racing, who are down on the bottom and not here today. So ultimately, there's still 7 cars in category out there, as the 2 Nuggets Racing are replaced for this round with the Apex's Lava team. So they're going to be looking to try and get to what they can. But critically out there today, here for this warm-up, they'll look around and think, right, this is the way they sit, but Absolute Motorsport Acelith, 6-point lead to start things off. You'd say, job well done.
Yeah, I mean, it was an absolute well-driven last stint by that team, and I think they really won the race just by pressuring their opponent mono competition into that mistake. And it's so easy to do on worn tyres at the end of a grueling race. You know, every single time you spend in the lead of the race, you are pushing the limits, trying to not get overtaken, and at the end of the day, it happens that you crack at some point. But I will say also, German sim racing shop coming up so unlucky there with, I think it was 4 laps to go to the end of the race, and just had to do a splash and dash, and that cost them the victory. And it's just a case and demonstration of how you have to be reactive in an endurance race, because a safety car or a caution or even just somebody spinning in front of you can just derail your strategy. And I think we saw that in the GT3s as well, with the battle between Manatee Racing Black and Arete Esports. They just had to throw everything at it, and at the end of the day, one team wins, the other team loses, don't they?
Yeah, it's sometimes just the way that the cookie crumbles. We'll talk about GT3 Pro now, as FVR Campeonato ended up in third, with Team Racing Point fourth. Negative Delta by SimGear.it, followed then Enosis Esports app Absolute Motorsport Acelith GT3 was then ahead of Sorrento Motorsports with Negative Delta by Madness, Sorrento Motorsports Elite Pro GT3, and then the Maltese-based team out in the opening lap of the race was Intercom VMD SimSport. So they found themselves in a really tough position then for their first round of the championship. So ultimately, they will come in, quote, the freshest, but also at the same time, John, they will come in with the least amount of track experience compared to everyone else due to the fact they haven't logged about 4 hours worth of racing in on the board.
Yeah, endurance is a lot of just team management, I'd say. You've got to be on top of your game in terms of managing the strategy, managing fatigue, if anything else. And if everything clicks well, you can sort of form a nucleus of team sort of effort and spirit behind that. And so the first race is all about building that, and then the subsequent races after this are just going to be about just maintaining that effort and building on it. We've arguably got the worst conditions to test that, stress test it, let's call it. So hopefully everybody comes out on top. But definitely, you know, making mistakes is going to be even more tragic here. Arity Esports got really, really lucky last time out, nearly hitting the wall on those closing laps. So yeah, talking about that, in LMP2, we're on board or spectating the Parabit sim racing car, which won out last time in LMP2 from Team Endurotech. Again, another race that was this time decided with the pit stops, wasn't it? Really a different strategy, using the safety car periods differently, and it really did work for Parabit, didn't it?
Yeah, they were able to build up a very large margin in the second half of the race once the driver change started to bring itself into play. So that's why they're on top in the LMP2 standings. Just 4 teams in LMP2. So Team Endurotech find themselves second with Gassed Up Motorsport LMP2 in third, and then Project 91 Academy then down on the order then for that team. So they will be looking around at it and going, okay, so there's not many points to play with, so it's 60 compared to 44 unless there's a retirement, so then that becomes nil. But, you know, even with a small field like this, if you realise that you're going to lose 3 times as many points for retiring rather than, you know, finding a finish and just limping the car around, that's a lot more emphasis for the teams to limp the car around.
It's also a lot more emphasis on the risk versus reward system, isn't it, really? Because effectively, if you try and go for a overtake in lap 1, you can gain a lot more because, you know, there's less cars. If you lose out, if you go into the gravel trap and can recover it, you've only lost a couple of positions. But also, as you say, you know, if you don't finish the race, you're basically just trying to catch up about 4 times the amount. So I think it challenges the drivers in LMP2 to just go for it and see what happens. We saw that in the first race, to be fair. And I think we'll see another great big battle there. The LMP2 cars, as I think TK mentioned in the previous broadcast, very difficult to drive, sort of very snappy. The downforce doesn't always work, especially in the wet conditions. So it's going to be all hands on deck to try and figure it out.
Yeah, we just saw there flashing up on top of your screen that there is a drive-through penalty then at the start of the race for the Project 91 Academy team, the 191, and that is for a qualifying infringement, which is basically towing the car back to pit in qualifying and then returning to the track afterwards. Once you tow the car, your day is done as far as qualifying goes, so that sorts themselves out. There is also a wrong number out there that has gone and been flagged up, and that is for one of your amateur category drivers, which is, or teams, that is Gassed Up Motorsport, who should be in the 396 out there today to go and race. But critically for them, they are not in that number. They are in the number 30 car out there. So for Leslie Brazil, that was not quite what the doctor would have ordered then, as we focus on with Connor Franson then from Arity Esports. So as far as GT3 AM goes, it is R&R Motorsport who have the control of the category after the opening round, as they find themselves then 6 points clear of Off-Track Racing MDM, and then the Project 91 Academy team in GT3 AM find themselves in 3rd position. You follow on from that with Off-Track Racing KPS, their Negative Delta SRT, Andromeda by 0 to 1 Raceware, Gassed Up Motorsports Academy, Ace Racing, Fortuna Racing, and then Gassed Up Motorsport. That is how the field will then sit themselves out as far as they go. And just as we say that, the carousel catches a victim out. So that's going to be interesting then as we all continue on. But at least for the time being, let's take another look. So it's going to be a case of that being very difficult to try and figure that thing into play. John, that is a very tough moment there. Just so easy to outbreak as they're getting the final preparations done in warm-up. What would you do in a warm-up session of 10 minutes here in these conditions?
First of all, glad to have my audio back. Not sure what happened there, but yeah, I mean, you really want to just test the conditions, don't you? Really, you've done qualifying, you've got the sort of low fuel strategy out of the way, and now what you want to do is fill it up with a tank of fuel, put on some tires, or indeed make any adjustments that you want to for the race, and just go out there and gain the confidence. Because this turn one, as we're going through right now, you can see puddle in the inside of the corner on the apex, and on the outside you got the curbs and indeed the gravel trap. So you really need to practice the lines and make sure that when you go into that turn one, you don't end up losing every single race position. I think, you've got to just build up for that race, and it's all about consistency. We've talked about it every single time in an endurance race. It has to be 101% commitment, but also leaving something on the table. You can see the amount of puddles on the course is going to make it so difficult. I think overtaking as well. If you can practice an overtake here in the warm-up session, that could gain you some confidence and indeed some knowledge for the race as well.
Yeah, and that knowledge is knowing that they're not playing to a lap count today. They're playing to a time count as we go on board with the Team Endurotech 130, piloted by Helder Fernandes, who is trying to do everything to just show that there is a lot of pace for Endurotech, knowing that that's the Project 91 Academy car off the road, then coming out of the Hurry Downs and into turn 8. And so for Cameron Dick, that is not where he wanted to be off the road. So that just shows you how tough these conditions are. But 4 hours and wet conditions often bring the safety car out. And around here today, I think the safety car is going to be the great equalizer, because time will absolutely drain away once we're under those conditions.
Yeah, for sure. And I tell you what, Team Endurotech nearly lost it there through the kinks. Really tricky conditions. I think, for sure, you've got to add into your strategy somewhere along the lines a strategy which takes into account either one or two safety cars. There's going to be incidents. It's a wet weather race, at least for the start. And, even if you are cautious, something will happen either to you or to someone else. As you can see, already cars putting it over the grass. Sorrento Motorsports definitely wanting to absolutely get all of the performance out of here, but you want to test the limits. And I think, to be fair, it will be interesting on tires as well, because you will have a crossover period, and it does mean that some drivers might try and Sorrento, huge snap of oversteer, spinning. They've hit the barrier right on the penultimate turn there. That was a big one.
Yeah, Tyler Watson won't be best pleased to have a massive spin like that, but it's right at the end of at warm-up. So if there was any time to do it, it's now, because you wouldn't have had any time anyway to get much more out of the car than maybe one more corner. Let's go through the grid then and see where everyone stacks up here around Road America, because this is going to be an all-important run. It is going to be mono competition, tssimshop.de, Marcel Raupak, who's going to be taking the start then, as that is them in control with their Pro-Am team second through Aidan Wilkinson. Absolute Motorsport Ace led the championship leaders will line up in third, with German Sim Racing Shop and Alexander Witzel in fourth position. The Apex is lava, but it is also fifth place for them out there in the number 69 machine, with Sorrento Motorsports then at the back in 6th and 7th with Tyler Watson and with Kyle Griffiths then taking that control. Over into LMP2, Perabit Sim Racing took the best of the qualifying conditions. Lucas Sturck ahead of Cameron Dick's Project 91 Academy team. The 191 will, though, have a penalty to assess. Then it's Team Endurotech with Helder Fernandes, and then finally Adrian Ruiz, then for Gassed Up Motorsport LMP2. In GT3, it is Manatee Racing Black and Mark Calver Nova, who have the control with Vladislav Shopov alongside him for Negative Delta by SIMGEAR.it. Then it's Velin Vichnov at Negative Delta by Madness, Ariti Esports, and Team Racing Point. Then are the teams that follow on behind. Sorrento Motorsports GT3 and Absolute Motorsport Acelif. Then from that, as then you've got Sorrento Motorsport Elite Pro GT3 and FVR Esports, then with Raul Ontagnon, who will be going forward. You then have a Gnosis Esports Simdeck.app, Negative Delta SRT, and Ivan Boromechkov, the best of the AM category in GT3, with Gaslut Motorsport just behind it, Archie Bennett. Vertical Grip then follow after that with R&R Motorsport and Off-Track Racing MDM. That then follows Andromeda by 0-1 Raceware, Intercomp VMD Simsport, who are a little out of position, Ace Racing, and then the two teams of Fortuna Racing 387 and Off-Track Racing KPS, who are unable to set a time in practice or qualifying. So full pace lap here behind the Porsche iRacing first safety car. So this will give these drivers an understanding of what they need to do in weather conditions like these. It is currently scheduled to be dry out there for at least the foreseeable future. Track condition is lightly wet, so I'd expect these drivers to start on a wet weather tyre here and very quickly transfer over to a dry.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be one of those things where you just have to be a bit cautious of the tire temperatures, really. You don't really want to be locking up or overheating them in any way possible. We may even see drivers go for the puddles on the side of the track just to cool them down. But you can see the conditions not really raining anymore, so it will inspire confidence. But will that be false confidence? Who knows at this point? I think you've just got to judge it. Even during the end of the warm-up there, it was still relatively wet on track. So I think maybe drivers will be a bit frustrated that the race is starting toward the end of that crossover period, because it just leads to mistakes. And for Mono, especially at the front, after a great qualifying, they'll just want to have an easy start to the race. And I think they're not going to get anything of the likes.
There's no such thing as easy in a sim race. I've learned that over the years. Gaslut Motorsport will be starting this race then from pit lane, and they have been told by race control that they have to wait before the pit and they have to let all the GT3 cars pass, otherwise they're going to get dinged up once again by the fact that they haven't followed procedure properly as laid out by Yordanin Svetanov, who is in charge of race control. The categories have separated themselves out by class, so it will mean that they'll get a staggered start out there instead of everyone tripping over the top of each other. And critically, around a circuit like Road America, it is a very fast track out there naturally, so you need to get the speed up. And one of the more unique peculiarities of it, John, as we're heading towards the start, there's no dedicated short, closed hairpin.
No, indeed. Yeah, it's quite an open track. You've only got the sort of chicane at the kink that could be, which we're not using today, which could be classified as a very slow corner. So it's one of those things where momentum and apex speed is everything. You've got to be comfortable in the long flowing corners. And I know for a fact that some drivers will like that, other drivers won't. And it's a different thing that we had from last time out in Sebring. Just a different course with quite a few hairpins and all that. So I think we might see a change of pace between some of the drivers.
We definitely could do, and now they will line up 2 by 2, ready for the start. The timer on the clock will read 4 hours when they get themselves ready, and once the drop of the green flag goes, they know that they are in racing mode, and they've got to be uber aggressive with each other in these drying conditions. There is still a massive puddle over the side of the circuit to get onto pit lane. So keep that in mind as cars will be looking to try and wake themselves up in racing condition and get themselves ready. The green flag drops, and there goes mono competition as this second round of the SimGear Endurance Series gets itself underway. Already the chop over by Alexander Witzel, who gets the run on Davide Aceto in towards turn number 1, and the fight then through all 7 of these cars, absolutely perfect then between them. No dramas at all. Now it's time for the 4 LMP2s.
Yeah, Absolute Motorsports getting a very bad jump in the top category there. Sorrento passed there. The LMP2s, I think, have just crossed the line to start. So hopefully we'll get some footage of that, as these are the GT3s that are about to cross the line as well. So they don't start all at the same time. They give quite a bit of a gap. And there you can see green flag for the GT3s as well. Looks like the lead driver has got away very nicely. That's Monity Racing that has got a good launch. So everything going good for the moment.
Yeah, Manatee, fantastic German-based team. They pick up so many great talents on the continent, and also now from the United Kingdom with Mark Calver as their driver. Franson into line, just dealing with Josh Gilboy for Sorrento Motorsport, and then Gabriele Rossone watching from Team Racing Point as they will jump through turn 3 out there on track and over towards turn number 4 and 5, which is the Marine sweep into the left-hander. Archie Bennett has got himself off and going, and the gap's already looking to show in the early stages. No dramas off the start is what we want to see, but lights very firmly on in these slightly foggy conditions. Shopov catches a puddle and it's going to go straight on slightly, so he's going to lose that chance for the race lead. But now it forces the 4th and 5th cars to battle, which is Franson and Gilboy, and it's Franson on the outside up at Corvette Corner as he just about tries to find his lane into the hurry downs, and still side by side. Look at that from Josh.
Yeah, incredible stuff in the background as well. You had FVR battling with, I think it was Negative Delta as well. So just a little bit of argy-bargy it down into turn 6. But incredible stuff, really. They've kept it clean, but you've just got to try and have the confidence to go around the outside in the GTs. Oh, it's off. Who is that? I think that's one of the... that's Sorrento, is that off? I think it is. So unfortunate stuff there for the Aston Martin. Incredible. I think he's kept out of the barrier, possibly. Don't really see him rejoining there, but yeah, unfortunate stuff right there. And lost about, I think, 10 positions in that.
Yeah, it's really going to hurt them. They're going to have to try and gather that back up, but that just shows you how aggressive you need to be in the early stages. One wiggle at the carousel with tyres that are not quite optimal, then proving to be really tough to navigate through. And I would say that this is one of the best places for the Aston Martin. It does have one noticeable weakness, and that is its gear ratio down in 1st and 2nd gear. I've seen it quite a bit out there where it's been troublesome. Here, you're maybe in 3rd gear more often than not as you go into these sections. Here's Davide Accheto then for Absolute Motorsport Acerlith, who is trying to maintain this group right now. This is 4th, 5th, and 6th. Watson's had a good start. Ralph Hugo Niemanen, just in front for Apex's Lava, and they're eyeing up a position right now in 5th to get to 4th.
Well, that visibility, look at that. That's absolutely tantalizing as Manatee under a lot of pressure at the front here. Looks like Negative Delta will try and get the jump. Vladislav Shopov in the P2 right there, just trying to chase down that green-coloured Aston Martin. And as you've mentioned, this car quite, I wouldn't say aggressive. It's quite a balanced chassis, to be fair, and quite a popular one where you can really have confidence, especially in these conditions. So we might see an ebb and flow race where another car comes good at the end of the race in the dry conditions. Very late braking by Manatee there, but next, Negative Delta has just got the drive out of the corner, and another Negative Delta, Velin Vitanov, definitely challenging Arity as well, but no overtakes happening at the moment. Just this midfield section, it can be difficult to get alongside.
It can do, but critically, it was into turn 5 where Connor Franson got the move on Velin Vitanov, so that puts them up into 3rd position. If you see names in red or cropping up red on the board, it means that they are half a lap ahead or more than the car we are currently focusing on screen. So that's why that they're starting to flash up here in the GTP category, because it shows after just 2 laps and the staggered start that they've had, they're already half a lap clear, and so lapping is going to be very much on the agenda for many out there. Car slow at the moment is João Pedro Teixeira, who is out there at the moment, and I think just trying to get himself back up into speed after a moment. So he's managed to do that well. Ale Torres is looking to try and get Inosis up the order, or Inosis Esports Simdeck.app, who are there and eyeing this one up. But again, Canada corner, at the best of times in the dry, you can always get a move there. But that puddle on the inside, I think, staring at them otherwise.
Oh, yeah, I mean, most of these corners, if you look on either the inside or outside, you've got a puddle to contend with. So as a driver, it's about memorizing where those puddles are, what type of grip, if you can just run one wheel over it, but it's risky. And we still there, nearly Sorrento Motorsports losing it on the curb there of the last turn. Thankfully, they got a good exit after that, but that was close to disaster, just showing that even if you want to do an overtake, you have to make sure that there's no danger right there. Meanwhile, in the battle, in the GTP, Sorrento under pressure. Apex's Lava has found the apex, in fact, nearly found the puddle there. And what a beautiful overtake around the carousel.
That is a great move to the inside. Confidence there to find the middle. And most lines, you would say, John, are that in to out to in, that diamonding around the carousel. And so the inside line at the carousel suddenly with these wet conditions becomes a must-watch place to go and get moves done, because as you sit down and try and make that move, where's the rubbered line? Well, it's not going to be on the inside.
Yeah, but also paradoxically, if they've had any dry running in practice on the outside line, the favoured line is Sorrento under pressure there in the background. That's Absolute Motorsports Ace Lith getting under pressure. So it's really the case of just trying and making the move on the inside work. But the problem is that when you're trying to rotate the car, they're going to go for a move. No, Sorrento defends to the inside. Well done, but I think we're going to see some argy-bargy at some point. It's going to be the case of you just have to pressure them into a mistake here. As you can see, they're looking to the inside, steering wheel cranked to 90 degrees, but nothing happening for at the moment. Going back to the inside line there on the carousel, it's a difficult one because you have to turn so much more on the inside and put the pedal to the metal that effectively, if you go just even a percentage too much on throttle, you end up spinning. So it's a risky maneuver as we see Absolute Motorsports go around the outside here. This will set up a move. Oh, they're not quite alongside. They back out of it, maybe to recharge the batteries a little bit. But this is a good battle for the moment.
It very much is, and this is what we are seeing here from the early stages of running, that this is not necessarily going to be the easiest race in the world. You have to set yourself up and say, look, the second half of the race, the second half of the season, the second half of anything right now is not going to necessarily play the same as the first. And FBR Esports here with Raul Antonion is looking to try and just jump up. They're already up 3. They're looking for that +4 on Gabriele Rossone, here the Italian. And so you are getting an understanding of where people find their confidence. Lamborghini plays Aston Martin. And I tell you what, this is the Lamborghini or Aston Martin class. A handful of AMG Mercedes then that are in play are giving them all that they want to. I have just had a DM from Don van Zutphen, who is one of the drivers over at Manatee Racing. He said that Mark is going this quick at the moment because it is pretty much the conditions he has in the UK. And as for one who lives in the UK still, I agree.
Have you ever seen the rain, as they say? It's definitely not the type of conditions where you want to sit out with an ice cream, let's say that. But you can sit out with some popcorn for this race, that's for sure. As Team Racing Point lead a huge gaggle of GT3 cars down into turn 5. Very difficult braking, isn't it? Downhill. And that, I mean, looking at it, it's looking like the Aston once again has the better braking, as here we go. Absolute Motorsports to the inside. Sorrento finally is forced to give up the position. Very relatively clean overtake to the inside. Good traction on the exit. And they made that look easy right there. And I think Sorrento's going to be a little bit disappointed they couldn't hold that position for longer.
Yep, so they go down to 6th, and Asalith now up into 5th position then with that pass. And so now you've also got mono competitions then within a 10th of each other, and there's Calver Contact there, trying to work hard with the likes of not Negative Delta, but more rather Ariti. So they've lost the lead. They've gone to 2nd now after the last lap. And so they are really on the back foot here, our Manatee. And I'm just looking at where the pass was done by Vladi Shopov to go and get the race lead. And I'll be quite honest with you, I think it was absolutely brilliantly done a couple laps ago. So there for Vladislav Shopov, he's just managed it through the carousel on lap 2, was the moment where the race changed at the front of GT3 Pro.
And we've got cars going off as well onto the grass, rejoining there. That's an Aston Martin crabbing, I think, in the background. So let's have a look here. So Vladislav, I think, has already made the move in there. So
No, that
is
was
your...
Shopov. That was leader. Look at that,
Yeah.
tank slapper through Bill Mitchell bend, and the car absolutely snapping like nobody's business. No way to stop it over the wet gravel, and a hard hit into the wall there. The rear just caving in then, and that will have to be repairs and long repairs with no fast repair available. One of the best drivers, I would say the ace of negative delta, getting it wrong. I'd hardly ever see it.
Complete sort of replay of what happened to Sorrento at the end of warm-up, just going over the penultimate turn, maybe not even on the curb on the inside, just swapping ends with the traction, just breaking away as you crested the corner. And that's such a difficult moment as a driver, because you know if you counter steer, you probably end up spinning the other way, which is what happened. But if you don't counter steer, you're going to spin anyway. And it's just one of those things where it's a lose-lose situation. You don't really want to get into that, as Team Racing Point is being hounded right now. FVR Campeonato get us a little bit of a tap, I think, from Sorrento in the rear, and then they give Team Racing Point a tap as well. So thankfully no bodywork lost, but I think a lot of casual complaining, let's say, in the microphone might be heard from some of the drivers. FVR Campeonato really fast in this infield section.
They are, and they may be just a little bit better built up for that. Josh Gilboy having a look then for Sorrento as FVR looking to move themselves up here. This is to try and get them up to 4th in the class and to try and sort that out. A team there, FVR, who are just slowly starting to find their feet in iRacing. They're known more for their efforts, say, in the Formula 1 games, for example, than their efforts here in iRacing. But they made a top split in Daytona, and so I think they are starting to put the building blocks in the right directions to say we can be one of those teams that, you know, hits tier 3, tier 2 out there in the world of sim racing, getting close to the back of Gabriele Rossone, but nothing more than that. And more rather, it's the like of you sit down, you try and understand what they're trying to do, and you go, yeah, they probably want to be the same as an Absolute Motorsport. They want to be the same as Manatee, and they want to be challenging up for the next lot, which is the likes of, say, Sesher Esports, Blue Mercure, that group.
I tell you what, with the way they're driving the car right now, that is last of the late braking at every single corner. I mean, impressive stuff. And obviously to get a top split, it's so important just for brand recognition, or indeed just confidence from the drivers, you know, to know that you're part of an organization or part of a group that can reach that level. There's so many drivers that wish to attain that level. It's so difficult to get there. And as we're seeing now, the GTPs have something else to contend with at the moment, which is lapped traffic and overtakes. Now, important to remember that it is the faster car's responsibility to overtake safely. However, you know, it's recommended the GT3s do sort of facilitate that as much as possible. If you're in a battle, though, that won't happen. So as a GTP, you've got to be really reactive now, and you just can't leave anything to chance. You've got to, especially at the start of the race, only 13 minutes in, you've got to err on the side of caution, don't you?
You do. Speaking of which, there was a spin for Tyler Watson over at Sorrento Motorsports. That was on lap 6, down at turn 5, where the troubles began befalling them. So that has hurt them. And also, Davide Accheto had his own spin as well. So this is Tyler Watson then coming down the hill. And it's so easy to lock up a rear brake if you're not too careful through this section. You're looking to try and hold as much mechanical grip as you can. It's difficult in the wet, but there you can see has already lost it on turning, just puts too much, and already those Michelin tyres saying, no, I'm going to tap out.
Yeah, that is a really tough one, because essentially when you start the braking downhill and you lock up, even if you ease off of the brakes, you're not going to save the car. You have to just run it wide. And I think the sad thing for Sorrento is, Absolute Motorsport Acelith gets really booked behind the Mercedes GT3 car. Nothing in the wrongdoing there. You just have to accept it that sometimes, as you see the mono competition cars...
It's Carl Griffiths. That was Carl Griffiths who's gone off the road. So we're watching Wilkinson out there, but Carl Griffiths on his own for Sorrento has gone off at the carousel. And this is just as simple as you're trying to hold a line. He overcommits it. And guess what? He's grabbed the white line.
Nice, grab the grass as well at the same time. So white line plus grass is, I think, negative grip at that point. You won't. I mean, he's lucky to keep out of the barrier. You can see the gravel trap having a good effect there. But the Sorrento Motorsport cars having an absolute disaster of start of the race, which is in contrast to the mono competition cars. Line astern at the moment, oh, nearly not there in the exit of turn 1. That was close to swapping ends. So these Ferrari GTPs are really sort of having the pace at the moment, but for mono competition, this couldn't be going any better, could it?
No, it really couldn't. 1 and 2, and they've got about 2.3 seconds here over German SimRacing Shop, which is one of the great German-based teams out there in sim racing, in the sense that they are a community-based team, first and foremost, that formed together back in the forum days out there, and they still have their forum that works. Back over to off-track racing here, the 373. This is Vladimir Mavrodiev trying to eye out the championship leaders in GT3 AM with R&R Motorsport. They have their ace in the car at R&R, and that's Rosti Koshev. Then just about avoiding it. Mavrodiev then a little bit, I would say, aggressive under braking the BMW, and you'd quite like a car like a BMW in wet conditions because of the high body.
Yeah, indeed. It's also quite a hefty car, let's say. It's got a little bit more weight to the car. So in wet conditions, that can actually help with aquaplaning and just having a more sort of standard grip level, not peaking grip level. And so you can gain confidence. The one problem is that on the brakes, you will lose a bit of performance as well. And I think that's what we saw there for off-track racing, just on the brakes a little bit too late, trying to follow the Porsche in front, and it just wasn't working out. RT Esports still trying to close down Manatee. I think they'll get a little bit sick of looking at the back end of that Vantage GT3, but at the moment, again, it's just about keeping yourself in the running. We saw what happened between these two last time out, where it just came down for a mistake from RT to decide the race in the GT3 Pro category. So this time out, it's the other way round, at least at the start of the race.
Yeah, so that other way around, I think, is going to be quite telling here in this, as Ale Torres is now hoping to find a pass up to 7th in class. This would be against FVR Campeonato for position. So Enosis looking around, Spanish-based team against a Spanish driver over at FVR. So that's where they sit, and that's where they're looking to try and get what they can. Raul Antonion can go to Jeremy Baumert for their next driver out there. By comparison, if you go over to the team that is directly in front of them right now, which is, of course, FVR Esports. Raul Antonion we've talked about, but the car behind, of Enosis. Ale Torres will have Jonathan Goitish Sati to go to. So Jonathan Goitish, the Basque-based driver there. Now watch out, right-hand side. That's how quickly they fly by. That's Davide Aketo then trying to win out on the brakes. But here's the issue you've got. Overcooked, so you're going to go wide. You're not going to get that run. But on mechanical grip in these 90-degree corners, the GTs are better than prototypes.
Yeah, the prototypes need that airflow over the wings to get the downforce. I mean, the GT3s have the wing at the rear, but the front splitter works a little bit better in all conditions, at least at low speed. And there we go. We will see them go around the outside Asolith car, just trying to slot in. But as you can see, it's just wanting to swap ends. Now, FVR Campeonato is in trouble here as well. Their last lap was in the 221s, whereas everyone else around them is in the 220s, as we do see the Asolith car get through eventually. But I think there's also a car that's made a mistake there. No, I think that was a GTP that was on the grass there, at least. So I'm not exactly sure what was going on there. I think that might have been the Apex's lava car, but I'm not quite sure.
They've swapped. Sorry, through the carousel, that's another team that has gone and grabbed white line, then grass, and then gone around because they're pushing to such a fine extremity out there on circuit. So Ralf Humo Nieminen, then the Swede, finding out just how difficult it is out there. And so suddenly, Davide Aketo's been given a chance to go and be aggressive in the early stages of this race and try and find a way through. You've got then finally the clearance on Josh Gilboy then, and also Gabriele Rossone. They'll climb that crest up to the line, which will feel like trying to go against the tide like a salmon upstream. But ultimately, they managed to get the clearance that they need using the raw power of the hybrid that's available to them into the opening corner. Goodness me, you could have almost kissed the exhaust there against that one, Josh. Got to be a little bit careful with Gabriele Rossone. Really close through one, trying to get to the inside of three, a half cover down to the inside.
Sorrento really on a move here right now. Team Racing Point look to have no traction whatsoever in that Lamborghini. It's just lighting up the tires through every single corner. The same thing that we saw with FVR. I think some of the drivers have maybe pushed the tires a little bit too hard in these sort of changeable intermediate conditions, and it just means that when you want to go on the loud pedal, there's just nothing there. Look at the apex speed difference that Sorrento has versus Team Racing Point, just as if they could drive around the outside. Gassed Up Motorsports LMP2, let's have a look at what has happened here. So I'm thinking there might be some sort of incident where they lock up. This is, I think, down into turn 5. So late on the brakes to the outside. There's that puddle on the outside. No, nothing wrong at the moment. Oh, they've just broken way too late. Yeah, and they've just backed out of it. Completely sensible thing to do, to be fair. But they're losing a lot of time as they will probably select first rather than go to the gravel trap.
Well, there are two very big 11s through the gravel at the moment, John, so I think they chose the 11s route to go on out there as Josh Gilboy continuing for Sorrento to try and really give that help. Gabriele Rossone still holding on the defence then as far as it stands. For today's running, it will be Glaime Qualbu who will be there alongside and who will be maybe spotting Vito Fatalino as well. A little bit of blinking there for Gabriele Rossone. Will be doing a lot of no good out there at the moment. For Sorrento, after Josh Gilboy, will be the Lithuanian Nicholas Kalnutis, who will be jumping into the car. So I think that's going to be where the next battle is going to be won or lost, as they will now look to crest the rise. They'll have another car diving on by them, which will be Tyler Watson, Sorrento Motorsports, GTP, that's going by. Ale Torres still in line, and it is the GT3 Pro field that looks like it's the closest in the early stages.
Yeah, certainly all of the times hovering around those high 220s to low 221s. FIR Campeonato, again, in the times, they haven't lost those 2 seconds or more than the 2 seconds that they'd lost on the previous 2 laps. So possibly just cooling the tires down, but they've got Inesis right on their diffuser, taking, I think, 8K photos at this point of the rear of that car. Look at that, the overspeed. Surely Inesis go for this. They have to force them to the inside. FBR will have no choice but to go for the last late braking, but it's on a less than optimal line. It's going to be a drag race down to that tricky turn 5. Archie as well. Fiera Campeonato, keep it clean, but Enesis trying to get to the inside, and I think it was just a misread of what was going on there. Thankfully, both drivers facing the right way again, but I'm sure that will have a few mutterings in the microphone, as they say.
Well, FIR Campeonato are always going to do everything they could to defend the position. They managed to do so, but it's a case of who commands what on circuit and the argument they had amongst each other. Josh Gilboy is trying everything now to get this move, and Gabriele Rossone has it all scouted and covered again. The long carousel waits for them both as they look to try and get back on the power as early as possible. It's a bit shallower by Josh Gilboy, and he gets a wiggle off the exit there as he tries to fight through the small rooster tails that are still being kicked up around this circuit here at Road America. And one thing you got to remember about this track is that it's very much the national park of speed. There's a lot of foliage around this circuit, and the one issue with foliage is it keeps moisture really well.
Yeah, it does indeed, and that just means that the track never dries out, really. All Sorrento on the outside looking. I mean, they're looking everywhere, and they're doing something really clever in the corners. They're going for the inside lines, especially on the carousel, to try and keep that downforce. Now, every single time you are behind another car, especially in a GT3, you just have zero downforce. They're practically pushing Team Racing Point around that last corner. They're going to get one heck of a slipstream up to turn 1, but essentially, if you can keep the nose of the car in clean air as they're flashing flashing the lights. They're not very happy, saying, get a move on. We need to catch the front of the pack right now. But yeah, if you can keep that car in clean air on the inside, you can get loads of downforce and hopefully get a switchback maneuver. And you could see out of the carousel on the last lap that they had that little bit of a wobble on the exit because they'd gone back into that dirty air. It's such a difficult thing to contend with, but that's what you've got to do. As once again, RT Esports still looking at the back of the Manatee with Connor Franson on board at the moment, trying everything to take the lead of the race so far.
Well, they are starting to see a dry line form now on the run to turn 4, so I think they'll be looking at it very lightly wet are the conditions. I think that if you're brave, we have just hit the crossover period right now, and the amount of spinning we've seen, I think, would indicate otherwise. There's a lot of gravel down now at the hurry down section, so someone's had a big spin off the road. I think it's Apex's Lava and Ralph Hugo Niemanen who has gone off the road, so that's going to be the trouble. Here's Ace Racing now. This is Asen Dramaliev. Who is going out there in the battle at this moment. So this is up against Vertical Grip, who are making their first start of the season in the Mercedes into turn number 5 out on track. This is Georgy Atanasov, who is there and trying to make the climb up the hill now to Corvette Corner, and has been doing a really good job of things to hold steady. Speaking of other teams that are doing really well, German sim racing shop. They've managed to pull the gap down to Mono, down to 0.8 of a second.
Yeah, I mean, that is closing up. Just want to point out on this battle here, there's a load of damage on the front of that Ace Racing Porsche. I'm not sure what's happened there. They might have had a shunt with somebody or just a little bit argy-bargy, but that is not going to help them with the front downforce, that's for sure. But yeah, in the GTPs, I mean, 1 second from mono competition to the Pro-Am mono competition car in second place, and then 1 second to German sim racing shop. Apex Lava is 30 seconds down the road from, up the road. Down the road. I did get it right first time. Commentator doing commentator things. As finally, Sorrento looks to have got a good run out of the last turn, and it looks like they're going to have the move done before the first corner. Although, side by side, that Lamborghini has good straight line speed. The aerodynamics on it, wonderful stuff. Who's going to brake latest? Is going to be equal braking. No way, around the outside. Sorrento decides to risk it on the curb. Who's going to make it stick? Both of them apparently still into turn 2. And Team Racing Point defends that against all odds. What brilliant racing.
Yeah, lion stuff on the defense, and Gabriele Rossone is keeping Josh Gilboy in the back pocket. It's like watching Paolo Maldini defend, basically, at the moment, the way that he's going about it. Gilboy can't find a way he's got to go through. He's going to have to try and duck and dive and be crafty, and he's in the middle of the corner. That was a mistake there by Gabriele Rossone, but Gilboy was so out of position, he couldn't really capitalize. I think Gilboy's got to be a bit more crafty than that. I think he's got to take some lessons from Delboy.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to start throwing spanners at the driver in front, I guess, is another strategy. But I think with the way they're pushing them around the track, it won't be too long before they get another opportunity. Obviously, they'll be disappointed that that move around the outside didn't pan out, and for once, a Lamborghini gets a good exit. But already looking for that wet line to cool the tyres. I think this might be an indication that you are right, Jake, that this might be the crossover point of deciding to go onto those slick tyres. As you mentioned before, the Lamborghini really close to swapping ends. They do have traction control to help them a little bit, but how much that helps in an over 1 ton car is limited. You have to be so cautious on throttle. But once again, that Lamborghini a bit too fast for the Vantage at the moment, and they'll have to wait until at least the start-finish straight.
We got one taker down in pit lane right now, and it is Absolute Motorsport Acelith who are making their run through in the number 18 out there right now. So this is the first real pit stop of the race. We'd expect the fuel margin out there to go at least to 30 to 40 minutes or 40 minutes out there for the cars out there in the GTP category. So for me, I think Aketo are getting this early stop in to maybe think about getting a dry tyre on. Here's the side-by-side once again, and this time it's going to be Dramaliev watching out then in this battle. Vertical Grip still ahead there. So Atanasov is holding this ground absolutely wonderfully at this moment in time.
Yeah, doing a very good job defending there, and once again, Ace Racing just forced to watch as that position is not swapped at the moment. I mean, the gap is increasing to the top 3 at the moment, so Vertical Grip not really getting a move on at the moment. Of course, tricky conditions, easy to say from the commentator's box. I know that. Oh, Sorrento having another go. This time, they're to the outside once again, turn 5, and a little bit of argy-bargy again, and that will turn into contact. Racing Point regaining, I think, the position. No, they're side by side once again. I think it was just the case of converging lines, different apexes, but obviously everyone will have their opinion on that, and still Racing Point defend that line going into the carousel.
They do, and so they first got to continue through the hurry downs, and they're both eyeing up the middle of the road then on the defense, and Josh Gilboy now really trying to attack. Look how much the rear steps out as he's trying to fight the limit slip of grip that he's got available to him. He's just trying to hound for a way through, and he's not getting it. He's just knocking on the door, knocking on the door, knocking on the door. Can you let me in? The answer's no. You might need to use traffic as a pick here. Lucas Sturck, your leader in the LMP2 category, has now jumped onto the scene and is going to want to try and get the clearance to go down through. He's going to get 1. He's probably going to get 2 as well. And is this going to open up the door under braking? It absolutely is. Straight down the inside. Can he get it sorted? Oh, he's going to hang him out. Oh, brilliant stuff there by Josh Gilboy there. Just casually pushes Gabriele Rossone to one side as if he was wishing that England won the rugby compared to the game against Italy last week.
Oh, that one stings, Jake, not going to lie. But for sure, very opportunistic and just seizing the opportunity as they did in the rugby, to be fair, did the Italian team. But most definitely, you've just got to go with the traffic. And once again, when the opportunity presents yourself, you've got to put yourself in that line and in that opportunity. It can be so easy to pick the wrong line, go to the outside, for example, and then just get balked and maybe even overtaken by a car behind you. But for Sorrento, they'll want to get pedal to the metal down the roads now and catch up that, 6 seconds gap to P3 at the moment. So that's quite a chunk of time, especially as we're approaching the pit stops, and we can see both cars, in fact, all 3 cars on screen right now, just fishtailing out of the corners right now. And I think, even though we've got still the vortex trails behind the cars, it's starting to look like that dry line is ever increasing.
Well, I'm keeping an eye out on Davide Aketo's times because that was close, but not quite enough. Because Aketo is going to be one of the most important cars to look at for everything else. So you're looking at what the leads are doing. They're currently in the 206, 207 range. We've had Mono Competition Pro-Am lose that second position. So now it's German Sim Racing Shop giving chase in the overall lead. So that's been a change for position out there as the number 2 car has fallen back. So that's what we're looking at here. We're looking for the telltale signs that this is now in for a dry circuit, or a dry tyre circuit rather than a wet tyre circuit. And you can argue that so long as you see a drop of water, you have the excuse that it's a wet tyre circuit. But it's not as plain sailing as that. If you were looking at it from a formula perspective out there, as you take a look at the stints then on the bottom right corner of your screen, if you looked at this from, say, a formula perspective, you'd say this is intermediate conditions.
Yeah, they don't have that opportunity, though, here. So they've just got to carry on and make this car, tyre, I guess, slick intermediate. As it wears down, in theory at least, you get less tread on the tyre, so perhaps it starts performing a little bit better. But then again, it's only been tested on a few races because ideally, you want to change off of it as soon as possible. But they're coming up to that period where it's getting a little bit dicey in terms of race strategy, isn't it? Around that 40, 45-minute gap or period of the race, they want to start thinking about pitting. Look at all of that gravel, though. And I think somebody's gone off in front of them because gravel being strewn everywhere. And it just means that you're trying to search for grip. And the car's skedaddling everywhere.
Oh, Mavrodiev off the road, off-track racing MDM, the AM team there finding themselves just tiptoeing off the circuit, and Dylan Bittman there seeing behind that Alexander Witzel had to lift through the final corner to avoid any potential car returning back to surface. So that's how quickly it can go wrong. Now, you watch this here, trying to hit the brakes, and it's never a good sign when you see a car turning and braking at the same time, maybe a locked inside front as well, just forcing the car to sail straight on, what we would call hydroplaning.
Yeah, I think it's a multiple factors. There's gravel on the approach to that turn, so that wouldn't help the braking. Definitely on the brakes too harshly there, and yeah, just had no way of having a good outcome on that last turn. But it's one of those things. You're pushing the limit. I'm talking about the German sim racing shop all the way to the lock stop on the steering rack. There are incredible scenes from the inside of this car, and that was nearly a P2 left at the moment. They're trying to catch mono competition in P1. That gap has sort of decreased by a couple of tenths this lap, but just getting held behind the R&R Porsche there. So it's one of those things that you just have to keep going, and you could see that the car is absolutely not doing anything that they want it to do at the moment. But once again, it is coming down. Another tenth of a second found in this middle sector. Meanwhile, I just want to point out Absolute Motorsport Acelith on the dry tires has set a 2:10.4. That is still about 3 seconds off of the pace, but it has remarkably improved from last lap.
Yeah, it certainly has. I do want to talk to you actually about the wet tyres on the GTPs out there, because they're not your traditional wet tyre. You'd normally get a tyre that goes through that has traditional grooves and markings that are out there. The Michelin wet tyre that is there on these GTPs, for example, this Ferrari right now with the Green Eagle flying from German sim racing shop, they're actually speckled by comparison, and so it looks more like mosaic artwork by comparison. Now, how does a curated tyre like that perform differently to what you would see from a traditional wet tyre?
Well, it's the fact that you kind of have a compromise pattern, I'd say, in that you want it to be performing in all conditions, apart from the dry conditions, obviously. And so what that means is that you might not have the absolute performance in the rain. Realistically, if it rains too hard in a GTP race or say an endurance race in real life, they'd probably call out a safety car anyway. So you want a tyre that's quite stable and quite grippy in all conditions. The problem is with these cars, they go so fast nowadays that if you put a traditional grooved tyre on the car, a bit like the wet tyre we see in Formula 1, what happens is it starts overheating and you lose performance. And so that means that, for example, in Formula 1, you never actually see that wet weather tyre used because it's just too slow. So rather than doing that, they just take a tyre with a different tread pattern or a different design and make it so that it's a relatively safe tyre to use, but you can use it for longer, and that's what we're seeing right now, in my opinion.
Yeah, so now is the next stage of how they think towards those cycles. Remember, we're expecting pit windows to now start opening up for the GTPs and also the prototypes around here. But in wetter conditions, you often find, because you're not hitting those top speeds as frequently, you can actually extend the pit cycle further.
Sure. And you can save fuel in the rain as well, so you're not necessarily basically going flat out every single time. You're maybe losing about 5% of flat out lap time, so that has a huge impact on tyre wear, on temperatures, and indeed on race fuel. So it means that if you are desperate, you can eke it out a little bit. And if you're stuck behind someone, as RT Esports still is behind Manatee, although it's looking decidedly a lot closer here, as I think the advantages are definitely using the best of these rain tyres. But it's just the case of you want to make sure that is absolutely time. And I tell you what, look at that last lap. It's time. 2:04.4 from Absolute Motorsport Acelith. That is the cue that it's time to pit.
Yeah, and I'd look at the tyre life that you've got. They did a 2:06.5 this time, but a lot of traffic was in play. So Absolute Motorsport Acelith then jumped themselves then up through the order, and they're looking around at the next teams that are there. So in is Mono Competition Pro-Am and Mono Competition TSSimshop.de. They're both making that call, and I'd argue right now that, are you going to hit a number, yes or no? Manatee Racing Black feel quite comfortable with the way they're defending through Mark Calver at this moment. Connor Franson here. If you want to undercut, you're undercutting by, 20 minutes at this moment in time? The issue you're going to have is you're going to have a splash and dash stop at the end of the race. You're going to be in the fuel save game practically all the way to the end. And I'd look around at it and go, that's why we're maybe not seeing right now the GT field jumping at the cornerstones to get in, because they don't want the extra stop.
I don't think they need to worry about that at this point there. I mean, the probability of having a caution or a safety car come out, as you might call it, is quite high still around this track. So you've just got to go on the side of caution. We're less than a quarter of the way through the race, so you can't really start thinking about the strategy at the end of the race. So much can happen. Incidents, a problem for your own car. So as we nearly saw there, the Manatee getting all sorts out of shape as well, but they've still managed to defend it. So well done for them at the moment. But you could definitely tell that the tyres have had it in terms of tyre life. And so I think at this point, you know, if the times are about, I'd say, for 3 to 4 seconds faster on the dries, you can stay out until your designated pit window. I think it's okay. But if the times continue to tumble, as that Absolute Motorsport Acelith at 2:06,
in they come.
Actually losing time, and in they come, they do.
It's a very tough pit entry. It's right at the top of the hill, the marker, and you've got to get it slowed down to 72 kilometers an hour or face a penalty out there. And Mark Calver's hit his mark perfectly then for his first pit stop at what is just 40 minutes into the race. So that will put them nicely steady for this first stop. The other driver then at Manatee Racing Black who will go with Mark Calver for today's racing is Keanu Bushman.
Some talented drivers out there, but I think you could say that about the whole field, couldn't you? I mean, the racing that we've already seen today is just on another level for sure, and I think that is a lot more drivers in the pits for GTP as well, so everybody pitting to put on those dry tyres at this point. And I tell you what, I expected the GT3s to go first, but it turns out the faster cars are doing it all initially. So I don't know, what's your opinion on that one, Jake?
Well, the opinion is it's a lot easier to make that call in the GTP than it is the GT3, because they pit more in the GTP, so you actually lose less by making that call and decision. As you see then just leaving pit lane, Alexander Witzel, and he will be behind the mono competition Pro-Am car, so they've been undercut then by spending an extra lap longer on the wet tyre compared to the dry. There will be corners where you don't quite see the dry line, but on the straights, you're now seeing it's almost all of the circuit. But look at that, having to go right through the puddles then to make sure that they can get the pass on Gassed Up Motorsports' Archie Bennett and Ace Racing's Asen Dramaliev there to get the pass. Alexander Witzel there will now have stone-cold tyres for the next few corners and will have to try and warm them back up again.
Yeah, the other problem is you can pick up stuff like mud or other debris or like gravel that's in the grass there. And it means, as you say, that you have no grip, and it can sort of hinder your confidence, really. You get that overtake done, you feel really happy. Then in the next turn, you lock up the brakes and you go, ooh, I'm not really sure about this one. So we'll have to wait and see how that impacts them. Obviously, Ace Racing still getting hounded by Gassed Up Motorsports right now. Archie Bennett just flashing the lights there, showing a little bit of discontent, as I think
safety car
judge. As indeed, what has happened there? Safety car deployed.
Yeah, so there's been a car that's been involved in the wars somewhere. I haven't quite spotted where it is, but ultimately that is going to throw the first safety car out there. I'll take an eye on who's in pit lane. It could be Fortuna Racing. It could even be Perabit who are down there in the pit. So Fortuna might be the team that we've kept an eye out on the 387. That's Michael Miemczek, who is out there, ran a little bit wide, and went backwards into the wall. So had the spin, but ultimately, safety car has been deployed as we take a look. So this was the first moment. That's going through the kink. Last place you want to go off is the kink. And then, so the big spin comes along later, coming through the next corner. But they'd already lost the front clip of their car. So I wonder whether that's a caution that's come out for debris.
It could be as well, because, oh, look at the rear tyre as well. They've certainly hit the wall with some force, and this is, I think, later on as well. They've just gone for a spin. They've hit the rear wing already on the wall, and that is straight into the barrier, and that is why the rear is caved in like it is. Very unfortunate. I think just a case of trying to drive a damaged car way too fast, and rather than just getting it back to the pits, you just cause additional trouble and damage for yourself.
Yeah, he's run up the back, actually, of Connor Franson at Ariti Esports, who are the leaders. So he's just gone in a little bit deep. And so the front has basically decided then after that moment that it wants to fall off. In fact, they'd even lost that damage before. So I think that they'd navigated through the pits trying to get some repairs sorted to get themselves back out there. But at the moment, it's safe to say that the front is made of cardboard or cardboard derivative, John, because the front fell off.
Yeah, for sure. It's got the active aerodynamics in that it's ripped it off and they can't get it back. So most definitely that won't be helping. The only thing that it might be helping cool is the brakes, and even then it might be marginal. So for sure it will disrupt the airflow over the entire car. It will make it feel like a bus, especially if they haven't damaged that rear wing too much there. Obviously, safety car, they should pit for repairs. It will probably be a lengthy repair, though, because that damage to the suspension will not be an easy fix. So, unfortunate for them, but what can you do? And that is racing. At the end of the day, you don't want to lose time. It's your job as a driver to lose the least amount of time possible if there is a problem, and sometimes you misjudge it. It happens, but that's what we love to see, drivers pushing the limit, and it wouldn't be racing if it wasn't that way inclined.
Yep, this is the spin back up onto circuit.
Oh, no,
spins it up, and that's a very scary rejoin through the smoke. No brakes on it. That could have very easily have caused a major incident out there. So I'm not surprised that they're going to be maybe a little bit unhappy about it. I do want to note right now that there is some damage for Team Endurotech at this moment in time, as all cars are lined up behind the SIMGEAR safety car, which is running around at this moment. Look at the front splitter there, John. It's pointed up on the front right, and it is looking very much like not the frowny face emoji, but the I'm not too happy emoji.
Yeah, it's squinting, basically. The front is the best way I could describe it, in that I don't think that has been a contact with the wall. I think that might be a contact with another car. In any case, they are going very, very slow, which might indicate that they're having some problems with drive as well. I don't see them going to the pits, though, which is a little bit weird. Okay, so let's see what's happened here. This is a replay. And on the pit straight, don't think anything's happened here, but you can see the front end is okay as far as I can see from this point. What has happened into turn 1 then? It must be something happening. No, the damage has already happened there as far as I can see. So it must have been before that, but what has happened, I have no idea at the moment.
I wonder whether that 130's got some technical issue or something like that, where Helder Fernandes is maybe dealing with a pedal issue or something of that ilk at this moment, because they're struggling to keep the pace up, or they are just on an absolutely uber aggressive fuel save, or trying to lose the lap maybe potentially at this moment. So they're not necessarily closing the gap. Race control will be very keen on it right now, as into the pits then will come Vladimir Mavrodiev, the likes of Georgi Atanasov, and a lot of the GT3 AMs actually making the call now that under these conditions, it's the right time to come in for a first pit stop.
Yep, for sure. It's one of those things that if you can be behind safety car now for about another 5 minutes, you can negate that additional pit stop that you'd have to make at the end of the race. So it is quite sensible. And for anybody that's at the end of the GTP lineup, for example, you've basically got another free pit stop just to top up with fuel, give yourself a few additional possibilities in terms of strategy to try and figure things out. So it's again that Porsche goes through with the damage, they're electing to not pit at the moment, just trying to gain the time back. But yes, a lot of things going on. Will we see another incident here? I think that's the Sorrento car, FVR behind as well. So this was, I think, earlier in the race, just with the judging by the wet line there. So it was still quite wet. And you can see how conditions have changed, haven't you? That dry line has opened up completely now on the track. And that was the Sorrento spinning an FVR into the, side of them, let's say.
Yep, so Raul Antagnon taking a little bit of liberty and finding out just how difficult a little bit of contact can be out there, as we focus then on the safety car at the moment, which is currently being piloted by a very experienced sim racer in Julian Janowski. And Yuli has been racing a lot with SimGear. You see him out there in the SimGear GT Masters here with us on SimGear. And on top of that, he has been racing in the touring car style series for a very long time. He was part of the inaugural group, I think, in iRacing of the fast sim racers out there from Bulgaria. When you're talking about drivers, he was there along with the likes of Stelian Chepelevsky and Alexander Smolensky. So I would look around at someone like Julian Janowski. He knows almost everything there is when it comes to the sim racing sphere.
Perfect driver to have as the safety car, and you definitely need a little bit of experience, or a lot of experience in his case, just to know exactly what to do, exactly what the drivers are anticipating or expecting. And so we're in safe hands. That's lovely to hear. And also shout out to legends of the early sim racing days. I mean, some people have been here for decades, quite literally. So you got to respect them, and I'm sure it's still fast as ever, as I think we may be getting close to a restart at some point. As I'm just looking here, the Team Endurotech car is still carrying on around, and just from looking at them at the moment, it's bizarre. At some points they can go full speed, and then at other points they are crawling round the lap, as if, I would say, Jake, you're right, they have some sort of pedal issue. They're into the pits right now to try and fix that damage, or fix the technical issue, or both.
Yep, so for Helder Fernandes, this is a case of down into pit lane for Team Endurotech, not what they'll be hoping for. Now, if there is a problem, they need to change the driver. They've got Andrei Matejek that they could go to, the Czech driver who is there. So Andrei might be the one that you've got to get to. So Matejek could be the all-important switch that we see at this first pit stop up on the jacks. And Julian Janowski will soon look to be joining through as they go. This field, though, this will run on an IMSA-style caution. So what that means here in sim racing is the field will make sure that they're all together, but they will all map themselves close to each other by their class. So if they're on the lead lap, like all of the cars are in the in the GTPs and in the LMP2 category, then their job is simple. They've just got to make sure that they find themselves to the line with their respective category. So we're still going to stay under yellow flag conditions until the fields get cycled back and all the categories are with all the other categories, so that they can go out there and attack. As it currently looks, I put Sorrento Motorsports last time they crossed the line, the GT3 at the 255, as leaders of the category. So in that sort of sense, this has really thrown up an interesting scenario of where this race is. Helder Fernandes has got back out and away for Team Endurotech and is the one behind the wheels, so obviously has taken service and has been able to go again. And I wonder whether the way that he's weaving those tyres, that he will have the ability to go out there and show what he's capable of. In terms of a straight line. So I look at Helder Fernandes. It's looking a lot better, a lot more powerful. Obviously, something had gone, maybe something's got between him and the load pedal. And so I would look around at this moment and say, at least at this moment in time, that this is going to be a very interesting phase of the race for Endurotech. And I'm sure the stewards were being kept briefed in close command as to what was happening with them. 53 minutes into the 4 hours here at Road America here in this second round of the SimGear Endurance Series. This a championship that will be running all the way into May, as this second round right now will not see more racing until we get to Spa's 120 laps over on the 4th of April. There will also be a race on the 25th for the Daytona 200, and then finishing off the championship outright will be the Le Mans 100 to get things sorted. John, I would say very simply out there at this moment in time, interesting what we saw right now, as we're going to get the lapping process to come on through then for these drivers, who will be allowed a wave around if they are not on the same category as what they need to be to their leaders. But critically there, we saw the pit stop that came through from Team Endurotech, and it looks like any problem they have had, they have fixed.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. And indeed, with the drivers getting the wave around, that also means that we are about to get going with some green flag racing as well. I mean, it's always frustrating, isn't it? When you have a technical issue, you don't want it during the races, and it can be very frustrating. We'll have to wait and see if they can get back on form. It's all about recovering mentally from it and just accepting, okay, we've lost position, but it's time to go again and go racing.
Absolutely, and so we will be seeing a lot of that as far as this race will go. And Alexander Witsel, you can still see, is having to use the windscreen wipers here. They have to hold to one side of the track, which is a disaster right now at this phase of the race, because not only are they not going at full speed so the tyres go cold, they're also being forced to run in the water, which makes the tyres go cold.
Yeah, if this was a wet weather tyre, it wouldn't be a problem, because obviously it'll warm back up, and the wet weather tyres are actually really good at generating tyre temperature. The problem is with the dry tyre is they're a significantly harder compound, so if you run them over a puddle or a bit of grass just trying to stay out of the way, it can be maybe 5 or 6 corners before you get that temperature back in, if not a full lap sometimes, depending on the layout. See, this track, for example, puts a lot of load on that left side of the car. So if you need to take a right-hander, for example, turn 5, turn 6, turn 8, it really throws you off balance, and it means that the car is unpredictable. And for a restart, that's exactly what you want. You're right, you want an unpredictable car so you can nail that braking into the gravel trap at turn 1. I'm not wishing that on anybody, but I've seen it happen so many times, including to myself. It's such a thing to get wrong, and if you're not thinking about it, sometimes you can just get into that habit of going, as you can see, the German sim racing shop just splashing through the puddle there. But they will be doing another lap, so it's okay for the moment. I mean, you just got to be reactive.
Well, hang on a minute. If I've got this correct right now, where I think I have, I think the LMP2s have been given the wave around, and they're going to be a lap ahead of the GTPs.
Well, LMP2 leads the race. Wonderful stuff. We love unpredictability in the comms box. I mean, at the end of the day, the GTPs will just catch them and overtake them quite easily. They were already a lap ahead before the safety car came out. So, yeah, it's one of those things, you know, sometimes in race control, you hit a button, and at the end of the day, once you've hit that button, there's not much you can do about it. But in the grand scheme of things, they're all running their own race, and in terms of points, it won't make a difference. It's the cars relative to your own category that matter, not the overall result.
That is true, but it's also the case out there that if they're now going to be a lap ahead of some of their rivals, then they shouldn't have also got the wave around to get back in position. They should have held their place and fallen back down the order by comparison. So I think that race control has actually missed that, and that will need to be rectified in some way, shape or form to those likes of Mono Competition and German Sim Racing Shop, who will realise now that they are behind the 8 ball, and they will have to pull that full lap back, because there is also the honour in a race like this right now, John, where it's not just the fact that you've got these drivers going out there for victory. If you're in that top class, you are expected to get overall victory as well.
Yeah, for sure. I didn't understand it in that way, so you're quite right. If all of the LMP2s have been given the wave rounds, then it sort of negates the safety car period. For sure, in the GTPs, you'll be cursing that, you know, you've got to get a lap back on the slower category, although they're not that much slower. But, yeah, you want to be competing for that outright victory. It puts your name at the top of the list at the end of the day, and to a lot of drivers, that's what counts. And I think sometimes as well, it's just a matter of pride. Being in the top category, being at the top, you need to not be finishing behind a different car class, that's for sure. It's happened a lot of times, though, especially in real endurance races, just through incidents and all of that. But at this stage of the race, definitely not optimal. But good news is we still have 3 hours to figure it all out.
Very much so. So that will be something that Race Control will be keeping an eye out on here, and will be hopefully going forward. Now, another thing that it will be dragging up for these drivers, and it will be a little bit annoying for them, they won't actually be clearing the standing water as much as they can. Now, we do have an incident under review here, and that is the incident revolving Team Endurotech out there, who are looking around, and they might have been done for exiting a closed pit, which I think the penalty for that is traditionally an end of line.
It goes from bad to worse, doesn't it, for Team Endurotech? It's just not been their start of the race. I mean, you know, they're probably focusing on their issues, and when you're doing that, you don't have the, I wouldn't say they don't have the mental capacity, maybe that's wrong, but they are not paying attention to the other subtle things that they should be paying attention to. So it's very easy to miss that the pit exit is closed and that you have to wait. And yeah, it's happened in so many series. In fact, I think it's happened in pretty much every single endurance race that I've watched, that at least one car has not spotted the red light at the end of the pit lane. And it's an easy thing to miss when you're, for example, checking your throttle pedal.
Just getting word from Race Control, it sounds like we're going to be in a very delayed safety car period right now because of the fact that they've gone through. Everybody is going to get a free wave around.
Well, the good news is they can warm up the tyres. That's the great news for the GTPs, although it could cause some confusion as well. So the safety car is going to have a great job of darting out of the way of everybody. As you can see, the closing speed, even the speed of the GTPs, is quite frightening. But yeah. You have to rectify the situation. Good stuff from Race Control, very reactive to it, so you know, can't criticize right there. And you will see the LMP2s just check up at the moment. It does mean that the GT3s don't get that lap back, but that's academic. They won't be in the same horizon of pace. So yeah, the GTPs will be well on their lap and absolutely racing to get those temperatures up to standards, let's say, and hopefully none of them will go off.
Yeah, got a lovely bit of chat going on about those wet tyres that we were talking about. Like to mention that the speckled part on the Michelin is almost entirely cosmetic. Michelin confirmed it a while back. It helps a tiny bit with warming them up, but after a few laps, the pattern or the tread is gone on the pattern. So effectively what you're left with is what you find underneath. So obviously they'll be looking for that benefit when the tyre is in and wet to begin with. So then it basically breaks in, and then after the tire's broken in and it's worn in, you've got then the main tread that you find of the tire, and effectively it works the same as a normal tire. It might just be a pattern that's there, well, some would say cosmetic, maybe even give a little bit of an advantage in the opening couple of laps when the tire is traditionally quite cold.
Yeah, I was just doing a bit of reading about that actually about 5 minutes ago, and yes, I agree. It is looking like it's just a cosmetic thing. From what I've read as well, some reports saying that for the new spec of tyres, that they are making it a pattern that basically warms up the tyre a little bit faster, effectively. So that exterior cosmetic compound on there acts as like a tyre warmer, effectively, for the compound, so that once you get down to that real tread, then it can really grip up instantaneously. So think of it as like a fire starter. If you're trying to make a fire, you've got that fire starter, it warms everything up nicely, and then you can get the regular flame going, etc., etc., and then you can get the good sort of consistent burn of the tire, if you can see, you know, the metaphor behind it. So ingenious technology, really, to be fair. But I'm also looking at the pattern of the tire underneath, and it is quite a developed pattern as well. So it's definitely a tire that will overheat in the dry conditions, and that's why we still saw drivers struggling.
Yeah, so that certainly proves a lot. I was actually going to go with the metaphor of the duvet that you have on the bed, that you get sort of like you get like a 9.5 tog, and then you get a 4.5 tog, which is like your summer duvet, and then you put them together and you add them up, and it's like a 14 tog, and suddenly it's a bit warmer. And then if it gets too warm, you suddenly discard it, and then oh, look at that, you've got still a 9.5 tog out there that works through. So I think that certainly is very similar in the way that they all work about it for this point. So at least right now, the field is going to line up as they need to, but EnduroTech and Gassed Up Motorsport here are in a little bit of a sticky situation because they're going to be a lap down, or at least Adriano Ruiz is, and they're not going to get a wave round to get back to the same class in terms of the same lap. They only have to be at the same class with each other. So I think that's the critical fact that is put together at the moment with where the LMP2s have found themselves. So I think that's really important to note, that teams like EnduroTech and Gassed Up Motorsport, effectively, you split the category down the middle now. It's a battle of two and a battle of two.
There are the GTPs rejoining the pack there on the left-hand side, at least according to the way they're driving. And they will rejoin behind the safety car, and I think everybody will be happy to get going under green flag racing. Although the GTPs will now dart off into the distance because they've got warm tyres, I should say, compared to everybody else. So this will be interesting to see the race restart, yet to have confirmation whether we are going green this lap or next lap. But as you can see, everybody
most likely
is
next.
ready.
I'd expect it to be next lap rather than this lap, because they've only just got the field back together again. I think it would be a little bit too hasty with the field, just trying to understand where their positions are out there in this race, to just chuck them into a green flag situation and go, yeah, you guys all figure it out. So I reckon there'll be at least one more lap around this Elkhart Lake circuit before we go back to green flag running here from this Road America circuit. And this is a Road America circuit that, believe it or not, John, the layout that they run right now is exactly the same layout that they ran in the inception of this circuit back in the 1950s. And for racing circuits around the world, there aren't many circuits that can say that they remain unchanged. I think the only addition that they've added to this circuit is the bike chicane, which is just after the carousel before the kinks. So that's the only update they've made to this circuit. And I think there's only one other circuit with one update that regularly sees racing appeal, and that's Mount Panorama, Bathurst.
Yeah, they can't really do much modifications to Mount Panorama. I think they modified the last chicane of the chase in the 90s of Mount Panorama, but I may be incorrect about that.
You are correct.
This see, random knowledge in the mind of a commentator is sometimes it has good effect, as they say. I mean, this is a kind of a track that has a interesting history about it, isn't it? Because the racing around this area didn't really start at this circuit at all. It was around Elkhart Lake, where it was basically just a street circuit with people spectating on the sides of the road. They found some common sense in the 1950s saying that might be a tad dangerous, and so they moved to this track. And I think it's safe to say they found perfection right from the get-go.
They absolutely did, and this is a wonderful circuit out there, and it features nationally and to an extent internationally as well. It's hosted the likes of IMSA, USAC, Skip Barbers have been here. This is just a know-it-all, do-it-all. IndyCar, I think, has been here as well. It's just a great circuit that often is one as well in the sim racing circles, that when you look at iRacing, it's one of the 5 circuits that you put down. You'd put Monza in that mix. You'd put Road Atlanta in the mix of circuits that every sim racer knows and would like on every calendar they do ever.
Yeah. I mean, what is there not to love? You've got a little bit of everything, haven't you? You've got the downhill braking, you've got the carousel for the long flowing corners. It's one of those tracks that I'd say really caters to a lot of different race cars, because whether it's IndyCar, whether it's GTP, GT3, Skip Barber, I mean, you could go through the list, to be fair. There's always a place to make overtakes, and there's a lot of tracks, say, for example, Spa or Monza, which really suit one category of cars, whereas this one, you feel like you could get some good racing across the board, and I think that creates an appeal of, because it's got many capabilities, you drive there often, and so as a driver you get confident at the track, and a track which you're confident at is a track you enjoy, so you race there even more often.
Exactly. And so you get more understanding of the conditions, and you go, okay, well, the more that we know this track, the more we love driving this track, the better the racing gets, because the more we understand how we get to racing around a circuit like this. Sorrento Motorsports in charge of the GT3 division, Team Racing Point then in second, and Enosis Esports currently in third, but they're mixed up in terms of their pit stop cycle out there at this moment in time. We've got a couple of cars that are a couple of laps down. One of them is Intercomp VMD Simsport, who are down at the back at now 4 laps adrift. So that has certainly put a little bit of trouble into play for them. So I'm sure that for them, they were hoping that they were going to be in on a good run over the course of this race. They made an early driver change. They were forced into it, I would feel, but they are now looking at their position right now in this race, and they are understanding the fact that they will have to be going green then at the next available opportunity. So they've got to go out, they've got to go and make this work in terms of where they're looking at. And Sheldon Muscat basically having a horrible lap 2, having to take some mandatory repairs. A 6 1/4 minute lap 2 is why they are down. But at the moment, it is mono competition and Dylan Bittman who have control of the field, and it will in fact be one more lap around the pace car. I think they've just given the call of one more to go before they go through, because they are now cycling through the GT field back together again.
Yeah, so I think this was expected, just to make sure that there's no quabbling on race results. Every other car's basically been handed a lap, so you have to make the results.
Di Battista's in the gravel. Sorry, that is Intercomp VMD Simsport, who have overcooked it then under those conditions, just trying to get up to speed. And when you've run calm for so long, this is what happens. You drive it in anger, maybe just caught a puddle, but they were losing it anyway, and they go skittering off into the gravel. So De Battista will be a little bit, I wasn't quite expecting to make that sort of mistake.
Yeah, so I think what's happened here really is just something to do with the tires. So when you've got a very warm compound, they've been sitting behind the safety car for, 5-6 laps at this point, and the problem is that the compound is quite soft when it is warm, and so is the sidewall, right? It's got a good flex to it, but if it gets very cold, that soft sidewall becomes rigid, and basically when you turn into the turn, instead of getting a neat rollover onto the side of the tire wall to get that grip, instead you get like either no grip at all, or like a ebbing and flowing effect, like a fluttering effect on the tire wall, where it just goes in and out of grip. And the problem is there, if you turn in and you go trail braking, you instantly swap ends like we just saw, because there's not that consistent grip, and at some point you will go over that threshold and then rotate the car. But they did well to save it, to be fair.
They did, and so they've been able to keep themselves out of too much trouble, is the best way to describe it. And they will now be able to sit down and say, look, we can get ourselves back in. Robban Skelton hasn't been given the wave around. He's been told, look, you need to fall into line. So R&R Motorsport, the GT AM car, is then going to be back in the group as they stand with the likes then of Josh Gilboy and co, and Maxim Dimitrov then will be given the license to go on by for off-track M&M. This is to get all of the GT3 somewhat back together again on the leading lap, so that cycles through without too much trouble. Now, is there a secondary moment here? Oh, my goodness. 3-8-3 there, having a... Yeah, that's huge. Sorry, 363. That is Georgi Atanasov there for vertical grip, finding that the vertical grip they needed was actually horizontal grip.
Yeah, I was about to make that joke as well, but sadly you beat me to it, Jake. Yeah, unfortunate for them. Not going to laugh at that one too much, because it's unfortunate you're just searching for... Oh, no, it's Fortuna going round as well, and that won't help the front end either. And that's at the same time, tandem drifting, not what they want, but obviously very low grip out there. Maybe still some forms of a puddle, I'm guessing. You're quite right.
Yeah, so that is as dramatic as it, and actually, it's going to get more dramatic here because Mono Competition have just dropped with an internet connection.
Oh my days, that's never something you want to have happen, and that will probably mean they lose at least the lap if they can get back in. So it's one of those things, at the end of the day, you're racing over the
No,
internet.
they've got away with it here. So Marcel Railpack was in the car, and basically what will happen is I think they will gain their position back if they are lucky, because they're able to take the tow essentially back. So they'll take tow time here, and then Railpack will be in the car. They'll get service, and then they'll be allowed to go.
Oh, if that happens, that is very fortunate for them, for sure. It couldn't have happened with better timing, I suppose. You have to take the silver lining from it. But for sure, easy 1-2 at the moment for them. They haven't really been challenged in this race, so they were expecting or hoping that it would stay the same. We'll have to wait and see. They're still showing us in the pits for me, so we'll have to wait and see where they slot back into. But yeah, it's one of those things. The internet happens, and you've just got to deal with it, I suppose.
You absolutely do. And so for Marcel Railpack, their mono competition would have had an absolute, I would say, a heart would have skipped a beat or two. They're trying to go through. Railpack now is going to roll off, and I would look around at them and say, where are they by comparison? They're currently out in front, and they will have to be pulled back here by race control because they've effectively jumped the safety car.
Yeah, I was just thinking that as he was out there. Although it's showing him on lap 28. Yeah, this is not making sense on the timing screen at the moment, because they're still showing lap 28, whereas everyone else is showing lap 29. So I think race control's going to have to figure this one out a little bit, as shenanigans have happened. But, you know, that's the nature of sim racing. You've got to deal with it. As a driver right now, I'd be thinking I need to keep my tires up to temperature and just keep myself in the zone. That's the danger of a sim racing restart, or any restart really, is you get complacent behind the safety car, and then when it's time to go racing, you can find you've lost all of that pace, and that's what they're fighting against right now.
Yeah, I think that's where they're looking at. Car 11 here is going to desperately need to slow down. I've got them down as on lap 29 at the moment. So just like everybody else, I think they have managed to be able to get out there. But critically, this is going to cause, again, another hold-up, I think. And this might be a record. I don't think I've seen a safety car in a sim race this long before. But there is Rui, Leslie Brazil, Gassed Up Motorsport there, the number 30, just getting it scary on the final section. And right now, what I'm going to say is, I don't often get to see what happens in races like these. This is what you'd see in the real world. You get an issue here, an issue here, an issue there, and all these delays add up, and all the drivers want to do is race. But those who are near the front, they won't mind, because you're just ticking the clock over, basically.
Either they're having a sandwich or something like a mid-race snack or a drink. But also, I'd take the opportunity, if I was in a team, to discuss strategy. Okay, things have changed. There's a safety car now. It's staying out longer than expected. So what does that change? I'd be asking anybody if I've got anybody in strategy, or indeed just a second driver that's waiting to get into the car. I'd ask them, right, what do I need to do? Is there anything that we need to look at? Because there might be an advantage to be gained here, or we might lose out big time if we get it wrong. So I think, is that some damage there on the rear wing of the Porsche? No, I just think it was the reflection, although I'm not quite sure. But anyway, they'll sort it out for that number 30 Gassed Up Motorsports. I don't think they hit the wall anywhere, but must just be an optical illusion, as they say. But that's the problem in sim racing, is that you've got to stay prepared, and now all of those plans have been thrown out of the window with this safety car.
Yeah, they are trying to just deal at the moment with what's going on in the GT3 field. It is a thankless task being in race control. They've got so much that they're trying to deal with here, trying to get the cars in the right order and trying to deal with every single part of it as the field looks to line back up with itself. But one thing that they haven't really accounted for here is that mono competition are effectively now a lap ahead of the rest of the field by virtue of the fact that they got out of the pit ahead of the safety car here, and they race control need to get a hold of that and make sure that the entire field sets themselves up, or that Marcel Ropac basically just has to sit back somewhere and wait for a lap for the entire field to go forward. So it is a very awkward position right now where this race sits itself out. And I would look around at this and say we're probably not going to get going for another 5-6 minutes at the bare minimum out there, as they're currently running at 88 kilometers an hour, really extending this opening stint. I believe once upon a time I did a race experiment out there with a BMW out there, the M4, the M4 GT3, and we were able, John, at the time, to fill the car up with half a tank of fuel, and we were able to get that car on absolute fuel save, like a minute a lap slower, to do 4 hours on a tank.
That's taking endurance racing to another level, isn't it? Not even, it's almost like a regularity race at that point. You know, you're coasting through the corners, coasting on the straights effectively. It's one of the things that you need to sort of get used to as a driver to be quick in these endurance races, is saving fuel. Maybe not to the extent that you did it to make it 4 hours. I don't think that's the fastest way to do it, but I can imagine every single lap you're going around the lap thinking, will it conk out this lap? When am I going to run out of fuel? Because sometimes the calculations can be erroneous. And also, a question that I have to ask is, well, how did the tires feel after 4 hours of racing?
Well, seeing as you're not really putting that much effort into them, they were just as fine. So if you're not putting as much power into them, all you got to do is manage the mechanical grip. So it was very much there. Essentially, we turned around, we looked at the experiment that we did, and we said the question, John, effectively, a 24-hour race is a 5-stop if you try hard enough.
Yes, of course. Whether you'll finish in last place or not is irrelevant to this question, that's for sure. But I can imagine the chaos if somebody actually tried that, being basically a mobile chicane, only stopping 5 times. And so we've got under review then, that is for the Car 11 mono competition. So they're going to try and figure that out and see what they can do about that. Probably it will result in mono having to be held and basically forfeit the lap once again. We'll have to wait and see. I guess I don't have the experience too much of endurance racing, mainly because probably one team is never silly enough to recruit me for endurance racing. I can do all of about 10 laps before I get overconfident and end it in a wall somewhere, or a gravel trap, my biggest speciality from rally right there. But it's the same in rally, really. The real issue in rally, for example, is the tire condition. You just go through the compound, and so being able to lift and coast actually very useful across all of the rally domains, or racing domains, I should say, in terms of just saving the car. So experiments actually can lead you to discover something that's very useful.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that are very useful in racing. Right now, of course, it's a Safari Rally, I believe it is, at the moment. So it's a case of trying to avoid the oncoming elephants in the middle of the track rather than a stray dog or a stray sheep or something of that ilk, surely.
Yes, I was watching a little bit before I did the broadcast. While I was doing notes, actually, for the broadcast. You had giraffes, you had rhinoceros, you had elephants, I think, at one point in the shot. But you also had mud. Copious amounts of mud, which is relevant to the start of this race, where it was absolutely pelting it down with rain, to the point where 3 cars got stuck, I think, and one of them lost their suspension completely. So for sure, it's a little bit more attritional, let's say, than even an endurance race. So yeah, if you ever want to ground yourself as a driver and develop those skills, it can be useful to get involved in other forms of motorsport as well.
So, as it stands right now, Race Control are eyeing up what's happened with mono competition tssimshop.de. So for them, they are finding themselves maybe a little bit out of kilter, as we're under this safety car now to try and find the opportunity to fix this. Effectively, we have been under caution in this race for about half an hour at this moment in time, trying to sort out all of the issues that can get us back to green flag running. And if they continue on at this rate much longer, the GTs, those that hadn't come in and made a pit stop, are going to need pit lane to open because they're going to be running on fumes.
For sure, yeah, and it's one of those things, as I said, I think while they were considering, or while we were on the crossover period of the tyres, is that you never know what's going to happen. Is it the right strategy? Who knows? At the end of the day, it's a long race. You can't just plan 2 hours in front because something will happen, say a safety car that stays out for a long period of time. You just can't plan, and so sometimes your best planning just doesn't work out. And I think for the GT3s, having that extra bit of well, capacity, maybe not capacity, but being able to go 15 minutes longer on the fuel means that you open yourself up to making a mistake, possibly even more than in the GTPs, I think, Jake.
I think you do, and Absolute Motorsport Acelith have actually put in a second protest on this to desperately try and get the attention of race control on the issue that they have. So it looks like there is a desperate attempt to try and make sure that race control are aware of the situation at hand. There is a reason why we are still running. In fact, we have just got the word that safety car is in this lap. So it looks like that they're not going to keep an eye on what has gone on here. And so it might be a case that they might have to halt that potentially for what is going on as car number 11 is currently a lap ahead of the rest of the GTP category.
Well, one thing I can tell you is that the team managers are earning their money today, or earning their reputation at least, in that, you know, they will be busy, you know, talking to race control. Obviously, race control, a limited amount of people, they won't have eyes everywhere. And so that's why you have the system of lodging, not necessarily a protest, but just bringing stuff to their attention, saying, hey, this is maybe a little bit irregular.
Yeah, they've just realised.
Yeah, there you go.
So race control have just made note of it. We will not be going green this lap because of the fact that the number 11 is a lap ahead of the rest of the field. They picked it up, and Absolute Motorsport Acelith were absolutely on it, saying it's not fair. They picked it up from their disconnect. They got the second driver in the car. Effectively, Tow Truck Tim, or whatever the tow truck driver's name is, basically must have a lightning fast hitch up, drive that car back to the pits, and they immediately got Marcel Ropac in the car.
It's the Fast and Furious tow truck with like that 20-speed gearbox or whatever they have during the film.
John, it's Mater.
It's Mater, yes. Driving backwards, of course. Can you imagine that? We need that in a sim rig. We need someone driving the tow truck around, and we're having a little bit of a replay here, I think, just of the tire warming process. And I must say, I just want to pay tribute to everybody designing the liveries for these cars. Sometimes it is just so beautiful to look at the details, the complexity that goes into making a beautiful race car. And we've got some perfect ones on displays. I think FER Campeonato just maybe just getting a little bit angsty. That's not FER Campeonato. That's one of the next negative Delta cars. My apologies. But yeah, just having a little bit of a stop there. I'm not exactly sure why. Maybe you've got some more info, Jake.
Yeah, so what they would have done is that they would have separated the categories out to make sure that they have this staggered start again as they get themselves ready for racing. So as they look to set themselves up, there goes the 130. They will go by and get a wave around here to be back onto the leading lap. They will then be turning around and seeing that the negative delta by simgear.it is going to be getting a wave around then to go out then onto the same lap too. So as it now stands, Manatee Black and Ariti are the front two, with negative delta by Madness now into third position in the category as they sit. So I would look around at this and say that this is still a strong position out there for many who are trying to get themselves in with the race. And now they will know that there'll be an hour and a half, and they'll only have 2.5 hours left of running in this race. So they'll almost already be at the halfway stage, and the safety car has now pulled away. So in fact, I think we are going to be going green at this moment, and we will, with the number 11 mono competition team car a lap ahead of the rest of the field. So this is going to be a bit of a confusing start. Aidan Wilkinson will take it out there, and for Marcel Ropac, they've managed to get themselves the lap here, and they will be smiling from ear to ear. Green flag and back underway. Carl Griffiths here is getting the jump on Alexander Witsel and is trying to dive in through at turn number 1. He's going to get the run. But look at that from the German sim racing shop Ferrari 499. Just able to plant the car down, cover off the move here into turn 3.
I think that was just a case of mashing the throttle pedal. What a brilliant defense. It looked like Sorrento had that one sealed, but no. And it even looks like German Sim Racing Shop is challenging for the lead here. Mono might not be able to get away with this one. To the inside they go, or to the outside, I should say, actually, for this corner. Surely not round the outside. There's too much gravel there. Just forced onto the curb, a little bit into the gravel. Sorrento will be looking to profit from this one as the GT3s get underway as well. So much action right now coming out on track.
Yeah, and now they've got the GT3 starting to go, and it's a case of everyone is fending off from everybody else then. Off of the start of this one, GT3 AM currently with vertical grip in control. Manatee with the control of GT3 Pro as they work on through, and critically the one car they had of gap, which was Aaron De Baptista's Intercom VMD car, has now been cleared. So that's critical in what they were looking for here as they now look to set up on this restart here, nearing an hour and a half's worth of running. I note that Mono Competition have just gone off the road at the kink, and there's been a change now for the second place in that category here. So Alexander Witsel will now move himself through into net second, and he's getting some digs out there, but Calver's the issue. We just go back to it, and you're looking at how aggressive everyone is.
Yeah, there was a GT3 off in the background there, I swear. Not exactly sure who it was. A little bit too far out to
Vertical grip.
Vertical grip, I thought it was. I wasn't quite sure, but they had a little bit of a moment in the first turn, and then they had another moment, and it looks like they're around in the wall.
Ooh.
But as you can see, the fighting up front is absolutely intense.
It is, and it will continue on. This is in the LMP2 category right now. Delara P270s, Georgi Atanasov, by the way, he actually grabbed a puddle on the back stretch. That's why it's gone wrong. This is Perabit versus Project 91, and it's now Project 91 and Cameron Dick who leads this field over Lucas Sturck.
Wow, it's incredible how things change around really rapidly. You've just got to keep your head in the game at the moment. We're seeing quite a few drivers making mistakes right at the start, and so especially in the LMP2s, you've just got to keep it on the track. But for Project 91 Academy, they are being hounded, as you saw, by Perabit, and so I think this will be a battle that continues. Meanwhile, yes, it looks like German Sim Racing Shop has continued to hold the lead of the race, although look at that, Sorrento were really, really close. And for Mono, at least the Pro-Am car, they've dropped all the way down to P5, as you can see. Now, they're still in the running, they don't appear to have damage, and they are still in the pack. Only 1 second, as you can see, they're right in front of us here. We're on board with the Absolute Motorsport Ace Lift car by Davide Occhetto in the car. And as you can see, still a little bit of dampness on the track as people run over the puddles. So it's the grip is anything but certain at the moment.
Yeah, so cold tyres, uncertain grip, and of course, it's starting to cool the tyres if they're not being careful enough. So they're just managing themselves at the moment, and now they'll have a bit of traffic to deal with at the front as Witsel will now try and go by Christian Novev in this group in front there. You can just see it there in shot with this wonderful view, which is almost buried right now here, John, into the headrest. As now we'll take a look over to now this drive up the hill, and where are you going to find the angle? We've got a car in the pits right now that is vertical grip. They have just made it to pit lane, and now here comes the charge into turn 1.
Yeah, not close enough. In fact, locking up a little bit and going a bit wide. They'll both be into the gravel trap there a little bit. Look at all of that gravel getting picked up. I think it's just the case of you have to try and find a way. I tell you what, that's Sorrento that's got past German Sim Racing Shop for the, we'll say, net lead while they figure out what's going on with Mono Competition car. So this is at the front of the pack in any case. German Sim Racing Shop not getting the best of restarts. And I tell you what, there's some damage on the front of that Sorrento Motorsports Porsche right there. So that may hinder them in the future. We'll have to wait and see whether that was any contact or anything, but I don't remember that being there. Carl Griffiths obviously not having any problems at the moment. They're just driving away. The gap 0.5 of a second already. So it's all sorting itself out. Just want to go back to that camera on board. I think that's one of the most dynamic camera shots I've seen in the world of sim racing. I absolutely love being able to see the sim wheel, also the car, and indeed who you're battling in front. Absolutely dynamic.
Yeah, it's wonderful to see out there at this moment in time, and Carl Griffiths actually did that on the lap of the restart, ran up the back of Alexander Witsel, going into the right-hander at Canada corner, tried to get a better run off the exit, grabbed his rear, and so that's why there is damage on the front. I think it's not entirely superficial, but Carl Griffiths now will be looking to try and run away at this moment in time as we take a look at the on-board. Ariti, by the way, are in the lead now in GT3 Pro, so they've made the move on Manatee Racing Black. They've got the clearance, and it's currently negative delta by Madness, who find themselves third at this moment in time. All cars are still running at this moment in time, so that's good news then for those who are trying to jump on up through the order, gain time, gain the places that they need to. On the brakes, there's Mark Calver for the moment, and he's navigating his part of the race absolutely flawlessly at this moment in time. So he's doing well, and here is another story out there as they continue on up the hill, then in through the Corvette corner. It's Team Racing Point here with Sorrento Motorsport GT3. Taylor's old as time, Song as old as rhyme. Two teams that can't leave each other alone.
I was about to say, yeah, they just seem to have be having a ding-dong battle, as they say, and they just are magnetically attracted. As we can see also, just want to point out, you saw the Team Endurotech LMP2 there as well, just in the background. So only 40 seconds, well, 50 seconds off of the race lead there. So it's definitely a gap that you can gain back. This is a mega exit by Team Racing Point. If they get this right, there you go. The LMP2 goes right past the wall. Good spot there by Sorrento GT3 to leave the gap on the inside. I thought that was going to be an incredibly disastrous contact there. Just want to point out as well, I've been, Team Racing Point looking at it. Sorrento forced to go defensively, but they do make the apex. Want to point out as well, there is significant damage to the back of the German sim racing shop GTP, presumably with that Sorrento incident. So both cars running with damage, and I think that's why the German sim racing shop has dropped 2 seconds now.
Yeah, and you're thinking about where the damage is going to hurt the most on the GTP. You'll be surprised, actually, how much the rear of the car is very responsible for pace. If you've got all the issues down on the lower part of the car, you're going to find that trouble. Another little look from Gabriele Rossone. He's not going to get the pass that he wants done just yet, but he will know that he's not giving this one up, because this one here in terms of battle is going to be huge for them, because this is not for a huge position. This is the battle going on 3rd, 4th, 5th for 6th and 7th out there at the moment. So toss up in the air between them, but they know that Absolute Motorsport Acelith are now down the road with Andrea Dalla Valle. They've got to get a move on.
Yeah, it's been sort of a race of 2 sets of pace for the GT3s, isn't it? Whoa, that's a late break by the negative Delta car up the inside of Ace Racing, but can't make it stick. Sadly, it was a good overtake attempt, though, using the traffic to maybe get a move. Although, it seems like they might be a little bit too late on the brakes with that Mercedes. It's, Bozidar Andreev definitely using all of those brake pads, but sometimes I think losing a little bit of time on the exit, and there you can see that little, maybe 2 car lengths that they've dropped at the moment. I tell you what, Ace Racing putting in a good turn of pace as well, as they've got a little bit of that damage repaired. Oh, that's a mono competition off the track. There's Aidan Wilkinson in the gravel. Don't see any damage on it, but that's positions lost once again.
Yeah, so pushing a bit too hard, was diving down through on the R&R car, locked up a rear, and basically had to go and try and slide and hold on to it. So just pivoting through the gravel goes Aidan Wilkinson, and there's not really much more that you can say around it, except that was tough. You also had the Apex's Lava team also follow in the same vein.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's the case of I brake when I see the car in front of me brake, and they both went off at the same thing. I think it's very lucky that that Aiden broke as well mid-corner while the spin was happening, because locking the... Oh, they're still fishtailing on the exit of the last turn. This could be an opportunity for Apex's Lava. There's a lot of traffic, though. Just to finish the thought, locking that front tyre actually prevented them from spinning, so good catch. I'm not sure if it was intentional, but the recovery was good. They're still in the running at the moment, and that Apex's Lava car is very confident on the brakes, making the Apex. Going back to the damage on these GTPs, so crucial to not damage the rear of it, because you've got the rear wing, you've got the diffuser, you've got the end of the venturi tunnels, just making all of that downforce. If you damage it, you're in serious trouble. So I think probably German Sim Racing are definitely dealing with problems at the moment, that's for sure.
Just getting word that car 130, that's Team Endurotech with Helder Fernandes behind the wheel. They have got a drive-through penalty for exiting under a closed pit exit. So they will have to come down in from their third position, take the drive-through and continue on. Hatema then continuing on with this effort right now for Apex's Lava. We've seen Florentin Hatema in the SimGear GT Masters in the GT4 category with the likes of Dylan Stebler. They'll go either side then around Josh Gilroy, and that's going to give the angle straight down the inside. Perfect. Car off in front of them. Alexander Witzel, German Sim Racing shop then off the road, and I'm looking at it, and he's just dropped it then with the lack of rear downforce from the damage on the car.
Yeah, you were looking. I was looking at the times dropping multiple seconds per lap. It just wasn't working, and I think they've just tried to put pedal to the metal, and it's not sticking. They're probably going to have to pit to repair that damage, sadly. I think they might try and stay out, but we'll have to wait and see. Let's just see how it happened. So you can see that damage on the right-hand side, and it just gets loose. You just can't catch it. Maybe some alignment damage as well, and so did very, very well to keep it out of the barriers, using all of that runoff area just to keep the car going in a straight line. You do not want to hit the tire bundles. That will cause significant, if not race-ending damage. So rejoining the track safely as well. Well done, you must say. Also, Apex's Lava, I think, wiped out the Inesis Aston Martin GT3 car on the previous lap. So they've dropped a few positions. They were in the gravel trap, I think, down at turn 5. So not ideal. And this is Sorrento trying to get a move on Acerlith, I think.
Yeah, so this would be a position move then as Absolute Motorsport Acerlith side by side, and the traffic just about moves out the way. Connor Franson, leader in the category now. They'll outbrake here, will the GTs, but they've got away with one there. They've also got Marcel Ropak, who for the moment is still the race leader out there for mono competition, tssimshop.de. So there's that to deal with. What a lovely tree that is as we now move on through into the hurry down section right now. And Davide Aketo able to hold up. They've got the LMP2 of Adrian Ruiz to now try and jump by. They will get by the 119, but critically now it's all fights on for all positions. And Mark Calver suddenly has wrestled Manatee back into position. He spent last season at Mag Performance, but this season Mag Performance have decided they can't field a team anymore, and so he's gone to Manatee.
He's certainly making it work at the moment, proving his position there as Acerlith around the outside once again. Sorrento will have to defend this on the outside, which becomes the outside through Canada corner. So tricky there with all of the gravel, but they both fishtail out of it, and it looks like Acerlith have got the position at the moment. But I mean, it's a ding-dong battle, no matter which way you look at it. It is meaning that the other Sorrento car is just up the field at the moment, probably at the end of the pit straight at this point, as we've still got that battle, as we've got Arate Esports just getting hounded by Manatee, who has had slightly better pace on this race so far, and using the slipstream from the LMP2. Absolute cinema right now down the pit straight.
Side by side to turn 1, Mark Calver. Oh, they're almost touching wing mirrors into turn 1. Oh, and the cut. Look at the cutback coming for turn 3. Connor Franson tried it. Mark Calver leads in the Aston Martin, but again, can't quite find an angle to go and get it done. And the LMP2 is slower and boxed in. And boxed in is Connor Franson there with the LMP2 of Adrian Ruiz, who maybe is walking a little bit wounded out there at the moment. So lifts off and allows them both to go through. But critically here in this battle of GTs, it is Manatee that come out ahead and will have a very nice smile. FVR behind there, also battling for third. They're side by side. Vitanov lifting off of it there because Raul Antonion was not going to sit back and say, I'm letting you have that one straight back just because we're side by side.
Yeah, negative delta. The Mercedes car there just went a little bit wide into turn 5 into the gravel, which allowed FVR Campeonato through. Meanwhile, we've still got the battle of Acelith versus Sorrento. The LMP2 will box them in. This is not going to end well. Contact made. They somehow get away with it on the grass there for the Acelith car, but they've managed to keep it all pointing in the right direction. I think the LMP2 might need a change of underwear after that one, as I think also the Apex's lava car and anybody behind will be just sat there with popcorn saying, I want whatever this action is. I think that's actually one of the mono cars behind there, but they're having the best race view of this battle at the moment. They probably want to get involved, to be fair, but these GTP cars have come out fighting, haven't they?
Car 11 stop and hold for 120 seconds for gaining the lap on the rest of the field. That's a 2-minute hold plus lane time. They're going to fall out of the race lead and back, I would say, behind Apex's Lava, and they'll have to do all that time build up again.
Yeah, indeed. It's one of those things where I think you'll probably have a few people grumbling still about that penalty. It's very difficult to decide after a safety car period what exactly is a fair, I wouldn't call it retribution, but what is a fair rectification, perhaps, is the better word, of a penalty. I'm noticing that also the mono competition Pro-Am cars had a few problems. They're now a minute down on 5th place, so quite a few things. And the German sim racing shop is in the pits to repair that damage as predicted. So just a little bit too damaged to carry on. Whoa, Sorrento in the gravel once again. It's all kicking off. And I tell you what, Apex's Lava is getting dropped at this point.
They are, and so this group is now starting to just pull away with that pure pace that they are having, and it is very much the race on here for second and third at the moment here on circuit. So Sorrento suddenly are walking into a 1-2 position out there at this point in time with a number of different teams down in the pits. So Julian Zagelski is in for German Sim Racing Shop. They've been down in the pits for 2 laps now at this point. So really an awful day at the office for German Sim Racing Shop. Nothing they've done too badly wrong. That's wide. That is wide there coming along the main straight. So suddenly, look at this, a freebie off for Tyler Watson from Davide Keto.
Oh, I mean, that rejoin was something, but they've sorted it all out. It will be Mono getting through. That is the car that has that penalty. And I think Sorrento's actually just about to force them off track. What has happened, though? The Mono backed out of it. The 30 Porsche there just trying to get out of the way. But, I mean, they're all pushing the limit right now, and I think they might be overheating the tyres in certain points. And it's a review happening right now for that penalty, I think.
It is reviewed, so that has basically been said and set in stone that they've looked at it. And it has been reviewed as 100 seconds, not 120.
Ooh, that's going to be controversial. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, I'm just doing the maths, and I'm not very good at maths, so don't take my words at face value on this one. But that's going to bring them out quite close to the lead battle at the moment. So we'll have to wait and see how that one pans out. I'm sure there's a lot of chit-chat going on in the background. We only have access to half of the information. Meanwhile, in all of that, Arete Esports is back ahead of Manatee once again. I mean, they keep swapping positions every few seconds, as far as I can tell. But look at that, FVR Campeonato has drawn up to the battle of them. Yeah, I guess that works in terms of commentary. And this is going to become a 3-car battle. You can see, though, the negative delta has been dropped, though, 4.5 seconds. They're not quite in camera shot. So this is a 3-horse race at the moment for the lead.
Yeah, they're all fighting. It's Aston Martin versus Aston Martin versus Aston Martin out there, John, and all of them will know that. But if this continues all the way to the final hour, I think between the 3 of them, they'll have less nerves left in what they're dealing with right now than the nerves that are left in the hands of Lance Stroll and Fernando Alonso.
Hey, nice reference. I like that one. Well, hopefully the vibrations aren't as bad in the GT3 cars. I will say this is starting to remind me of the GT1 races where they had the DB9 ever so dominant, and it was just a case of which DB9 driver would get the better of everyone. And that is Manatee going to the inside into Canada corner. Can you believe it? What an overtake. That was confidence to a T. And I don't think that Arate Esports just have any response in terms of pace. All they can do is keep making it difficult for the Leeds GT3 driver at the moment. And I tell you what, FVR Campeonato, looking at their times, they are actually looking really racy at the moment. They might be able to challenge for this lead, even though they have 2 cars in front of them. It's easy to put them under pressure when you've got nobody behind.
Yes, so Baumert will be the driver who will jump in for FVR Campeonato. Luca Gramka, the Brazilian, will be taking over from Connor Franson, the Dutchman. And then when you look over at Mark Calver, then he will have the German for help of Keanu Buschmann, who will be there to also assist in the second half of the race, because they will reach that fair share requirement. And I'd argue here, because they're so off cycle with these pit stops that have been coming on through, that they'll be eyeing up when is the right time to make that call. Here comes the send down to the inside. What a big lunge that is from a mile back from Raul Antagnon, who goes and gets the place and will say, look, I'm second now. My chase is going to be with Manatee.
Daniel Ricciardo reincarnated anyone? I haven't seen a send like that since 2018. That was a desperate dive on the brakes, but he made it work. He made it look academic. Incredible stuff. What has happened here? Is any incident? No, this is R&R Motorsports at the moment in 3rd place. Well, looking to challenge Ace Racing actually down into, I think this is turn 5. So definitely some battles happening in GT3 AM at the moment. I tell you what, there's action all across this motor racing track, isn't there? And these two seem to be pulling away as well. They're just 2.8 seconds off of negative Delta SRT at the moment, who's in the lead of the GT3 AM category and has been since the restart. So I think this is R&R Motorsport saying, look, I've got more pace. I want to actually go and challenge for the lead like I did last race.
Yeah, they want to go back to back if they possibly can. And at the moment, they are managing that in a wonderful sense of the word here. They're just building their margin, doing exactly what they need to. And Asen Dramaliev here has got Robin Skelton, who is part of the ownership group then of R&R. It stands for Rosti and Robin out there, but this is Robin Skelton, sorry, who's behind the wheel, outside line. And Robin, who normally would go down as the second of the 2 drivers, he's showing he's got a lot of fight in him, and I love this. He's really coming to his own here in this SimGear Endurance Series, and this is what I love to see.
Yeah, very good offensive driving there, just pressuring the car in front on the apex, sort of turning into the corner a tiny little bit before the braking zone, just to force the Ace Racing car a bit more to the inside, compromise their line. Didn't work out at that time, but it will eventually work out. Look at that, just in the side slipstream there. It still does gain you an advantage, even though you're not behind the car. That void of air just drags you along or creates less resistance, so you can get up to the car in front. But once again, Ace Racing just doing everything they need to do. They do have a bit of front damage as well, which will compromise still their ability to turn in. But at the moment, they're making it work. The gap is increasing, though, 3.5 seconds to the leader. And I think we'll have to see at some point the R&R Motorsports car just make a send. Where will Robin think he is confident about it? That's the next question. Surely turn 5. Yeah, I thought about it late on the brakes. The switchback.
Look very upset at each other then at the incident that has gone on between them that has cost both of them effectively their race. But before we do that, Robin Skelton, no way you're going to go around the outside of the carousel. No way you're going to go around the outside of the carousel. No way you're going to go around the outside of the kit. Yes! What a pass by Robin Skelton!
Wow, I mean, I have to have the popcorn out for that one. That was incredible scenes, incredible confidence and judgment of how to make that move work. Just having the confidence to press the throttle a little bit more through the turn, get the rear sliding, and he just made it look easy. That move was set up with that Sorrento GTP doing the overtakes on the cars, and he saw the opportunity, went for it. That's how you GT3 race. That is a demonstration of pure skill, and now it's the case, can they chase chase down the leader, Negative Delta SRT. Also Ace Racing under pressure by off-track racing. Both cars have off-track racing, to be fair. So there's a lead, a battle for third place there to be had. Meanwhile, GT3 Pro, here we are again. Arate Esports dropped to P3, and that's FVR Campeonato, as we predicted. A little bit more pacey at the moment. Manatee under pressure.
Yeah, so that could be a huge battle that we've got out there. So I think that right now you are getting a real sense of what these top three are all about. Holding themselves together, keeping their ground out there at this moment in time, and understanding that this is going to be one of the tough moments as they head to the halfway stage. It is worth talking about Negative Delta by Madness are doing a wonderful job at the moment, but they've just come down into pit lane, so they've made a service stop. There's two cars behind them trying to get through. One of them is the Pro-Am with Tobias Pashko behind the wheel, and an LMP2 that's trying to give the room as well. And this is a little bit naughty actually there by Project 91, just deciding they're going to box in the traffic. They're not really fighting anyone. They're in the lead of their category over Perabit by a good 5-6 seconds here, so they could have afforded to lift off slightly, but at the moment, it's a case of, if you're the GTP, you'd quite like the LMP2 to play ball with you.
Yeah, that mono car is looking to get back that minute gap that they have at the moment to P5, so it's been quite a disastrous restart, really, for that car. They were in the lead provisionally of the race before this, so it's a disaster, but they can recover it, and look at the speed difference. That's why when you get bulked behind an LMP2 or a GT3, it costs you a lot of pace in the race. I tell you what, Arate are losing quite a lot of time here. 1.3 seconds is becoming a two-horse race, at least at this stage of the race. Are they, for example, saving fuel or going for a different strategy? They've had, at the moment, the pace to keep up with Manatee, but that has changed in the past few laps.
It has changed, and so we're seeing Connor Franson, a 2:03.2 on that last lap. He was a full second slower on that go-through. So suddenly, it's 1 and 2 fighting. It's Calva and Antonion. Then as FVR Campeonato is going at it against Manatee Racing Black. There's a case of Apex is Lava going at it with Absolute Motorsport Acelith here. Florentine Hattemer's there. Also the overall leader, who's still due to take that stop and hold of 100 seconds out there on the drive-through. Marcel Ropak here, who is just continuing on with this race. Don't want to get caught up in this battle too much when you know you've got the penalty to serve with. Davide Aketo just keeping the arms out at the moment. And just behind him, Tyler Watson. He's not going to mind that he's a lap down. He might jump straight into this.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, it's difficult at the moment for the mono competition cars because effectively that car 11 is currently losing pace behind a battle which they should be involved in, but they are currently having to serve a penalty in the near future. Whether they're in discussion about that or something, we don't know at this stage, but effectively they are losing time overall in their race pace, just battling here as the Acelith car gets past the Sorrento GT3 there. Everybody getting past. I tell you what, the GT3s are doing well to get out of the way, but the Apex, well, wow, what an overtake. I think the Acelith car just backed out of that one as Apex's Lava just went all the way around the outside and just made it look easy. I think just determining that some cars have more pace than others at the moment. And here comes the Sorrento Motorsports car as well, looking to get involved. But once again, there's that mono car sort of being the cork in the bottle at the moment.
So the cork in the bottle is going to be critical, and so I would keep an eye out then on what they are going to be trying to do. If they can get past the cork and they can just open up and have that ability to really start latching on to good moves and good overtakes, I think that's going to be where they want this race. Antonion then down the hill through the Moraine sweep and into turn number 5 out there at the moment, knowing that they are about 5 minutes away from halfway in terms of this running. Now, this is what happened then with Julian Zigelski, but this is going, this was the first spin that we saw there. So it had a big slide going through the carousel. It's the final corner where Zigelski had the issue, and you're going to catch it here. So he's going to be in that scrap then with the Sorrento car. The Sorrento car tags the rear there, John, and it's as simple as this. Zigelski gets in the barriers, comes back off of it, and slam into the side. That's enough to damage the Aston Martin.
Yeah, that's going to be major damage for both cars. I mean, the German sim racing shop car didn't need any more damage, but that Sorento Aston Martin is going to have damage on the front and rear there, presumably, and that is going to probably be crabbing, and that's probably why they are in the or looking to pit anyway to repair that. I mean, it's one of those things, effectively, just when you're running a car and they do something unexpected, you just can't predict everything that's going to happen, and so you end up in a situation where it just goes into a pinball effect, and you're a passenger at that point. And I think just for German Sim Racing Shop, they've been in a bad place at the wrong time pretty much every single lap of this race at the moment. So unfortunate, but that's the way endurance racing works. Sometimes it works in your favor, other times it doesn't.
Oh, this is going to get dangerous. Maxim Dimitrov down the inside of Asen Dramaliev. And in the grass goes Paniot Karpachev. Brushes against the wall and somehow saves it there. That could have been everything. Paniot trying his best Ryan Hunter-Ray impersonation, and he gets out scot-free. How on earth did he get out of that?
I'm not sure whether that tapped the barrier. I think there was a briefest of taps. Don't see any paintwork missing whatsoever, but my days, I think there will be some subliminal scratches on that barrier if you checked it out. I mean, to be fair, the Ace Racing car is doing everything they can to defend, but I mean, that BMW has some pace, doesn't it? Look at it down this straight. The lead off-track BMW pulling away, and I think just giving a little bit, maybe a fuel saving, because I don't see why they wouldn't pull out and try and maneuver in here. It's quite clear that these off-track cars have the pace at the moment. They need to use it to get past and get into the fight for that lead.
Well, I'm just noting that we're in the LMP2 pit stops. Project 91 have made their stop, and Parabit have come out ahead.
Well. That turnaround, so different strategy perhaps? Have they calculated that they can do a shorter stop now, get track position and try and pull away? That's an interesting one, because you'd expect them to fill up with full race fuel. So unless they've missed their pit box or done something silly like that, I don't see how a race position can change. They were at least a few seconds apart before this pit stop. So an interesting one for sure. Team Racing Point hounded by Enesis. That Enesis car not looking too shabby after that contact. I think it was with the Sorento GTP. So all is okay there. But that Lamborghini isn't showing the turn of pace that it did in Sebring, is it? It's looking to be a little bit of a tricky car to drive today.
And you got to remember, between this round and the next one, as in comes the Apex's Lava team with Florentin Hattemer and Sorento Motorsports GTP, you have to remember there's been an iRacing build update. We're in a week 13. The car and the balance of what you have this season compared to last season can be changed, so you might not find you've got a car that does as much of what you want it to, as there is Dramaliev in the middle right now for Ace Racing. That Porsche is really being hounded by the BMW of Paniot Karpachev. They're now trying to work away to the inside the final corner. This one not happening there. Christian Novev has split them up now, so Maxim Dimitrov has been given license to break away.
Yeah, that Fortuna racing car really trying to come back onto it in 45 seconds. They are gaining time in 6th place, so they might drift up in maybe, it's a long time out, an hour's time, probably, but they will catch up to this pack eventually. So this might become a 4-way battle if nobody can get clear. Well, it already is a 5-way battle, let's call it, but that off-track racing car hasn't really got away as far as I could tell. You know, they haven't been able to turn that pace like they did. Oh, here's the overtake. Ace Racing onto the grass there in turn 2. Can they make anything of it? No, I think the off-track car is going to get bulked onto the grass here if they're not careful. So they're just going to have to pay attention now down into turn 5. They go for the switchback. They go for the inside line. Ace Racing has to give the line down on the curb as well. What a move. That was incredible.
And Asen Dramaliev would have understood all sorts of moves there like that has been done there to get by him, because you got to understand here right now, John, he's got a karting background. He currently lives out there in the United States to go and make that happen. And Durotech have just been served their penalty, so that just shows you how busy race control have been. They've just served the penalty just over the halfway stage of the race, so they're going to be down in the lane, taking that at the earliest available opportunity. But when you go from a karting background, you basically have to fight everyone. Hey, that's going to be a long road down then, as that, by the looks of things, is Tom Ballantyke, and he's going to be followed by their Apex's Lava going off the road. So Florentin Hattemer off the road, and then so too was Sorrento.
What has happened there? I mean, that came out of nowhere, didn't it? Definitely some sort of... So they're line astern here. This is Sorrento. They've got it on the grass, which isn't ideal. They're going to go into the gravel and grass on the exit. So this is not where the incident has happened. Is Apex's Lava going to try and do an overtake in here? So down into the braking. Again, it's downhill braking, not ideal. And you can see that rear end's trying to swap, and it's going to drift him wide. This is onto the gravel like we saw. And the Apex's Lava car is okay for the moment, but I think may have got some gravel on the tires. And then when they turn into the carousel, I mean, it's just understeer, 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 more understeer, and you're in the gravel and the grass. And oh my dear God, you're heading to the barrier, going back out of it. They did well to recover that.
Did you mention understeer?
Vaguely.
Vaguely. Good. Cool. Tom Ballantyke then continuing on with this one. Karpachev now is going to get his eyes forward even further as he has got his way to Maxim Dimitrov, and he has gone flying down the inside. Paniot right now is on a mission, and all aboard the Paniot Express. Next stop will be to get to the next cars in front. So Arian Meyer is in there, the Austrian. That's the cars that are a lap down. But next on circuit will be the R&R Motorsport car of Robin Skelton. So that's next for Paniot Karpachev and the off-track Racing 388, which is making some wonderful work. Look at the damage that's still there on the front of that Porsche. Basically, the only thing I think missing from iRacing at the moment is the massive amount of what would be gaffer tape that you'd need to put on that to try and fix it up, and basically to try and preserve as much aerodynamicism as possible.
Can you imagine if the fast repairs were just gaffer tape all over? That would be a neat addition, I guess. But then again, I think we'd see cars just covered in tape. Structural integrity gaffer tape would be an interesting one. Oh, that's one of the off-track racing cars in the gravel, so off the track, certainly. I think maybe just collecting one of the GTPs. Yes, that was the Sorrento car, just having to go over the grass. So everything kicked off there. The lead LMP2 car nearly involved as well. That's Project 91, I think. So, cool, that could have taken out some heavy hitters right then, and I think everybody will need half a lap to calm down from that one.
Yeah, Emma Riu, she would have been caught up in it if she wasn't too careful. We just had pit stops then for Absolute Motorsport Acelith number 18. So that's Francesco Iliano, who has now got behind the wheel, and he was lightning at Sebring and will be looking to be lightning in a bottle once again. So we are getting the real sense now of where the pit stops are. Also, Sorrento GTP or Elite Pro GTP now are going to move themselves back into second position there with Dominic Pesta. So there is that is still looking to try and hold. Marcel Ralpak still holds the race lead as he awaits the serving of his penalty to be administered to him. Pashko then in the number 2 is going to fight. Remember, it's cold tyres versus not. That's easy in there through the hurry down. So Mono Competition Pro-Am and the Czechian driver getting the pass done. Thank you very much. Nothing Iliano can do for a couple laps until he suddenly has the temperature in the tyre to go, right, now he can push.
Well, these mono cars definitely have some pace, don't they? I'd say, well, we saw it in qualifying, to be fair, in pure pace. It was wet conditions, yeah, sure, but they have definitely been on top of it. It's the strategy and indeed a few incidents that have laid waste to their challenge at the front at the moment, but we'll have to wait and see how that penalty affects things, obviously. I'll tell you what, the Acelith car really struggling to get the tyres up to grip. I think that is around the outside of the negative Delta Mercedes car, as far as I could tell. So losing a bit of time as well behind the GT3s, just not having the confidence to go a different line just to overtake the mid-corner. So you have to wait. And so look at that gap that has been created. But it's all about keeping it clean at this point, because with 2 hours on the clock, most drivers driving the majority of those 2 hours, especially with a safety car, you just have to keep yourself alert. And when it gets to the 2 hour phase, you can hit that phase where you just get a little bit lenient or tired towards just paying attention, and this is when the mistakes can start happening.
They'll creep in if you're not paying too much mind. Maxim Dimitrov now will look behind, and he's seen that they're back through. Actually, they're on Paniot Karpachev for position. So that change has made a difference out there at this moment in time. And Paniot knows it, understands it, and will have to have another go to get back and go and get it. Now into the pits. This is a regular stop now for mono competition, not their administered penalty. They are still waiting to write down the reason and administer at the moment. Ale Torres continuing on then in this battle for Enosis, who just absolutely scythed by Andrea Dalla Valle. And that at the kink, you say, never go too wide. Unless the car in front misses an apex and you've got the ability to jump through. That is a ruthless pass by Ale Torres.
Yeah, that one was just, well, excess of confidence, but it's the one where it actually works out, which is quite rare, but that's for sure. FER Campeonato in the pits, Manatee also in the pits as well, so I think we're going to see a flurry of pit stops. Arity carries on, actually, so Arity Esports takes the lead of the GT3 Pro. Negative Delta still out with a 7.7 gap, and I tell you what, R&R Motorsports isn't closing that down at the moment, so GT3 AM is starting to become a one-horse race at the front, although we are yet to see the pit stops. I tell you what, these off-track racing cars ought to pay attention.
Oh,
they don't want to white each other out.
Christian Novev, I've just seen Negative Delta by SimGear.it have a big off at turn 3. You don't often get to see offs at turn number 3 around this circuit. It's one of the easiest corners out there. And here's Christian Novev, back steps out, just over-committing through the corner. And basically, it's I must go, my planet needs me, and very much in the grass, trying to find a way back to track.
Tell you what, it's lucky, very, very lucky. That is one of the only corners that has a big runoff area on the inside. Not many tracks have runoff areas on the inside, and so when you swap ends and you start heading toward the barrier, you have no time to react. But that is just, yeah, well, very, very fortunate for them, and they can rejoin scot-free, as they say. One of the off-track racing cars has pitted, so has the Negative Delta SRT Mercedes from the front of the GT3 AM pack, so a lot of drivers in the pits. That will hand the leads to R&R Motorsports, with the other BMW off-track racing that we saw just a minute ago carrying on in P2 for the moment, but they're probably yet to pit as well in the next few laps.
They are, so we're expecting the likes of Ariti, for example, and Enosis to make their pit stops, because we are in the cycle window now for GT3. So they will be making their stops, and they'll be making it known. There is now a dry lane to jump up into pit lane. The pit lane entry is completely dry, and as they run through, we will focus on with Sorrento at the moment, and Dominic Pesta in the Porsche 963, trying to get as much as possible out of that. Very sleek design. It's one of the prettiest prototypes that you will see out there. But at the moment, it's seemingly today that it's been the Mono Ferrari that has been the strongest car out there to keep in note. The Porsches have been basically second fiddle to that over the course of the running.
Yeah, I mean, it will always be track dependent. You'll always find a couple of tenths per second, either in your advantage or disadvantage, depending on the cars. They all have their strengths and weaknesses. I think the Porsche quite good in the low speed turns, and the thing is, you don't have that many low speed turns here. The Ferrari is a good all-round car, and I think that's what we're seeing today, is just that little bit more stability, consistency. You can see just via the steering, you're having to do a lot of micro corrections in this Porsche, and yeah, it just ends up eating up lap time.
Penalty has just been administered then for the number 11, and so they will have to come in within the next 4 laps and serve the 100-second stop and hold penalty that they have been assessed. The question will be, can Dominic Pesta get around in time to then re-inherit the race lead for Sorrento Motorsports Elite Pro GTP? There is also a penalty, a drive-through penalty for car number 253. That is FVR Campeonato, who will get that one for the contact that they had with Negative Delta by Madness.
Well, that's really unfortunate, that's for sure, because they're in a good position. They, fighting for well, at least in the pack for fighting for the lead of the GT3 Pros. And so, well, effectively that means that you've just got to gain back that 30 seconds. Is it possible? Possibly. You're going to have to drive really fast. But again, it's just proving that if you make a move, you better be sure that it pays off, because otherwise, not only will you lose position and maybe time on track as well, if it goes wrong, but you will also possibly get a penalty as well that just scuppers your race instantaneously. Very unfortunate. Arity still carrying on. No, they've just pitted, sorry. They have just pitted and they've come out behind, and they are being hounded by that Negative Delta Mercedes.
Johan Neshev is the one trying to hunt through. He's a fantastic 1-2 combo with Velin Vitanov, and they are really trying to hunt down this pass, as they know they've got to stay with Manatee, and Keanu Bushman has pulled out about a 4-second margin at the moment, and no Sissa down in pit lane at the moment in GT3 Pro. It's currently Sorrento Elite Pro who are there in control. I'd also keep an eye out on the fact that Raupak is still serving that penalty. 100 seconds. Might as well be 1,000 seconds by the way it will feel in pit lane. Here comes the drive up the hill. It's cold tyres versus warm, and now Johan Neshev is going to go and get this move sorted here, heading towards turn number 1. A must-make pass and must-make passes in the context of this one. They'll know as well that Baumert in front will have the penalty to serve straight through. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that was a pretty easy overtake. I think you could see the difference in the last turn there, where the Aston Martin just had no grip in the front tires. Turning, nothing happening. And you could see the Mercedes fishtailing behind, just trying to get alongside for the long run up the hill. And that overspeed in terms of engine performance and in terms of grip just helped out into turn 1. Easy maneuver. But it does mean that they have to chase down Manatee once again. And that's going to be a tricky one, I think, as we see the mono competition car in the pit lane, sat there, and finally they get underway.
Back in 5th place after that pit stop there, and having to serve it after gaining the lap, taking an unfair advantage off of Dylan Bittman's drop of connection about there as he went through under the safety car. So they gained the lap. They've just been penalised and got the lap, then lost back again. And so it's very tough out there for what they've done. Now, there are warnings that have come into play, and one of them has resulted in a drive-through penalty, and that is for car number 33, which is Sorrento Motorsports GTP out there for quote-unquote ignoring a blue flag. And so that is a second warning, and that will be converted to a drive-through penalty. Not the Elite Pro car, which is out there as the leaders, as we focus with the championship leaders right now, an Absolute Motorsport Acelith in 3rd place, and they have done a very good job of mitigating here today with their rivals around, knowing that Sorrento look good and Mono Pro-Am look good, but they're not their main rivals.
No, for sure. They've just got to keep it on track at the moment. Podium is where they kind of want to be. But obviously you want to win it outright, let's be honest. But they will be looking behind as well, because you've got the other Sorrento Motorsports GTP. You've got the mono competition that's just served the penalty, which I am very sure that they will want to prove that that penalty wasn't the end of their race. So we'll have to look at the gaps, whether it closes down, whether it opens up again. And I guess the biggest loser of this race at the moment is Apex's Lava. Well, German Sim Racing Shop in the pit, sadly, with damage. That could be obviously the ones who have lost out the most. But realistically, in the race, Apex's Lava challenging for the lead at some points, and it's just all gone wrong, hasn't it?
It has done. The final pit stop now has happened in GT3 Pro, which is Sorrento Motorsports Elite Pro GT3. And so for João Pedro Teixeira, he will come out just behind, just trying to look at where they will be now. Absolute Motorsport Acelith are ahead, and so too is Team Racing Point, so they'll be just behind them. But it's not been an easy day out there, I think, for any team, really. Whenever you start in wet conditions, it's as tough can be. But right now, the race is set up quite nicely with an hour and 45 minutes left to go. the sense of there are gaps in the field. They can be closed down. But the issue you're finding is you need time to try and work those gaps down, time to find that ability. And they've been sat for about an hour trying to work out, are they going to be in the race lead or are they not, when the field cycled itself out from the penalty from Mono. It's a really odd position to go and be in. And they've just had to really fight hard and just try and keep their eyes open and hope that they're not going to be in a position where it doesn't work for them. There's Marcel Ropac, then in 5th place. They're effectively now half a minute off the race lead.
Yeah, I think it's an important point what you had to say there is that you want the least amount of variables in calculating strategy or race performance, etc. And usually midway through the race, you will be sort of I don't want to say managing the pace, but you won't be driving 100% all the time. You'll be calculating, okay, right, I've only got 2 seconds to the lead, so I may as well hang back for the moment and just wait for the race to come to me. With that penalty not being served immediately, it means that everybody is kind of having to push because you're never sure exactly where you are, as you mentioned. So a bit of a tricky one. And I think for sure it will have many people still scratching their heads as right now that we've got the results, we need to actually get cracking on essentially figuring out the strategy for the end of the race. We're barely past halfway, so there's a long way to go. And as you've said very well, is that anything can happen, and you just have to get your head down now and see what you can do with the remainder. For FER Campeonato, obviously with that penalty, it's not going to be an easy race, but they are staying out for the time being, and Manatee at the moment in the lead of the GT3 Pro have managed to gain quite a bit of a gap to Negative Delta and RT Esports as well. So it's really like an interesting one where I guess that people are pushing at different times, and what I think you'll see is the pack close up after maybe 10 laps more, and so you'll have more battling after that. This is kind of the calm period where you can go and grab yourself some more popcorn for the remaining stages of the race.
Unfortunately, I haven't ended up with popcorn, but I have ended up with a fruit-baked forest fruit by Crownfield at the moment, whatever one of those is. I assume it's like a breakfast bar that I've been given by my wife here for halfway in the race, and a bottle of water. But what a halfway we sit in at the moment. Let's give a rundown of where everyone is sitting at the moment in just a moment, because let's take... Oh, I'd love to give the opportunity to go and have a chat with Vladislav Shopov. I don't have the ability to drag drivers, so hopefully we'll get Vladislav Shopov here, who's waiting in the press conference waiting room to have a little bit of a chat with us and where the day has gone for the team outright. But John, simply put, it has been a tough race out there, but Sorrento have control of the field. We're watching the battle on for second, which will change in GT3 Pro, but I don't think anyone has truly sat down and known where they are until this point in time.
Yeah, exactly. With the safety car, with the different pit stops, I think literally 2 laps ago is where everybody could figure it out once the pit stops, especially in the GT3 category, which has been utter chaos at the moment. I think it's easier, for example, if you're in an LMP2 because you've only got 4 cars to worry about. But once you start adding, I don't know, maybe 10 cars, more than that, it just becomes a case of, well, what aren't we seeing? Because at some point in the race, you'll twig and think, hang on a minute, there's something we haven't spotted here. And some team, either further up or down the grid, will suddenly come into picture and you'll go, oh, hang on a minute, we're losing the race now. And so it can be one of those things that as a driver, you have to just let other people get on with that. You drive your race, you drive your pace. Because if you start thinking about strategy, that's when you go off. And I tell you what, the Sorrento Motorsports car doing quite well to get around the GT3s there. Not losing pace, but you can see how hard they're having to push. And that's the one thing as well, is that if you get held up behind the GT3s, it changes the strategy as well. So it's so many variables at this stage that I prefer to be in the commentary box, to be honest.
I quite like being up here as well. I think it's my home. This is the 53rd time already this year that I have made this place my home. Rob Johnson, then, for Andromeda by 01. We haven't seen too much of them out there. We were going to get a chance to chat with Vladislav Shopov, but we just missed the chance, unfortunately, because we don't have permissions here to drag drivers into the waiting room, which is a real shame. But Andromeda, at the moment, they're working well in the AM category division right now, and they've got their their eyes on Ivan Koejikov, who is then in the 332 car of Ace Racing just in front. So that AMG Mercedes working hard, burning the daylight oil, I would say at this moment, not the midnight oil. We're not in the dark. So the daylight oil being burnt to try and chase it down.
Yes, for sure, that Andromeda car. I mean, it was in the wars last time out, really, in terms of getting pinged around by quite a few cars in its proximity. So it's good to see it running all in one piece and running a great pace as well, to be fair. You know, just a few more seconds and they're battling, as you said, for that P5. So it's kind of like, get the hammer down. You know that the Porsche in front of you has a little bit of damage. You can see the Porsche in front of you, and that is crucial as a driver. Visual contact, visual distance is such a motivator. If you can see the car in front of you, you can chase it down, and it makes such an impact where, as the lead driver, if you can gap the car behind you to the point where they can't see you anymore, that makes such a difference. Here we go with Gassed Up Motorsports Academy, just running wide, I think, onto the gravel. Not too bad for Matt Gatter, and just a bit of time lost, but no harm done, as they say.
Penalty has just been administered to FVR Esports. So for Jeremy Baumert here, he'll now have to come into the pits. There is Ivan Boromechkov, who is out there in the 383. Oi, and having a bit of a moment there. Climbing up the hill. Yeah, absolutely it was. That was with Emma Royu. She was there in the Project 91. LMP2, that Dallara going around the outside and saying, look, I'm having none of that. And then the lights flashed to say from Ivan Boromechkov, look, what are you doing being this slow? And the response will be, well, I'm just about to get away. So what are you doing trying to pass me back?
Yeah, I don't know what happened there into turn 5. Maybe locked the brakes, but they were really wide. And then obviously there's a GT3 on the inside, which you've just overtaken. So it's kind of a, as you say, it's a awkward one where you know that you're in the faster car, you just want to get by. But the GT3 is like, no, you've messed up your line. Just get back in order and you can overtake me 2 corners time. So a bit of impatience there as Manatee Racing Black with Kino Bushman in the car right now. Still, you know, leading I wouldn't say a comfortable race. 1.9 seconds is not comfortable, but that negative Delta Mercedes that you could just see in the background there is turning a vast rate of knots. Last time I checked, the gap was 2.5. Now it's down to 1.8. So, oh, hang on a minute. Who was that off? I think that was a GTP.
That was Apex's Lava jumping off the road. Florentin Hattemer there, finding out that that was not quite where you needing to be on the brakes so easy. Is that at that position to be a little bit concerned with it? Getting by the Gassed Up Motorsport AM car there, the number 30, which had a penalty for a wrong number submission. So they managed to get through that. But Keanu here is going to be looking around and seeing Johan Neshev hunting him down and be going, well, I'd be anywhere else but the Matrix right now.
Haha, good reference right there, for sure. I mean, he won't be dodging too many bullets if the car comes too close to him, that's for sure. But it's one of those things where you just have to...
Gassed Up Motorsport just had a big moment there. Sorry to cut you off. Going through the kink, had got absolutely cut up by Florentin Hattemer and found the barriers on the outside.
Not ideal for sure. Anything to do with the barriers is not ideal. So this is the Apex's Lava lockup, I think. Just, yeah, there's a lockup. You can see the smoke from the front left tire into the gravel track. That's not 11s. That's more of a Curva Grande 11, I think, into there. But a lot of time lost. And we just saw that one in the background shot while we were focusing on Manatee, I think it was. So no harm done. A bit of damage on the front of that car, actually. And so now we're about to see Gassed Up Motorsports. This is Apex again. So I think just running a little bit wide and yeah. Okay, just onto the grass and then into the barrier and then scraping along the barrier. That's at least 4 contacts with the barrier. Certainly one of them. Oh, yeah, look at that rear wheel. That is far from... Not into the barrier on the other side as well. Can you believe it? Just trying to regain control of the car. And then when it grips up on the tarmac, you're still going sideways and you have no control over it into the barrier on the other side. Incredible.
But critically, most of the contact patch there was side on rather than straight on, as Christian Novev sees, then going through on the 281. The lightning fast number 18 of Francesco Iliano, 15 seconds right now off the race lead. Dominic Pesta is absolutely flying out there at the moment and is proving that this race is his at the moment to manage. But Novev doing a good job of things at the moment, so I wouldn't say that it's been too far out of reach for the 281 team out there, as they've been trying to just slowly recover it back through the field. That, of course, was the team that had Vladislav Shopov starting the car. So Novev basically has had the goal of just try and recover the car back any points they can, because they are 2 laps off the back of the leaders in their category.
I think it's a case of when you're that far down, you just have to use the opportunity to test things, or just to make sure that everything's running smoothly. You know, if you've got some sort of operations that you can do, like communication or feedback about the car setup, about the way the car's handling, about the track, or anything you can optimize. Now is the time to test it, because if it goes wrong, say you make a wrong call or wrong decision or change something, or even try a different strategy, at least you know for the next race, and you haven't really lost too much. So it can become like a live testing session, effectively, although I'm sure they do a lot of testing in the background anyway. Sorrento carries on for the moment in 4th place. They've kind of been a little bit in no man's land since that battling. They went off, I think, about 10 laps ago, but it's been smooth sailing from that point onwards. What are we about to see here? Matt Gatter again for Gassed Up Motorsports. So possibly another... Oh, locking up all 4 tires there. And that is well off into the gravel trap. Hopefully they get it stopped. I think
Halfway to Canada.
Canada corner. Yeah, I thought that was Canada corner. And yeah, definitely crossing the border on that one. Back across the border, for sure. Being chased by agents, no doubt. But into the gravel trap. And unfortunate time loss once again, isn't it?
Yeah, and this is the issue. They find themselves down about 3 laps to Team Endurotech. So they are last, but critically, they will still score the same points if they are last by a second or last by 3 laps, which they currently are at the moment. Tom Ballantyne then here for Sorrento Motorsport number 33. Into the pits comes Momo Competition Pro-Am then to make their pit stop out there. They're a little off sequence compared to everyone else. So for Tobias Pashko, this is their pit stop, and happy to stay in the car at the moment for this run, getting a very nice bit of pit stop work being sorted before going back out again. Milen Milchev now finds himself in the off-track racing 373, and this is eyeing up Krastin Stanchev, who's got in for the off-track racing KPS team. So at the moment, it's a case of which off-track racing car do you want to be on track more?
Well, if they race a little bit too hard, they'll both be off track, as we saw earlier. So hopefully they can keep it clean. I mean, can they work together to claw in that 18 seconds? I'm not quite sure. It looks like that BMW hasn't had the pace at the moment, but effectively they're not doing much harm, really. They're just battling each other. They've got a gap of 11 seconds as they both put a wheel on the grass there. That could have been far from ideal. So yeah, just inter-team battle. I'm sure they're having a lot of fun, probably in a team discussion somewhere, shouting in the microphone from time to time. So yeah, it would be fun to be part of that call, that's for sure. Just want to point out as well, that pit stop from Mono Competition is going to leave them marginal. If you calculate the 40 to 45 minutes between pit stops, and that even then that's generous, that's going to leave them really marginal at the end of the race, in my opinion, as to you know, being off position with everyone else. They might have to do a splash and dash according to my calculations, or just try and lift and coast and save fuel. They've got a lot of time to do it still, but you don't really want to leave that to the last minute decisions. Look at those tracks left by the BMWs using all of that tyre rubber up, that's for sure.
Yeah, there is Emma Ryu, who is sitting down quite comfortably at this point in time in 2nd place, trying to chase Perabit by comparison, but that last lap was a 57.4 from Emma. And just taking a look at the LMP2, had a hefty amount of traffic to go and deal with over the course of the lap. So compared to Perabit and Dennis Zimmer, who is running by at this stage, Zimmer is doing 53.9s out there at the front. Perabit once again proving in the second half of this race in the LMP2 category, they are running away.
Yeah, they're on another performance level. I will say, though, for Emerio, putting 2 wheels on the grass on the inside through carousel to do an overtake, that is gutsy, as they say. So congratulations on that one. Well, nearly commentator's curse right there. That was close to a spin. But it definitely, maybe the pace isn't there, but the racecraft is. So perhaps it's just a case of have a look at the setup for next time. Maybe there's something else they can find. But for Perobit, it's been sort of the case where they haven't really done anything or put a foot wrong, really. And so they've been able to cruise off into the distance. Team Endurotech having those issues has certainly made it easier for them this time. But as we know in endurance racing, anything can change.
Anything can change, and we've seen it quite a bit out there at this moment. The focus then on board as we go through the opening corners in towards turn number 3. Now, this is where you've got to start really opening up the lap. They're 2 easy corners to get you in, but then when you go down the main sweep, you think that turn 5 is going to be just as easy as a corner, and the response to that is, no, it's not.
I think in terms of easy corner, I don't think I've ever seen turn 5 be an easy one. You got the downhill braking, and you've always got to turn just before you start braking as well, just to make sure you're lined up. And on the exit, you got the gravel trap as well that you could see just there briefly. So it's one of those turns that it looks easy, as you say, and then you get into there and you think, oh, if I don't push this one a lot, then I'll lose time. And the problem is with that is that the simplest of turns is the one where, again, you lose time, and so you need to push harder and harder until it goes wrong effectively. And that becomes, well, the end of the race for a lot of cars, as we've seen, as they try and get back the pace after mistakes. That's been the case, isn't it? A lot of drivers going slower after they've made a mistake, and that's created gaps in this race.
It has done, and so you'd be keeping an eye out on where the gaps are currently at this moment. Fastest car on track, no shock, is the number 11 mono competition TS Simhop, .de, not Simshop, Simhop.de. I've obviously decided to have a look at that team and get slightly a little bit words crossed with them. But for the moment, the simhop.de team finding themselves trying to chase down Sorrento GTP. The gap is about 3 seconds between them last time they crossed the line. So at the moment, it looks a lot less than that. It looks about 1.5 seconds.
You could say that that mono competition car is leaps and bounds ahead of everyone else at the moment in terms of time. I apologise in advance for that joke. Or, yeah, it's one of those things that you just have the confidence at the moment in that car. I think the Ferrari running very well, in my opinion, and it looks very stable on track. When you look at the Porsche, although, to be fair, most of the Porsches actually have a little bit of damage on the front. I just forgot that, but you're looking at the Ace Lift car there is definitely damage, and that means that you just got to play a little bit more cautious. Will we see a reversal of pace once they can possibly pit and repair there? There's a Perobit Sim Racing car, Dennis Zimmer in the car at the moment, driving, well, remarkable laps, as you said. It's in the 155s at the moment. Actually cancelled that, 154.7 last lap around, so a lot of pace in that car. And if they had a little bit more powerful engine, they'd be challenging the GTPs, I'm sure, as that mono competition car, unless it's on the straights, it's not getting away.
And let's also talk out there right now about the gap in GT3 Pro, because that has just ticked down thanks to Johan Neshev on Keanu Bushman, under 1 second.
Certainly has, and that is an incredible turn of pace. They are now just right up in their gearbox, as they say, and that will be worrying for Manatee, because for the first half of the race, I remember mentioning it multiple times that they've just been on another level of pace. A few mistakes creeping in to cost them the track position at times, but they've always been able to manage an overtake. It's very intriguing, let's say, that they've been caught now in the second half of the race, and this could become a race for the lead. RT Esports still 8 seconds behind, nearly 9 seconds, so these two are turning a faster race of knots at the moment. 2:02s at the moment. It's 0.4 of a second on the last lap once again, but if you look behind, RT Esports have actually set a faster lap as well, so it just looks like Manatee's struggling a little bit at the moment.
Well, I think it's because of how early they've come in and made their stop known to themselves. So I'd look at Manatee Racing Black and what they've been trying to do, and I think that this is the bit where they just start eating a bit of pain for a bit of gain later on with their final stop of the race, you would feel. So this is where you're just starting to look at, okay, where is the advantage going to be? And also note this too, how do you set up your car dry versus wet?
Indeed, yeah, it's a consideration, and it's one of those things, I think, where they'd be looking at the weather report and thinking, do we need a good qualifying? And most of the times in a 4-hour race, you go, well, it will help us a little bit, but probably set the car up for the dry conditions later in the race might be the play. And it's a question of confidence at that point as well. You can have a setup that is really fast, but if the drivers just can't drive it because it's unstable, then it can cost you time. And I think we're seeing a little bit of, I wouldn't call it fishtailing, but a little bit of oversteer from the Manatee Aston Martin at the moment. And that Mercedes looks decidedly planted out of the corners. Look at the traction they can gain and the speed. This might be setting up for an overtake on the pit straight. Let's see the exit. So good rotation by the Aston Martin. Still good traction, and that Mercedes actually hasn't been able to gain any sort of advantage there. This might be side by side come the end of the straight with that slipstream. It's all happening now. Look at the gaining even more. Over speed of approximately 5 kilometers per hour. Will they pop alongside? We'll have to wait and see. No, it doesn't look like it.
And that was close, but you're really getting a sense of the AMG Mercedes' strength, and it is through the gears that it is better than anything else out there at the moment. It's just got such a wonderful cadence to it that it makes life... Oi! That was going to be nasty with Marcel Ropac and Tom Ballantyne. They're fighting for position, but here for the lead of the class comes the move. Down the inside, Johan Neshev is going to get the pass done on Keanu Bushman, and that is going to be a very nice pass. So Neshev gets his move done. Ropac now just in front of them. He's going to try and get up into third.
Yeah, well, what an overtake. It's just, again, sign of the confidence. You can see they just have the ability to place the car in an awkward position for the other driver, and they're forced to back out of it. Look at the snap on the brakes for the Manatee Aston Martin Vantage. Just all over the place in the braking zone, and it means as a driver, you just can't carry the speed into the corner like you would. Now, will we see it once again, where the Manatee car gains performance behind another car once again, which would point to the fact... Ropac
mono competition. They've got the move down the inside, and they've just taken third away now from Sorrento Motorsport. So an important change up there as Tom Ballantyne couldn't do much about Marcel Ropac. And right now it's Marcel on a mission.
Indeed, wow, that pace. Just absolute mono competition are just in a league of their own at the moment in terms of pace, and I think Sorrento will be looking at it thinking, well, what can I do? Flashing the lights, obviously not happy about something, but in terms of pace, I think Sorrento will just do well to hold on right now and see if they can be dragged up into the fight for the top three. We'll have to wait and see what can happen, because again, it's a 3-second gap to P2, Absolute Motorsport Acelith, who have been lapping quite consistently. And then the Sorrento Motorsport GT3 PRO is 22 seconds up the road. Let's have another look then. So round the outside into, well, which becomes the inside for Canada corner here. And just on the brakes. About 5 meters later on the brakes, easily rotated to the apex. Couldn't have more confidence than that.
Absolutely not. And so you look at Marcel Ropac and go, great pass. Now you're going to sit there and be quite comfortable with the next stages. As we take a little look then, they're just dancing about then over the hurry down section. Ropac here is a 26 seconds off of your leader, Sorrento Motorsport Elite Pro GTP. I think they're going to need strategy to help them get there. What they're looking for is second right now, which is Francesco Iliano, who is trying to get that Absolute Motorsport Acelith car with the damage to the front left. Still home and dry. Iliano will know at the next pit stop, though, they can get a tiny bit of optional repairs on it, effectively get the panel beater out.
Yeah, for sure. You just want to see if you can just fix anything that can give you either more straight line speed or downforce. Just at this level of driving, you're talking about the 0.1%, right? If the car feels off a little bit, it will affect you. And that off-track car just getting out of the way, the BMW sensibly deciding this is not the fight to have. And I think it's one of the things in this race that you just have to keep the car performance up. Any type of damage will cost you, and so I think some teams might be looking at, right, we're losing too much time now. We need to actually consider just bringing the strategy back a little bit, fixing the damage, and trying to beat them on pace alone.
So out of the pits goes Team Racing Point. They look like they're short at the moment, and they're going to need to do maybe one more stop in this race. Vito Fatalino is the driver behind the wheel of the 227. Also in is Andrei Matejek, who is going to be getting Team Endurotech's pit stop then. Done and dusted, currently a lap down on Project 91 and Perabit Sim Racing at the moment. Here's Ralph Hugo Niemanen back in for Apex is Lava, the number 69 team right now, finding that just getting the clearance through the corner is absolutely fine at the moment. And I don't know how a driver like Ralph Hugo Niemanen is going to feel as a Swedish driver with a big plus on the top of that roof for the country of Switzerland.
I mean, it would be worse if it was the Danish flag, right? I know that they have a lot of rivalry in the Scandinavian, or the claiming to be Scandinavian countries. I know a lot of them would question Denmark's status amongst that. So the Swiss flag probably a bit more of a plus than the Danish flag. So for sure, it's one of those things, you know, you're driving for... It's an interesting thing, actually, because having driven for French teams in some sim racing competitions, the mentality or the organization or the thought process behind a team often is linked to the nationality of the manager.
Oh, hang on. Sorry, a couple laps ago, I've just seen a moment for Dominic Pesta, your overall leader. They've had a tag with Christian Novev from Negative Delta by SIMGEAR.it. They got spun around in the final corner gravel on lap 70, and the number 22 all of a sudden sits down with not a gap of 20 seconds, but more rather a gap of 10.
Halved the gap, if not more, and that's maybe some damage on the car as well, so we'll have to see if we can get a look at that replay. So unfortunate, but that's why you need a gap. You create a gap so that if something goes wrong, then it can really just be like a damper that absorbs sort of some of that damage effectively. But I mean, just going back to finish the thought that I had, that a lot of teams will just have a different mentality. And sometimes when you're integrating a new team, for example, for one of the Manatee drivers that we mentioned earlier, it can just be a case of learning the ropes and see how everything works. And eventually things get sort of iron smooth, as they say. So... yeah, unfortunate there. It looks like the gap's going up, though. The Sorrento machine getting back underway and definitely increasing the gap, although the mono competition car in P3 is now right on the tail of the Acelith car.
Just giving note that the penalty that came through for Sorrento Motorsports number 33 was successfully appealed. That's why we haven't seen a penalty in that front, and a drive-through penalty for blocking is going to go the way of the number 332. That is Ace Racing down in GT3 AM as it currently stands. They're in 6th position at this moment in time. So they're trying to make something of their race at this moment, and they are understanding at this stage that that's going to be made a lot more difficult with a drive-through penalty on what is a fairly long pit lane around here.
Yeah, from being in the fight for the podium in GT3 AM to being down in P6 because of probably the damage on the front ends of that car is so tricky. Meanwhile, up here, we've got R&R Motorsport at the moment challenging, I think that's the Andromeda car, so a lot...
Oh, there's been an issue with Perabit. Sorry, we've got to go to it because it was Dennis Zimmer has come together with the Gassed Up Motorsport GT3 out there, the number 30, down at the Hurry Downs, and that was not what the LMP2 Championship leader was looking for. Hits the brakes on the inside. Now look at the damage on the rear that's already there. Bang, into the side, locking it up. And at that point, you know, Perabit have no way of predicting that's going to happen.
What was happening there with the GT3? They just turned in so early for the corner that I think
there's damage to the rear left there. So look at the suspension back there, how it's completely missing on the rear. I think it's caved in. It's created so much damage that they can't hold it.
Yeah. I see that now. I think you're right in that. The car just moved on braking, and so they tried to counter steer as far as I can see, and that put them into parabit. So, unfortunately, let's have another look there from facing the cars. Yeah,
And the
on
grass.
brakes. Yeah, on the brakes, on the grass, and it stepped out, and there's not much you can do in that. It's just unfortunate for Parabit that they were in the same vicinity there, really. But yeah, an unfortunate one. I'm sure there'll be a protest of that one, but there you go. Sadly, sometimes it's a racing incident, and I think that's what that was.
Well, a racing incident sometimes does happen, and it is very difficult to go and see when you are in the race and you are in the frying pan out there. So in the pits goes so both of the Sorrento cars to make their stops in GTP. So they're making their stop work. By the way, Parabit, even with the issue that they had there, John, are still 45 seconds clear of Project 91.
Yeah, they lost barely 10 seconds being in the gravel trap facing the wrong way. I mean, the amount of pace that they have demonstrated today is frightening, to be fair. And it doesn't even look like that car is damaged at all.
Oh, and something's happened to Negative Delta by Madness as they've come down in the pit. I think they've taken a much longer stop compared to Manatee Black. So I'm looking at Manatee here and the way their pit stop has gone. And ultimately, I'm looking around at about the 9-second trade-off difference. So Keanu Bushman has leapfrogged once again in the pit cycle.
Yeah, incredible stuff happening in the pit lane today. I think everyone's been thrown off by the previous safety car that we had. And so I think a lot of people are just trying to play catch-up and just trying to make or shoehorning the strategy, I think is the best way I could say of it. Just, oh, well, we'll have to make it work. And sometimes you end up losing time and you just have nothing that you can do about it. So unfortunate strategy there, but we'll have to wait and see how that pans out toward the end of the race. Again, it's not about the track position right now, it's about the end of the race. So if they have a strategy where they can gain it back, they'll try and do that. We'll have to see whether it works or not.
We certainly will. And so if that strategy is going to keep them up in front and they're going to keep basically covering off their losses by jumping into the pit, that's going to be critical. And I'm looking around at it. So Negative Delta by Madness, I'll correct myself. I think they've just made their stop by comparison. So I think Manatee will be looking around and saying, well, at least right now, we're quite comfy with where we are, and they'll be looking to make their pit stop late on in the race. Gap at the front then between Marcel Royalpack and Francesco Liano down to 2 seconds. Remember, we're in a pit cycle out there at this point, and we're down to an hour and 12 minutes, well, an hour and 11 left in this race. So at the moment, the focus then is on what these drivers are going to do. I would say at this stage, 1.5 stops remaining. So you've got a full stint and a half stint now is what's left in the race for the GTPs as we watch here the desperate drive of Marcel Royalpack trying to run on through the early stage of the lap now into the mid stage of the lap here through the hurry downs. And the word that we were getting in from what was being dealt with at this earlier on in the race and just how tough this has been. There was a disconnect on the safety car, as we're hearing from Jonas Weber. They got out in front of the safety car. They were trying to talk to race control, but weren't able to get through to race control in order to deal with the issues that they were running into there. So effectively, race control had so much on their plate that it's like we don't have much time to go, oh, what do we need to do? So they basically got to post-race, got to post the running that went through and went, right, this is probably going to be the best way we need to do it with the time that we now have. Gap 1.8, sorry.
Yeah, and it's just a sense, I think Acelith are in the pit lane. Yes, they are indeed. So they pit from the lead, at least on track. So it's going to be a crucial pit stop for them. They do have a bit of damage on that front left corner, so they might have to repair that as well. But for sure, I mean, you know, live race control has its advantages, has a lot of them really, but also, you know, when you have so many incidents and problems happening at the same time, you know, you just got to accept that some things can't be rushed through. And I think think it's worked itself out. Obviously, there will always be questions, even after the race, as to whether it could have been handled differently. But that's the point, is that sometimes in live racing, you can't always have it perfect. And I think realistically, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. As a team, also, you've got to notice when something is wrong and perhaps make the right call as well by letting off the gas and not putting a lap on everyone else. But anyway, everyone will have their opinion. Sorrento Motorsports Elite Pro carries on as well. They might jump the Acelith car
Should be ahead.
as well. Should be ahead, yeah. They're still in the pit lane, and they're not even close to the end of the pit lane. So, I mean, for these cars, it's marginal, isn't it? I mean...
That's not much. Look at that gap,
Yeah.
though. Iliano out the pits. That's not much. We were expecting that to be 11 seconds plus coming out of the pits. I'm looking at that gap here that Acelith have come out with. They're about 5 seconds back here. So that looked like a long stop for Carl Griffiths. Iliano maybe has taken a shorter fill.
Yeah, it's getting to the stage, as you said, they will need enough fuel to do this stint and then a 45-minute stint approximately. So as you said, about 1.5 race stints. But for some drivers, you know, if they've short fueled or gone on a different strategy earlier in the race, they might find themselves in a little bit of a delicate spot at the end. Or some of them might even be trying to get to the end on 1 tank of fuel. I think it's optimistic to think that, but you can never rule it out. But yeah, for the Acelith car, as you said, they're just warming up the tires at the moment, and it will be approximately about 5 seconds, as you said. So good calculations there. Hey, Jake, you said you were bad at maths, so you're proving yourself wrong on this point.
Well, at least right now, that is commentator math. It ebbs and flows is the best way to describe it. Sometimes it's very, very good. Sometimes it's not so very, very good. Like that, for example, as Iliano goes by and takes a little look there at a car that should not have been pointing in the direction that it needed to be. That was Tobias Pashko from Mono Competition Pro-Am tangling with Julian Dice over at Andromeda.
Yeah, just tapped around, and it's just the lightest of touches. You can see damage on the Mercedes there on the front of it. And yeah, again, he's got to reverse as well. Well, right into the path of the Acelith as well. I'm sure there'll be some words about that. But yeah, very unfortunate. Not much he could have done. He was already on the outside of the track. So really, I think it was just the Mercedes understeering a little bit. And very unfortunate. Down to P4 then. They've got some work to do.
They do. And so with Acelith now through, there is Sorrento GT3. They've been down in the pits for a very long time, and their day pretty much done. And now also, I look around at Andromeda. They're still out there, but for the moment, the key is what negative delta by Madness have to deal with now in this race, because I think that if they're down here in this position, everyone else still hasn't yet come in and made a stop. I turn around, I look at this, and I go, oh, they're probably in splash and dash territory.
The case where you really have to be wary of what other people... Because if you're in a group of cars, you can get sort of ushered into doing the same strategy as they do. So if one person gets it wrong, you can find a huge gaggle of cars. Sorrento Motorsports, again, hounding the Lamborghini in front of them. So absolute incredibles. Oh, they're going for the move. No way, surely not. The Acelith car has to give way. What a late break. Once again, the Aston Martin's really good on the brakes, and the Acelith car has nothing to answer, does it?
Well, it tried, and give it credit, it did. But João Pedro Teixeira there for Sorrento makes a good move, but they get no drive out of the exit here. And Alessandro Porta will just wave out of the cockpit there and say bye-bye. Going on through, gets the place and says, that is mine. You can make a late lunge at me at Canada. I'll just get you back into turn one. Back on the brakes down the inside. Oh, brilliant. Alessandro Porta thought he had it done. João Pedro Teixeira said, not today, sunshine.
It reminds me of that scene in Ford versus Ferrari there on the straight where they're just swapping positions casually. I can't believe that. 2 late breaks from the Sorrento driver there.
3.
Incredible scenes. And we're about to see it once again happen, possibly. That Lamborghini's got some straight line speed, hasn't it? Not close enough, though, will they try? I mean, it's one of those things where you're just goading the other driver into making a mistake just through ego at that point. And these two are certainly very evenly matched, aren't they?
Yeah, you can't get more evenly matched than the way that they've been battling it about out there for these positions. They've been giving it a red-hot go against each other, and, well, mark them up with credit. That's brilliantly sorted. This is Alessandro Porta then really trying his level best to go and get back at João Pedro Teixeira, but you're starting to understand here through the middle of the corner. Just look at how that Aston Martin grips.
Yeah, just getting the rotation. You can see the rear end just stepping out by a couple of centimeters, and that's how you drive the car fast. You don't want it understeering, you want it just rotating on the rear end a little bit. And I sense that the chasing cars who've got GTP, that's an indicator of how fast the closing speed is and how difficult it is sometimes to keep out of the way as a GT3, as that's the Sorrento car going past. And so it's one of those things that I think as the chase driver in GT3, you've got to be really wary about that understeer. As you can see through every single corner, especially in this last sector, it's so difficult to remain with the car. But certainly that Lamborghini looking very understeery for every single team using it today.
Mono are in the pits, and Mono with Dylan Bittman are leaving the pits, and they're only just going to be behind Sorrento. But remember, they'll have cold tyres, so they'll have to build them up over 3-4 laps, and they are really going to drop the time early on the cold tyre model. And this is where Francesco Iliano turns around and goes, I need to chase. So for Acelyth GT3, they're still close in their battle, but they'll continue on. But Mono here are still thinking that victory is possible against Sorrento Motorsports Elite Pro GTP.
Now, we're looking at the times, really, it is possible. You've got a gap of, well, it's increasing now, but let's say about 6 seconds, I'd estimate. And that, if you calculate a 4/10 a lap, which has currently been the turn of pace, that is going to leave it very close to the end of the race. To be fair, by the next stint, the next pit stop, they should be line astern. So this could be very interesting for the last pit stop, seeing who has enough fuel and who needs to pit for a little bit more. In that sense, Mono might actually be better off. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. I need more popcorn. I don't have enough popcorn in this house.
Well, off to the shops you go then, buddy. Popcorn is required at this moment in time as we enter towards the final hour's worth of running in the second round of the SIMGEAR Endurance Championship here, the SIMGEAR Endurance Series. So now you've got still the battle that you've got on screen as they are focused on what they need to do. And already 1 lap's difference here for Mono coming out of the pits. Cold tyres versus warm for Dylan Bittman is 2.5 seconds.
That's not too bad, to be fair. 2.5 seconds could be a lot worse. We've seen gaps of 5 seconds sometimes, so not too bad, not too bad. And it keeps you in visual distance. That's the crucial thing. I've talked about it before, but it's so easy to chase someone down when you're sort of staring at them every single straight line. It gives you a motivation. And so for the Sorrento car in first place, it's kind of a keep yourself out of that window as that Mono car. I mean, that black livery is just menacing, and their pace is menacing. Everything about Mono competition today has been pure pace and speed, and I think they are the team to watch no matter what happens at the end of this race. They will be setting ludicrously fast laps as Dylan Bittman in the car is demonstrating that that Ferrari is the one to have today.
Well, Dylan Bittman knows that he's got to fill the driver time requirement out there that he lost after the first round of stops and the disconnect that he had at the beginning of the race. So I turn around and say Mono have really had to fight hard because they've had to completely change up their strategy.
Yep. And when that's not planned, you know, the drivers have a groove. They'll want to drive one half of the race, then swap over to the other. They won't want to be getting in and out of the car. And tricky one, the Genesis GT3, and I think, yeah, Mono will have to wait and just accelerate there to the inside. Lovely done, to be fair. Gets great exit. But for sure, when things are thrown up like that, especially with the disconnect, you kind of get wary of your system, your equipment, and so it puts doubt in your mind. So actually taking the driver out of the car, they're already out of the car technically if they disconnect, but taking them out, giving them a bit of time to refresh and just gain the confidence back can be the right thing to do. And so now they're back in the car and they're pushing the limits, that's for sure.
Yeah, every corner now is going to be clutched at this point as they now sit 3/4 of the way through this race. Just 1 hour left to go. Perabit in complete control in LMP2. It is Manatee Racing Black's race at the moment over Ariti in the GT3 Pro category. GT3 AM is negative delta SRTs at the moment, with Ivan Boromechkov over Rosti Koshev and the R&R Motorsports team, who are the leaders in the championship. That gap right now is about one kettle bottoms under Canada corner is about the gap that they've got. Bitman then holding the gap, 6.8, still needing some wood. In comes negative delta SRT, by the way. They are going to now make their stop. So that's going to be critical out there for them, as they will pit on the hour and give themselves a very easy understanding of their race home. 1 hour, run the fuel down.
Yeah, for sure. It's looking like an easy pit stop or an easy fuel to the end there, but maybe you want to keep something in the tank for if someone challenges you towards the end. You're never really sure about the strategy, are you? The fastest way is to always be saving fuel a little bit, doing some lift and coast here and there. You don't want to run with a full race tank of fuel, because it just costs you weight, and so a very tricky call to be made, but most importantly, they'll want to see where they can come out in front of. Can they come out in front of both off-track racing cars? Not looking like it. But essentially, you just want clean track ahead of you to use that pace that they have had today. And definitely they're not coming out in front of off-track racing. They'll go by in about 5 seconds time, I'd say. Maybe in a bit less than that. There they go by. And so down to P3. R&R Motorsports inherit the lead, by the way. So they're where they were last race. And can they keep it this time? We'll have to wait and see. Parabit still in the lead, 48 seconds. So a gain of that's 4 seconds by my last calculation. So Parabit still with a great turn of pace even after that incident.
Yeah, I think they've changed driver over at Project 91, so the big gap's not going to be as big. Mika Santa Helena leaving pits now for Fortuna Racing at this stage. Gap is 8 seconds then at the top of the field. Now Carl Griffiths is in the zone, and Dylan Bittman is the one now needing to give the chase rather than Absolute Motorsport Acelith. And just looking at their stop that they have had, critical for them. There was damage to the front. They've now got that clip repaired. So I would say that they're running without the damage that they have visually. But, of course, we don't know what it's done to the suspension.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of bodywork can hide some mechanical damage, that's for sure. We've seen a lot of cars with bent wheels and off alignment, towing angles and all of that sort of stuff. We've seen cars crabbing, to be fair, also in this race. So for sure, at the end of an endurance series, the car's not going to be feeling 100%, but sometimes if it's only a couple of tenths of a second, you just have to go, well, that's what we're accepting. There's no point in fixing the damage anymore. If it's the first half of the race, you go, okay, there's time to gain back that stint or the lap that you'll lose, but now it's looking like whatever damage you have, you'll be taking it to the end. And so the car's in good shape, will set the good lap times. Car's in bad shape, relatively simple and logical to understand. They'll be the ones struggling at the moment, but I think it's just a case of fatigue as well. If you've got any damage, it makes you fatigued as a driver. You have to counter steer, you have to deal with an unstable car, and that can have a big effect at the end of the race in terms of pace and consistency.
That pace and consistency will mean everything out there, and the gap now 7.3 seconds. Much better lap this time by Bittman. 49.7, played a 49.9, and so 0.2 of a second lopped off. 7.3, it was marked at the line as they went on through. In is Milen Milchev then from off-track racing MDM. Final stop of the day for them. Robin Skelton also in for that final stop, and so you'd be eyeing up those nearer the front as well, the likes of the Manatees, the likes of the Arites to make those stops. But that gap now is 18.5 seconds. That is a monstrous gap.
Yeah, indeed, and it's all been caused by the negative delta by Madness car having a few issues, and yeah, Arity just haven't been able to keep the pace this time around. They were in the lead of the race last time out, and we saw how that ended just with a little bit of a mistake, and that can cost you a race. This time out, they haven't had the pace, but they also haven't made the mistake, so we'll have to wait and see whether they can keep that P2, but essentially, it's looking like a very spread out pack in the GT class compared to last time out, which is, I think, just an indication of how many times they're getting overtaken by GTPs and LMP2s, which is creating gaps.
It is creating all of these different pockets, and it's that time of the race, really, on a 4-hour. We consider in endurance circles a 4-hour race is effectively a sprint race in endurance terms, because you've got 6 hours, 12 hours, 24 hours. There's some 8 and 10 hours that come along over the course of racing. But a 4-hour is very much a sprint format for long endurance races. So when you look at it, you get all of the joy of being out there and running and having the gaps that you get from pure endurance races, with also the running and responsibility of it can close up and it can stay quite close. And speaking of staying quite close, Bittman's last lap cost him 4 seconds. That looked like he had an off somewhere out there on circuit, and Iliano really had the opportunity to go and get it. It was turn 5, the Moraine sweep, where it happened for Dylan Bittman, and suddenly these two who fought for the victory last time out at Sebring are back together again in the final hour, fighting for second.
Yeah, that car's looking quite understeery as the mono Ferrari, just missing the apex here and there. And I tell you what, for the Acelith car, this will be just like a hunting season, as they say. Just looking at that mono car, you haven't seen it all day, basically. It's either been a lap ahead of you or way out in the distance. This is your first chance to have a go. And I think they'll take a shot at some point. Let's see if we can have a replay. This is R&R Motorsports down into, I think this is turn 5 once again. So let's have a look. Over the curb, just taking as much line as possible, and all the rear rotates a little bit. I think they've managed to stick with it, though. Oh, it's on the exit, though. Tries to apply the power. You can see the black lines as soon as that happens. Around you go, 180, and suddenly you're staring at danger as other cars round the course.
Yeah, and you got a difference there when you go to turn 5, because everyone attacks over the curb on the exit of turn 5. No one expects the different property of being over that curb. You think it's the same as driving on the tarmac. It isn't, and that's why you see a lot of spins on the exit. Now Ace Racing officially get their penalty out there as Alessandro Porta. Is this straight out the pits?
Think so. They've just exited pit road there, so just turning in. What's going to happen? Oh, a little bit of a snap there, so recovering from some snap oversteer, and then because they've had to recover it, they just jolt the weight of the car once again. The weight balance all the way off, and they face the other way as well. So a lot of drivers just trying to push the limit, trying to get those gaps down, and they're costing themselves a load more time. That's going to be devastating, by the way, for R&R Motorsports. They're going to be a long way down after that.
Yeah, they were hoping to be fighting up there for the win. They are now down officially in 3rd at this moment in time, so they'll be not too pleased with it. Iliano desperately diving down the inside of one of the MDM cars as in has come Tom Ballantyne from Sorrento Motorsport. So they've been making that progress and trying to hold through the hurry downs now, and turn 8 in towards turn 9 is the next corner, which needs to open up as they go. Pit stop cycle is happening in GT3 Pro, and critically out of the pits, Keanu Bushman and Johan Neshev are back together again, but we're expecting Bushman doesn't need to make a stop. We're expecting Neshev is, again, aggressive there by Iliano to get by Alexander Shakov. Then for Ace Racing, who have the black flag to serve their drive-through penalty, traffic's going to be everything here. Robban Skelton, Cameron Dick, Jeremy Balmert, they're all there in front. They've all got to clear it, and here's the move then for second position overall as Sorrento now pits, so that's for the lead overall at the moment. And there goes Johan Neshev. He's now got to build a gap.
Yeah, indeed. The Manatee car has been anything speedy and consistent, so you've got to try and just outpace them, force them to make a mistake. They've kept themselves in the running, but that Mercedes has definitely had a little bit more pace once we've got to the dry conditions.
And Arici lose the place for FER.
Yeah, indeed. Arate just braking early into that corner, and FER just said, okay, right, I'm good on the brakes. They've been good on the brakes this entire race, and through they go.
Yeah, so they've managed to chase down the equivalent of a drive-through penalty on Ariti, and that's massive for them, because they will know that if Negative Delta come into the pits, they are effectively racing for second, depending on what the gap is. They'll be interluded at this moment in time by Tobias Pashko, who will move on through, jumps down through on the brakes. But at this moment in time, Jeremy Baumer is bit between teeth. Let's go get something.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, 18 seconds, I think it's doable. It's difficult, but you're going to have to get a move on, as they say. But if they come to blows with Manatee Racing and Negative Delta, I mean, anything can happen at this point. We've seen how hard they race each other, so only one tap is all it takes. And look at that performance difference. That's already 5 car lengths in the space of half a lap. Insane pace at the moment. I can't believe what I'm seeing. I'd say they're in different classes, but they're all in GT3s, so wow, just hats off.
Off-track racing here in a scrap with Andromeda. This in the AM category for 4th position out there right now. Off-track holding it at this stage. Behind the wheel, Maxim Dimitrov. For Andromeda, it's Julian Theiss who is there trying to make something of this. And for the moment, the German really trying to put pressure on the Bulgarian now as they work through Bill Mitchell Bend. It's off camber through here. You can run and use a little bit of the runoff area out there before the final corner comes into play. And then you can go and be aggressive and attack. And that's what you see. The aggressive factor there. Up the hill now, use the cadence. But the BMW's got a little bit grunty as well. So you're turning around. Maxime, does he have enough to fend off Julian Theiss for position? Answer's going to be no. Julian's going to go for it. He's going to get side by side. He's on the brakes on the inside, and he commands the corner. Maxime, preserving the car, just says, you know what? You can go for it now. I'll try and get you back later.
What have they put in those Mercedes for the end of this race? It's like they've put the F1 engine in for the last stint or something. Every Mercedes car that we're watching right now is making up positions or indeed time. Let's have a look. Oh, that's an off-track racing. Missing a rear wing there. Dimitar Palazov just not having a good old day. That's been knocked off somewhere, so maybe a collision with another car. And then, obviously, it gets wide. Yeah, that's definitely been rear-ended, possibly by a faster car. And it collects as well. I think that's the Negative Delta car as well, so unfortunate for them. But that's an extensive amount of damage. That's going to be a hefty pit stop, and you have to do it because you've got no rear wing and no downforce.
I've been alerted to the fact that it can be called a Ferrari spec rear wing out there because it's got there is none out there at that point. But they're off, I believe it or not, was on their own, and it was going through the kink. They just lost the back end. The car completely snapped into the wall twice. That's why they had the damage, and so that's why they are down in the lane. Now, I'm keeping an eye out on the gap and overall, because it's down to 5.5 seconds now as Julian Theiss now starts to pull away from his competitor. Kyle Griffiths here has had a couple bad laps with the traffic, and Dylan Bittman, he's just been scything like the hot knife through butter.
Yeah, this is going to be a, well, 3-horse battle. 3-way race to the end for the GTPs. And here we see the end of the incident there. So he's already tapped something on the rear, on the exit there. And he's just trying to recover it. Well, I'm not sure if they were holding the brakes or not, but that's a hefty tap into the barrier. That's going to leave some extensive damage. And there goes the rear wing flying off into the abyss.
Yeah, someone, one lucky virtual fan, I think, is going to get a very nice souvenir out of that, as this all sets itself up for some grandstand finishes once again out there in this race. We note that it is still on right now for GT3 Pro, and Manatee need to build the gap. It's on for GTP and the overall victory here in the second round. You look around and note that Negative Delta SRT have a massive gap right now over the like of Gassed Up Motorsport, who are currently in their academy car in second position by the looks of things at this stage. I'm wondering whether our timing's maybe gone a little bit off there at the moment, but they are doing a good job of things at the moment. Our Negative Delta SRT, R&R, as far as my timing goes, still has them as the team in second position, and that Gassed Up Motorsport Academy car is down in pit lane at this stage is what we're seeing. So they've made a stop. I wonder whether now for Keanu Bushman, whether this is going to be the race that he absolutely wants, and then some at this moment in time, knowing that at this moment here, that this is just about management. And this is what a team is right now in endurance. It's not always the quickest, it's not always the flashiest, but it's always up there, it's always challenging, and it's keeping a very firm strategy afloat.
For sure. Yeah, it's all about just coaxing your driver to the end now and just reassuring them that everything's fine. You want to get the least amount of sort of doubt in the driver's mind. You know, you want to have everything covered off just in case they start just waning a little bit toward the end of the race, even though it's a shorter stint by endurance purposes. One thing that I'm noticing, very, very cloudy there on the pit straight and in Sector 3 as well. So you've got to really pay attention to your tire temperatures, so track temperature in there. It can be information that they're relaying to the drivers as well. That's part of being a team manager, or indeed the second driver that's not in the car. Just saying to the driver, right, pay attention, the conditions may be changing a little bit, and so you've just got to keep your eye on the ball. But when you're staring at a 1.3 second gap when you can see the car in front of you, you've just got to go for it, because you have that visual incentive. Ferrari, they want to get back on the podium, and I guess FIR Campeonato, even after that mega push, well, they've kind of run out of steam for the moment. They're still 18 seconds behind, as they were about 4 laps ago.
Yeah, not much they can do about that. That's just tough at the moment for them, and they will know and understand that in this one, GT3 Pro are going to look very, very happily out there at the moment with the result that they are eyeing up. So I would turn around and say that Connor Franson is in a very happy position right now, and will be quite comfortable here with this moment right at this stage, and saying, look, we can go and get what we can. Gap at the front overall, though, 3.5 seconds. An Absolute Motorsport Ace Elite, give them credit, they're not going anywhere.
No, they're keeping the gap. They've lost a couple of tenths of a second in the past 2 laps or so, but they are definitely keeping their eye on the ball, their eye on the prize, and it could be that Mono is pushing really hard in attempts to force the other drivers to burn out their tires or use too much fuel, etc. You know, it could all be a game at the moment. We've seen they've got pace, but do they have pace and longevity as well? We'll have to wait and see. But for the moment, if I'm staring down Mono competition, yikes. It's, you know, as the Sorrento lead car, I think I'd be worried at this point. 2.9 seconds the gap.
I'd be very worried, and I would be looking around at who's making a pit stop where and who's done what, and this is where those final stops become critical. Now we got a car in for a final stop out there. It's one of the GT3 Mercedes trundling down the lane. That is Andromeda by 0 to 1, and Julian Tice, who is there. Sorrento making a stop with 43 minutes to go, or 42 left in the race, just about in the wheelhouse. It is. There is the Slovakian Luka Kožaru, who is there for Sorrento Motorsport Elite Pro. Now, they've been able to go longer than anybody else out there in this field on fuel, which is great until you realize the fact that they are down by about a minute on the drivers that they want to be racing with for the victory. So not as great, but still good result for them right now, and a very lonely P5 in GT3 Pro.
Yeah, it's at this point just hanging on and waiting. I know I'm saying that a lot, but we're in that end stage of the race where, you know, a pit stop now is marginal for the GTPs. It should be comfortable now if you pit for the GT3s. So if someone's got reserve in fuel, basically what you have to do is just sit and wait to the end of the race, because, okay, they might have a minute gap, but if they conk out on the last lap of the race, then you can gain a position easily. If you're sort of 50 seconds down the road of someone, then you've just got to sit tight, put on a film or something down the straights, and just wait for the race to come to you, or wait for an easy P5 finish, as you said.
Project 91 are in the 191 to make their final stop of the race, with Cameron Dick handing the car back to Emeryou for the end stint of this run. So that's going to be critical for them, as they understand that they're looking to consolidate their second position out there. Manatee Black have kept negative delta on a leash of 1.5 seconds. This is brilliant racing from the Aston Martins and the German-based team.
Yeah, I was about to mention that as well, is that once again, another battle where a car has been overtaken, Manatee's been overtaken, and then they've just managed to keep in the slipstream, managed to keep in the groove. It can often be that if you're missing pace and you get overtaken, just if you can keep on board with them, keep right up in their slipstream effectively, then you can learn the lines from them, learn where they're gaining a little bit on you, and you can regain that pace. Paradoxically, if you're the car following and you want to overtake, the opposite can happen. If you get stuck too long behind a car, as Arati is at the moment, you can get into that thing of you're copying their pace, copying their lines. So when you try something different, you either make mistakes or lose pace. So it's a very fine line between getting something positive out of it rather than getting something negative. And for the moment, I think Manatee's managing it very well. Kino Bushman in the car still, and just plodding on, doing the laps, waiting for a mistake from negative Delta can be quite tiring as the lead car, as if you make a mistake, you lose a position. Car behind you makes a mistake, normally just a few seconds lost, they can catch you back up.
I just want to note as well that car number 2 out there in this field, that is the Pro-Am for mono competition in 4th position. They will have a drive-through penalty for a dive bomb out there, which was conducted on R&R Motorsport. So for the Pro-Am team, they are going to sit down, and they are not going to be best pleased that they could be falling closer to Apex's lava in the late stages of this race. Dylan Bittman, 1.7 is now the gap. They've checked out now from Absolute Motorsport Acelid, who have thrown what they can at it, but Bittman with the better tyres here is now in the prime position to just go and look at that, it's contact in front, and there's going to go one of the GT cars into the gravel. It's Maxim Dimitrov. Suddenly Kyle Griffiths is going to be in a storm, and it's a storm that is going to be set up now by Dylan Bittman.
Oh, the pressure. We were talking about it. If you're the car in front, you have to make these overtakes. You have to not lose pace. And that was devastating. So I think, that's one of the off-track cars? Yeah, indeed. And you saw it right. So the Sorrento just trying to go for a gap that wasn't really there.
Here it comes. Here it comes, the move. We got to go back to line because side by side round the outside goes Dylan Bittman for position. He can't get there at turn 1. He'll now have to eye it up over at 3 and in towards turn 5 to now get it done. Great drive out at 3. Covered off slightly then as they work on the straight. Now they got traffic here. I don't want to be Roman Skelton here. Is there a pick? Middle of the road. Nowhere to go. So you're going to have to push him along, Dylan. If you want this pass, pushing against Carl Griffiths under brakes into 5. Now up the hill to Corvette corner. How's the run here? Gets it good, but it's covered off. Racing room on the inside. Here comes the pass. Dylan Bittman puts Mono in front.
What an outstanding move. I mean, Sorrento did everything they could, just leaving that width in front, flashing the lights. But, I mean, you left a car gap on the inside. It was quite fair. And Mono decided to go for it. Very, very risky. Could have not paid off. But essentially, clean racing there. He was entitled to that move. The poor exit out of turn 5 by Sorrento sealed the fate of that one. And look at the gap they're creating already. Just pushing, just to make sure that Sorrento cannot answer anything. Absolute Motorsport Acelid dropping back as well. 2.8 seconds. It looks like they have turned up the wick. They have found something even faster. And look at Sorrento push using all of that track. They're not about to let this one go.
But they are going to get traffic in the wrong place, though, and that will be Georgy Atanasov there that they've got to try and navigate by and around, and so they will manage that as they will continue on. Carl Griffiths then will be looking at that, saying, look, I'm going to flash my lights and say, look, I covered my line on the inside. In has come Apex's Lava for their final stop of the race. You've also got in there the Sorrento GTP that's been in the pits now for 8 laps, so something's happened to them out there about 8 laps ago where the damage is just too much and their day is written off with Tyler Watson. That's a real shame then for them in the late stages, but Sorrento, I think, are going to look at that and go, oh my, not great. Krastin Stanchev here for off-track racing. There, the rear is already gone. Someone's boot's gone, and look at that, trying to catch it. 1, 2, and the wall's going to be there. Oh, it is just a graveyard down there with how many times we have seen cars have an issue at the kink today.
Well, good news is if you didn't get a rear wing of a BMW last time out, you can now collect a second one that's behind that barrier once again. But yeah, unfortunate, very, very. I think that might have been the same car actually that's in the wars earlier. So unfortunate for that one. Look at the Sorrento move around, though. Really, really tricky. Arate on the back, though, once again. FVR Campeonato being challenged now. And Manatee have lost the gap to the lead at the moment, 2.4 seconds. But I tell you what, this GT3 pack is far from close to being done. This is your battle for the end of the race, P3, as you got one of the mono competition cars, the leader, going up the inside, breaking up this fight, but could cause some problems in this battle. And so if you're Arate, you've got to try and profit from this to get back through and use that pace that you've clearly got.
Jumps through there, gets by the first car. Now here goes the move straight through from Kyle Griffiths. He'll get the clearance that he wants and he'll be very happy with it. Jeremy Baumert understanding his placement right now in a race like this one, and he is now going to be all smiles here as he tries to run away with the gap that he's got. He will also realise that Negative Delta are very much in range if they have to come and pit in at any time in the final 35 minutes of this race, which is expected at this moment. So I would turn and say that Arete and Baumert, this is the fight for the final two spots on the podium, and there's not much more that can be done for it. Look at how they've all gone about. Stop data is there on your screen at this moment in time, and it currently sits itself at a case of, well, it's going to be 3s versus 4s out there, and most of everyone has gone and made 3 stops in this race. But it's not just the fact that you've made 3 stops, it's about when you have made those 3 stops.
Yeah, definitely for a Negative Delta by Madness. It's 19 laps on that stint, and that means it's dangerously close to needing, well, I think it's sure needing a pit stop by the end of the race, to be fair. And so, yeah, it's one of those things, really. You've just got to deal with it, I think. And you've made your decision very early on in the race, that safety car, and now people are dealing with the consequences. And sadly, sometimes it works out in your favour, other times it doesn't. And I'm sure that there's been at least 1 or 2 teams sat there looking at the race, looking at the data, thinking, this isn't going well. Like, we need to do something. We can hide it for a decent amount of time in the race, but at the end, people are going to know that we are not safe at the end, and that changes perspective on everything. And I think that puts even more importance now on this battle for P3, because effectively you're doing this for pride on the podium, and so they're going to throw everything at this.
Now, in comes Mono for their final stop. So now this becomes the final change of that moment here in this race. So I would turn around and say, right, they are going to have to make their stop first. They're now going to need to take that fuel for 33 minutes and get themselves all into play. Acelith have stayed out longer. So too have Sorrento. But at the moment, Hatema happy. Then as we watch them in 5th position right now, I do need to note that there has been review out there, a drive-through penalty for Sorrento Motorsport Elite number 22 for the contact that they made down at Canada Corner with Off-Track Racing MDM. That will happen pretty quickly for them. So Kyle Griffiths will have to go down the lane with a drive-through penalty at the end of the race. And if it's not served by the end of the race, it'll be added on as time penalty. So that completely changes the context of what they're looking at now. So suddenly it's not mono competition looking at the victory against Sorrento. It's now suddenly mono competition trying to build a gap over the championship leaders at Absolute Motorsport Acelith. So an almighty change at the front of the field, and the more that you can stay out of the penalty book, the easier your time is going to be over the course of a season. Mono with a stop. They'll be looking at Acelith here, who need a lane-to-lane time of about 45-50 seconds if they want to try and stay ahead as and when they go and make their respective pit stops out there. So this is a critical moment as far as it goes. In comes Acelith now for their final stop. John, critical drive-through penalty for 22 Sorrento Motorsports Elite Pro.
Oh, What a terrible timing for that, isn't it? Because you're involved in battles, you're involved in you want this to be your last bit of the race. You don't want a penalty to get in there, so that's going to compromise them so much. And as for the pit stops right now, they should be good to the end, so anybody pitting right now will not want to pit, obviously, but they need fuel. And at the end of the day, that's your position in the race. So anybody that can eke it out to the end now is in with an advantage. Who can go the distance, though? Looking at a lot of the GTPs, it's looking like some of them are having to come into the pits for sure. I think Sorrento will definitely need to pit. They're on 23 laps of their stint. And yeah, it's looking marginal. Let's put it that way.
Bitman over the main straight, and Iliano's not moved. Iliano moves now, but I think it's too little too late. Gets on the power. It's going to be close. Goodbye goes Dylan Bitman, and that will be the lead. And suddenly, that's the margin to chase. Remember, Iliano's going to be on cold tyres. It's 1 lap cold tyres there for Dylan Bitman at the moment, and you've just got to baby them out of the pits. Half an hour to chase, and Iliano knows that's what he's trying to get to in front.
Yeah, for sure, you'll have the 1 lap fresher tyres. Wouldn't make a difference, though. If you can keep that gap to about 3 seconds, you'll be doing well. As we got the Mono Competition Pro.
It's a drive-through.
Yeah, the drive-through, then the penalty happening. And that's, again, just a case of bad timing. They're still 4th at the moment, but again, they would have wanted to be closer to lead. That's Sorrento into the pits as well. So this is now crucial for the race lead.
Yeah, this is their stop, first and foremost, and so not their drive-through penalty, which will have to come later. So where they come out by comparison is now where the race will be won and lost at this point. Mono, knowing that they are the marker, but if Sorrento get out in front, they can make their life really, really difficult on the overtakes. That's where you're playing the game of cat and mouse. Even if you've got a penalty hanging over you, you can still make Mono's life difficult out there at the front of this race. They're running through Canada corner right now, and so it's a case of when will they jump up over the brow? Through Bill Mitchell Bend goes Dylan Bitman. Now through the final corner goes Dylan Bitman. When does Kyle Griffiths get off of the jacks and then find himself pushing up on pace? It's now that the Porsche starts to move. It's going to be close. Here comes Dylan Bitman along the main straight, but look out because Sorrento are out on track already. They've got the gap, but watch the tyres.
Oh, you have to feel bitter for Sorrento. They'll be feeling bitter, I can guarantee you that. Without a penalty, it would be so just easy to maintain the lead. But there you go. That's how racing happens. And it's not the position you want to be in. 2 seconds, though. Look at that gap close down. You can see it visually, and they'll be trying to warm up the tyres surely on the straights, trying to get even 1 degree of temperature. It makes a difference, I can guarantee you. The gap goes south of 2 seconds now, as the Mono car will be encountering some traffic. Hasn't really hindered them that much. And look how the Sorrento car is tiptoeing through the corners at the moment. 1.3. They could be on the tail of them by the time those tyres warm up.
And that could be at the end of this lap. 1.1 is now the gap. Dylan Bitman is now getting the bit between the teeth. He knows he can make that move. He knows that he's quicker. And he knows that it will take time for Carl Griffiths to find the confidence level back once again. Just don't do anything silly. Wide goes Griffiths now, heading over to the king. Down the inside for the lead. Yes, in the wall goes Carl Griffiths. Car's off in front as well. It's Krastin Stanchev, who is there as well, and if he's damaged beyond repair, that might be a safety car. He gets himself back out and going once more, but he is limping back to the pits now, is Stanchev. But what a move there to take the race lead by Dylan Bitman.
I'm not sure about that safety car. It's within 30 minutes of the race end, so I'm not exactly sure of the ruling of that one. But certainly, what a disaster for the BMW driver there, just in the wall, a lot of damage. And that move, well, that move by Mono, I think a lot of people will be talking about that one. Very gutsy, arguably pushing Sorrento off. So we'll have to wait and see whether there's a protest of that, because I think there might be a sting in the tail with that one.
And if there is, Mono are going to look around and hope that it's not them that have been dinged up for it. The big key is going to be whether there was contact between them heading through the kink. And Bitman was desperate to get to the inside as Julian Tice is under pressure and there was no contact. but you can argue as well that on that outside, was there room given then to a driver like Kyle Griffiths, and he will turn around. He flashed the lights immediately and would have probably gone, no, I don't think there was.
No, it looked like, I mean, just from memory, it looked like the mono competition car took all of the space on the track up to the outside curb. So I don't think space was left, but the argument was, should Sorrento have backed out of it? I have no idea. It doesn't look like there's too much damage on the car, but it's a matter of principle, I think, for many teams. And Asolith will be wanting to get past and maybe challenge mono and just keep it on their radar, as they say, because if there is a penalty, this is the team that's going to profit from it. Sorrento, I mean, they were out of the running with the penalty. Oh, that's an Aston Martin on the grass. I think that's Ariete on the...
it is Ariete, yes.
Ariete.
Yes. Oh. They are really trying to push here. Around Jeremy Balmet, they both go. And this is worth noting as well here right now, with just 25 minutes to go. Iliano's got to make the pass on track because apparently this one's being appealed, the penalty for Sorrento.
Wow. All I can say is wow. This racing is making me lose my mind in the commentary box because it's so frantic. It's so aggressive. I think that's Ace Racing as well, having a battle with Andromeda. So
for position.
Yeah, for position right there. Will they make it work around the outside? Meanwhile, the GTPs as well. You've got Ace pushing Sorrento around the outside. And, oh, they thought about it to the inside. The gap, 4 seconds to mono, so it's all happening right now. So potentially right now, I'm just calling it, we might have 2 penalties being contested and or filed toward the end of this race. So it's all chaos, as you could name it. And
here's the move.
Yeah, indeed.
Outside line trying to get it. Iliano's not quite there. Needs to drive off the exit. It's not there again. Griffith covers it off with a car as wide as you can have it here in Wisconsin. Great run, though, up through Corvette Corner from Francesco Iliano. He is hunting out there at this moment in time. He is desperate to find this way through and knows how critical this second is. Now the long carousel comes into play and the dirty air strikes.
Oh, great defensing driving from the Sorrento driver, just making sure that the Asolith car behind just has to drive the wider line, drive the extra meters around the lap, and it just means that you can't really get alongside. And they're doing everything they can while they contest this penalty. It could indeed be for position. And you can see the different styles, the different lines into the corner. Sorrento trying to prioritize the exit. Asolith trying to get a hint up the inside. How aggressive was that through the penultimate turn? They are literally setting up for a move here. Great exit. This could be a side-by-side move into turn 1.
It could, and they are really having to dance between the traffic here. Emeryou cleared. Also, tower buzz for Keanu Bushman. Here comes the defensive line, middle of the road here. And again, Absolute Motorsport Asolith just looking to pick their moment with Francesco Iliano. More traffic then as they hit the brakes. And this one is going to hinder right now. And it's about the drive off the exit. That is Vito Fatalino at Team Racing Point. Now this comes the chance, and here comes the opportunity. This is where you're starting to search for the differences between them. And is it all the way to the left side? Yes. Back to the outside again by Francesco Iliano. Again, he's going to have to drive it up the hill and find that move. Covered off. Again, it's to the outside. This is perfect rear view mirror driving by Carl Griffiths. But again, middle of the road. It blocks it up again. Oh, this is so difficult. It's like trying to get out of a rose bush.
He's looking for a gap, and it's closing the door is being slammed shut, I can tell you that much. Over the grass, both of them trying to take the most amount off of the line. He thought about it. It was always going to close there into the carousel, and paradoxically, that's left him with a tighter line to get past traffic on the exit as well. The gap has increased by a little bit, but look at the closing speed. Just the amount of confidence at the moment is incredible between these two drivers. One of them is going to drop the ball, but who is it? At the moment, I'd take your bets.
Well, let's put it to you like this. Mono have got themselves then under investigation. So that then, as they try and scamper off into the distance, 4 seconds down the road, they're going to be happy. Johan Neshev, still holding himself steady with 20 minutes to go in GT, is now going to come into the pit. So that's a big change up. So Neshev can't hold it out long enough. Manatee should now re-inherit the race lead, and quite comfortably at that fact as well. Acelith not close enough this time into one.
No, not close enough at all. That car lengths gap is everything that Sorrento need to defend this position at the moment. I talked about it earlier. It's just the danger of getting caught between a car. You start overloading the front tires, trying to get that turn in, trying to create that gap, or the rear tires, or all 4 of them, to be fair, just trying to find an opportunity to pass. And if you can't do it immediately, it suddenly gets worse and worse to try and make it move. Look at the amount the car is sliding on power right there for the Acelith car. They're pushing the Sorrento around turn 6 there. Turn 7 as well, over the crest. Really, really tricky. Both of them just touching a hint of grass there. And it is all about the fine margins. It's all about the one that won't falter under pressure. Sorrento again, very, very deep into turn 8, which becomes the carousel once again, and they were just online on the inside to defend that one. They're going to have to wait another half a lap once again. Will traffic have its way to play? I think it will. That's a Mercedes on the exit, and that is another chance Sorrento navigate that crucially good.
Yeah, so they're able to deal with it. Iliano on the brakes at Canada Corner is really eyeing up each and every section that he possibly can. Francesco Iliano wants to find this pass and might need to. So this is where they're going. They are losing time here. Dylan Bittman is building the margin up here at the front. It's now Manatee in control of GT3 Pro as this one all stacks up. But for the moment, this is where the magic is happening at this moment in time. Francesco Iliano has to be very careful here about where they push. Now they got Vladdy Shopov to go and get by from a negative delta. They will move by comfortably there on the inside. And now in through turn 3, set up the run. That looks great this time now from Francesco Iliano. He wants this move. He'll need this move with 19 minutes to go. Can he find the angle now to the inside that's going to open it up? Again, it's covered. Again, you got to go to the outside to try and make it happen. Again, tries to get the up and under. Too deep this time. Too deep this time. And he's got it. Look at them lean on each other. Side-by-side contact. Off the road. Goes Carl Griffiths to second. Goes then Absolute Motorsport Acelith. And I say that's a pure racing incident. There was nothing wrong with that.
That was bound to happen, sadly. It was always going to come down to who was not going to back out of it. I think Sorrento just tried to turn in there and force Acelith to back out of it. Obviously, they were far enough alongside. It just sent Sorrento into a spin. It basically makes their penalty or potential penalty a non-event for the podium, at least at this point. So unfortunate racing from them, but what a battle that we had. Damage there, you can see visibly on the Acelith. And I have to agree with you, Jake. It's a racing incident. It's 2 drivers being way too aggressive, and it just was always going to turn out that way.
It does, and this is now going to be a very contentious end to the race for the stewarding team, because you look around and you see that the drive-through penalty that was there for Sorrento, as we take a look at this one up the hill, has been downgraded to a warning only. So that's critical to note as they go through up the hill. They weren't going to budge. They weren't going to give. And ultimately, I think there that Sorrento just turned in on a car that's always there and has the right of way.
Yeah, for sure. I think it was just a case of they expected possibly the Acelith to back out of it, and it just wasn't going to happen. They were almost wheel to wheel alongside, and obviously with that aggressive turn-in, the Sorrento was already rotating on the rear. I think we're about to see something else happen. There's the BMW still missing the rear wing, and Sorrento off the track as well on the exit of Carousel. So I mean,
this was for the lead. So this was the pass for the lead. So there's the off track. There has been a penalty protest come in for Mono for an unsafe rejoin for that. And now into the corner, no room given on the outside and into the wall. That's where there is a penalty under investigation for that move. And we also note the move there that has gone through between Sorrento and Acelith. that's under investigation as well. So right now, I think you need Sherlock Holmes on this one at the end of this race.
Look, all I'm saying is Apex is lava, mono competition, Pro-Am, just keep pushing because the top 3 might have penalties at this point. Let's put it simply that way. I think, well, a rejoin is always going to be contestable because, you know, where else can they go apart from just staying on the grass eternally? It's very, very difficult. I'm still on the fence about that maneuver into the kink there. Did Mono leave enough room? Was it enough alongside? It's questionable. As for the Sorrento one, well, I still think that's a racing incident, just the driver trying to turn in on a car that's there. But obviously, you know, it's only my opinion in the comms box. Maybe you'll have other points of view if you're spectating the race. So, yeah, drivers will always have their opinions, and so we'll have to wait for race control to decide that one. But yeah, the Acelith driver is quite annoyed now and flashing the lights at everything, saying, move, I've got to keep this mono car in track at the moment. 8 seconds is the gap.
It is, and it is a huge gap now that it will feel, but the confidence now to go out there and go for it. Here's another look from it. Up the hill. So car runs wide. Is there side-by-side? Yes. So now they're side-by-side up the hill. Is there a push? Oh, now that's interesting. So he tries to push to muscle to get some more room. That's fine because you're just leaning against each other. You're trying to earn more space. If the car doesn't move there along your side, that's a bit of contact. That's just rubbing his racing, in my view. But then when you go and turn in for the corner, you just can't expect the car on the inside to not be there, just as you've made contact. So you have to just basically sit and wait for the car on the inside to turn before you can. If they run you out of road that way, that's when you get the penalty, not when you turn in on them.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. There's a lot of analysis to be done with that one, I think, because there's a wobble from Sorrento after they get, I won't say hit, but after there's a little bit of an argy-bargy there. And did that contribute to them spinning out like half a second afterwards? Because you're correcting the car, the weight balance has been thrown off, and then you try and turn in. Maybe they got too much rotation. I'm not saying it's an absolute there, but we'll have to wait and see. The steering is crucial. Is there anything done to... Oh, hang on a second. There's a little bit of a movement on the wheel. I mean, it's difficult to see without both POVs, but... It's
the move was to try and gain more space on the circuit. That wasn't a move to try and take the car out. That was a move trying to pin the car on the outside back to the right-hand side of the circuit.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, I'm not talking and doing it intentionally, of course, but, you know, it will have an effect in any potential penalty or ruling. You know, you have to look at all of the evidence behind it and come to the best possible decision you can make. And that can be quite complicated to do when it's marginal like that. That's the problem. Is it's a marginal move, and arguably you should have no argy-bargy, but it's very difficult to do under race conditions. So we'll let the race control figure that out, and I think we've done our best to try and explain that one because the contentious nature of it will always mean for controversy, as they say.
Well, for the moment, I can note that it is no further action on a dive bomb. It is no further action on the unsafe rejoin. That we can know at the moment. But there are still things that are awaiting review. Down to 12.5 minutes and just under that at the moment. Your lead gap, 10 seconds at this stage. Here is Dennis Zimmer. He's had nothing to worry about. The fireworks and sparks and everything being chucked out the window. He'll be going, oh, this is just a nice Saturday evening drive.
I can imagine the interviews if they do win the race, because obviously everything can happen. But if they do end up winning the race, the interview might be, so were you aware of anything that happened during the race, or were you just doing laps at that point? It's become a time trial session for them, really, just seeing how fast they can complete a race stint. And you've got to give them credit for it. They've kept it clean. They've kept out of the way of other battles and other incidents that have been happening around them. And yeah, so this is on board with Sorrento, I think. So yeah, just
this is Apex's lava.
This is Apex's lava, yeah. Just locking up and into the gravel. So a bit unfortunate. Choosing to reverse rather than drive through the gravel. So that's on turn 5 as far as
I've got an update. And Mono Competition here is going to receive a 5-second post-race time penalty for the move on Sorrento. So at the moment, they lead by 10.7 seconds. It does not change anything at this moment.
Yeah, you got to remember penalties are applied based on the incident, not in terms of the race impact. So, you know, Sorrento were still able to continue driving. You know, there wasn't any major damage. They weren't taken out of the race or anything. It was a contentious move. So, 5 seconds, you might say, oh, but they're not being penalised by position, but that's not the point of the penalty. The point of the penalty is to punish the move and the severity of the move. I think that's a reasonable penalty to give out, to be fair.
Yeah, I think that is a fair assessment of what's gone on, and you've got to give credit to the team here who have had a very hard day at the office. It has to be said. You don't get tougher, much tougher out there. There is Sorrento. They're now half a minute back and back in third position, and they're only 20 seconds clear at this moment in time of Mono Competition Pro-Am. So they'll be looking at that thinking, not quite what I'll be hoping for out there after the issues that have befallen. So this is now the final stages of this race. A chance now for a lot of these categories to reflect the gaps open out there at the moment. I want to talk GT3 AM because we haven't really talked GT3 AM over this race because it has been a pretty sizable gap for Negative Delta. They are 3/4 of a lap clear of R&R Motorsport out there at this moment in time. So when you put it into that perspective of a day's racing, Bozidar Andreev has looked absolutely brilliant, and this team has done what they have needed to do today with Ivan Boromechkov, and that is just run roughshod over the AM category.
Yeah, for sure. The gaps were quite close at the start. And then, you know, once the dry running hit, this Mercedes, but also this team has just absolutely opened up the gap and never looked back, really. R&R Motorsports, the Porsche, I think a regular, consistent contender. They have a little bit of damage on the front as well, which won't be helping, but they just haven't shown the electric pace that they did in the first race. And once again, I think we got a battle here. Negative Delta by SIMGEAR, just trying to get past the BMW of the off-track car there. So again, battles once, well, they're bump drafting now, actually, so the battle's literally getting physical in GT3.
But this is a battle between an AM and a Pro, so you turn around and look at it, what it's for here, John. This is a pride battle.
Exactly. Yeah, but it counts. It counts as a driver, I can tell you that much. You'll always want to, you know, if you're not having a battle for position, you'll want to at least make the last 10 laps exciting. And I think it's almost safer to just remain in close proximity of another car, just to keep yourself alert toward the last laps of the race. If you're circulating 30 seconds by yourself with nobody ahead of you, it can just become a routine, and that's when you make a mistake. So I think they're just having a little bit of a playful fight for sure. But, you know, in the commentary box, we do like to see it. What's happening here? So the R&R Motorsports car getting out of the way of this battle with Sorrento and Acerlith once again. So, these two teams fighting, but in the GT3 category this time.
Yeah, this is going to be now for 6th and 7th out there, a bit wide by Kojaru, who is out there at this stage. So make of that what you will here at this moment in time. Alessandro Porta is going to have to find a defense in the final 8 minutes. The penalty has just been applied on the drive-through for Mono Competition Pro-Am 2, so they've got to come and serve that penalty in the final stages. But Acerlith's Lamborghini up against the likes of the Aston Martin of Sorrento. So Kojaru here trying to prove once again the Aston Martin is the dominant car in the GT3 category, and now looking to climb the hill, looking to get as much slipstream as possible here on what is a very sleek, very low-profile Huracan.
Look at that, slippery in a straight line. They're hardly gaining anything in the straight line. It's through the infield section, which they're about to approach, where the Aston Martin has a clear advantage. Can they make anything stick, though? It does look like that Acerlith car is definitely holding the line proper. You're not seeing any wiggling from the car, not any snap oversteer moments, just very calm, very collected. And at this stage of the race, that's exactly what you want. The tyres will be toward the end of their lifespan. They will be either overheating or just having a little bit of imbalance due to wear. So you've just got to pay attention to that and hope that the setup holds, that you can hold the car. And that Lamborghini looks pretty comfortable at the front there. It was looking dicey a lap ago. Now it's opened up a little bit. Did the Aston Martin take a little bit too much out of its tyres? A snap from the Lamborghini, and it's all game on again.
Yeah, Alessandro Porta was looking like he was going to start pulling away, but suddenly, one small mistake at Corvette Corner, and you start looking around at Luca Kojaru, who is now in full commitment mode. Now to go through under the Speedville Bridge, and now running this long carousel, looking for the drive and action to attack the kettle bottoms. It's a great run out of the corner. Here goes Kojaru. Oh, it's a lift. It's a pure lift by Alessandro Porta. Gives it up at the kink.
Probably for the best, to be fair. All of the maneuvers that we've seen through there have either resulted in a penalty or a big crash. So, yeah, they live to fight another day. Probably wanting to secure points as well, I'll be honest. But,
mistake!
There you go. Moved by Sorrento as well, just losing it over the curb. And it's all academic. All of that lifting off was actually the right decision by Asalith.
Give them credit, that was very well figured out, and suddenly they've got a gap of over a second again, so they can start thinking about running away in the late stages of this race and hoping that they can keep Luca Kojaru, the Slovakian, at bay out there at this moment in time. So that can be a huge moment of context as they sit. Negative delta, by the way, when they made their stop, they came out in 4th position. So here's the look at the move once again. Look at how the Aston Martin just commands the middle of the road, used all the track and more there, and that looked like what happened about a lap before what we saw there. So Kojaru absolutely pushing to get the move done, absolutely managed it, and then the moment you release the pressure, suddenly there goes the wiggle.
Yeah, you always want to get up the roads, don't you? And so you push the throttle pedal a 1/10 of a second earlier, just saying, I want to get a gap, I want to get away. And that's exactly when you make the mistake, because paradoxically, you don't have the understeer anymore because you're the lead car. And when you've been lap after lap practicing that corner to try and get a good exit, suddenly you've got more front grip and the rear goes, well, I actually don't have that grip to follow, and then around you go. They did well to keep it out of the wall though, and they still got a chance, although it's closing 4 minutes now. They've got a chance, but they need to get a move on to try and get that position back.
They absolutely do need to get a move on here. Negative Delta have made their final stop of the race by the looks of things here. Either that or the LMP2 has started moving on forward. So Božidar Andreev will be happy at the moment where placement is. Here's Dylan Bittman, your leader, only a couple laps away for mono and victory. And this one after the disappointment that came on in, the big disappointment of being so close at Sebring. That's going to be huge for them at the moment. Parabit now sitting down, and they are almost a full lap clear, our Parabit, over Project 91.
Well, that's a demonstration of dominance, isn't it? I mean, to be fair, we've been talking positive about them all race. Project 91 have done well to get this race back, really. There's been a little bit of argy-bargy, topsy-turvy, as they say, and so they've done well to just continue the stint, keep pushing in the laps, and it's gone rather well for them, but obviously not a victory. Manatee, though, are just cruising out in front as far as I can tell. They are just well clear of FVR Esports, with Arate not really being able to challenge FVR for P2 anymore. Although that being said, there was nearly a car getting pushed off track there. I think that was Arate nearly getting pushed off track by a Sorrento car, so not ideal. And that behind them, I think, is the negative Delta car. Yes, it is. Božidar Andreev is definitely on the move at the moment, and with no...
They are leading.
Or with no need to lift and coast, well, they can just keep pushing, can't they?
Yeah, absolutely, and they will be doing so. I am going to note, as we got more cars in, and those are for splashes and dashes out there. There is a black flag attached to Gassed Up Motorsport. I can only assume that that has been for hitting the incident point limit, which is 50 incidents in the race. It takes a lot to hit that. So in their own right, that's kind of impressive. But they will have a penalty. If they don't serve it within 4 laps, it's going to be disqualification. If they can't serve it within the final 4 laps of the race like they are right now, then they can take it as a time penalty on at the end of the race. There is Dylan Bittman. He will have just 1 lap to go after this, John.
Yeah, indeed. It'll be a parade of victory. Can't slow down too much because of that post-race penalty. But, I mean, what a topsy-turvy race they've had. Just the difficulties behind the safety car, the sort of miscommunication, let's call it, then the subsequent penalty to rectify that, then having to carve through the fields, the incidents, the overtakes, and then the final penalty. But I don't think anything can even stop them today, and it's certainly demonstrating that on the last lap. They look confident, they look supreme, they've had the pace all day. What more can you say?
Well, this has been a day of dominance in some respects. When you've got the natural pace out there and you look around at practice, and they were the fastest team in practice. You look at qualifying, they were the fastest team in qualifying. You look at the warm-up, they were the fastest team in warm-up. And so you're turning around and looking at the race, they've been the fastest team in the race. This has been the mono competition TSSimHop.de team all day long. They've had bits of moment where they've turned around, they've looked at the trouble of having a driver like Dylan Bittman disconnecting in the middle of a safety car. They were able to wrestle the car back. Critically, though, they had to serve a 100-second penalty at the stop to get them back in line, drop them back half a minute off of their competitors, and then they had to build that gap and find it again as 4 hours ticks over, and through the kink and onto the kettle bottoms for the final time comes mono competition. They will know today that they have got a big, strong result out of a Road America that has been fractious in GTP. That is one where everyone has decided they're going to throw what they can at the book, at the board, on circuit, through the stewards, you name it. Dylan Bittman will drive mono competition into a race win at round 2, a winner Road America that will feel oh so sweet. It will be Aislinn second, but let's go to Parabit, because Parabit by a lap will win against Project 91 in the LMP2 division. Some wonderful racing that has been going on. There is Absolute Motorsport Aislinn. They will finish second in their class. And John, we now need to turn to 278 as car 22 has already got his eyes through and has gone by them. We need to go to Manatee Racing Red as well with what they've got late on in this one. They've driven beautifully through Keanu Bushman and Mark Calver.
Yeah, they have just absolutely demonstrated that consistency can win the races. Sorrento will close out the podium on this one. It's a race of what could have been for them. As they cross the line, they will think to carry forward at least the positivity from this race to the next one. For Manatee, who are about to cross the line now, it will just be celebrations. They had to deal with everything. They had to deal with cars that were faster, cars that had a better strategy. They just kept it clean. And at the end of the day, it was the winning strategy as the mono competition completes in P4 as well. So as you see, victory donuts, and I think those will be oh so sweet, won't they, Jake?
They absolutely will. Bojdar Andreev will bring negative Delta SRT to the line. He'll cross right now, and that is the win in GT3 AM there for Andreev, and it will be a huge boon of points then for that effort. Let's get confirmation of result then up on your screen, because for a big day like we have seen today, there's a whole heap that needed to be from the fallout of this one. It'll be a tough day for many of the teams out there, but mono competition, TSSimHop.de, get the job done. They win in a time of 4 hours and 49 seconds and completed a grand total of a slew of laps, 114 of them, as they would win by what will be classified as 14.8 seconds when the penalties are applied to Absolute Motorsport Aislinn. Sorrento Motorsport Elite Pro GTP will be third, with Mono Competition Pro-Am in 4th position overall, and then Apex finding themselves in 5th. Apex's Lava, that is, on their first showing. P5 is the result that they get. In 6th is your winner in the LMP2 category, that being Parabit Sim Racing, with Project 91 Academy team in 2nd, and Team Endurotech finding themselves onto the podium in third. And then you go to Manatee Racing Black, who go back-to-back like Perabit, getting 2 wins out of 2. Ariti end up second with Negative Delta by Madness on the podium late with a move over FVR Campionato. It's then Enosis Esports, Simdeck.app, and Absolute Motorsport Ace there, who had a great scrap late with Sorrento Motorsports Elite Pro GT3. Following that is Negative Delta SRT, who take the AM category and finish ahead of Gassed Up Motorsports LMP2 Effort, who ultimately find themselves 10 laps adrift of the leaders and 5 adrift of, or 6 adrift of their category. R&R Motorsports second in AM. Negative Delta by SIMGEAR.it is next, and Off Track Racing MDM third in AM as they go. Andromeda by 0 to 1 Raceware then are next with Ace Racing, Team Racing Point, Fortuna Racing, and Vertical Grip. You then got Gassed Up Motorsport and Off Track Racing KPS down there at about 19 laps down, and confirmed retirees include Sorrento Motorsports GTP, Intercom VMD Simsport, I think will get a finish, but down 79 laps, and then German Sim Racing Shop, Sorrento Motorsports GT3 are the last ones there as they all look to sit. We're going to take this opportunity now to chat with some of our drivers. John Harris has walked down the virtual paddock. He's stood by with your race winner overall here from Mono, and that is Dylan Bittman.
Well, Dylan, I mean, what can you say? That has got to be one of the strongest recovery races that I have seen. You had to deal with everything, the uncertainty behind the safety car, and then the absolute overtaking, race fest, let's call it. So how did that feel from behind the driver's seat?
Yeah, it felt absolutely great. The car was on rails. The car felt so good. We had put so good setup work into our setup. As I told you last time, we will come back even stronger. In my last stint, we learned from our mistake in the last race where we full fueled the first half stint and didn't look about our fuel. So now we did it better. So we fueled when I took the car over from Marcel, so that we could swap tires in both stops, and the car was absolutely flying. It was insane to drive.
Was it more of a case of the pace or the strategy that made the difference today? I would have said it was the pace, but from what it sounds like, it was a big team effort. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. After my disconnect, Marcel recovered really well and put a show on it. Holy fuck, Marcel had an awesome pace. Yeah, unfortunately with the big penalty we got, but I think it was okay because we gained a lap into the safety car, behind the safety car, but in the end it makes the feeling of the victory even better. Come back from such a I don't know, from such a big setback.
You sound absolutely drained of energy, and I can understand it. I think we have Marcel as well here for an interview. Marcel, if you can hear us, how did that feel from your perspective as well, having to just work through all of that pack and make the big moves, as they say?
Well, it's always interesting when you have to drop everything to get into the car, even though it wasn't planned. What was a bit unfortunate was I came out in front of the safety car, and naturally I kept caught up with the safety car line, just to notice that I'm a lap ahead than everybody else, which was not what was planned, to be honest. Yeah, well, the 100 seconds, well deserved, but we pushed through it hard, and we got our reward at the end.
Certainly did. How much confidence, maybe as a last question, how much confidence does that give you for the next part of the championship? Can you carry forward this momentum?
Definitely. That's the plan. We will try to improve even more. Don't make any stupid mistakes like getting 100-second stop and hold, and next one we'll try to dominate again.
Sounds good to me. Well, I just have to congratulate you all on that the victory, and yeah, I must say you look like a dominant team for the moment. We'll see if anybody can stop you on the next one, but for the moment, the champagne and the trophies you both deserve. I think Jake is talking to other teams down the paddock.
Perhaps if I mute my mic. I very much am, and I found myself with the GT3 Pro winners from Manatee Racing Black, Keanu Bushman and Mark Calver. Mark, it's no secret that the start of that race was pretty much British weather territory between you and I. So how did it feel taking that start of the race, making sure that the team stayed in control, especially when you got teams like Ariti and FVR and you were looking around, there was always someone up there that was giving you a good race in the early stages.
Yeah, as you said, it's almost like a daily commute with that kind of weather. But yeah, we just tried to keep the car clean. I think we had more of a dry direction on our setup compared to some of the teams, I think, in the first part, or they just done a better job with their setup. I'm not really sure, but it was just trying to keep it consistent. And then as we were out the front, it wasn't a case of trying to get onto the dries as quickly as we could. It was just about being sensible, just trying to keep the car on track. And like you say, just not trying to get caught up in any silly incidents or because we were under pressure a few times. I made a couple of small mistakes, I think. So yeah, it was just trying to keep it nice and calm as always.
Now, Keanu, you jumped into the car. You had the opportunity then to move on forward in the second half of the race. And so for you, a case of consolidation, but there would have been a few maybe questions about people's strategy and what they were able to do after that very long safety car period in the middle of the race.
Yeah, I have to say we have been a bit lucky in the end that we were quite close on fuel, and because of the long safety car, we made it without an extra stop, which the car behind, I think FVR was it, who had to pit one lap before the end. So Mark did a really good job in the beginning and give me the car in the best position, so I had just to finish the job in the end, which was not so easy because the guys behind were always on the pace. Even if the gap was quite huge, I had to sweat quite a bit to get it done.
Now, Mark, you said this is your first championship with the team, and I think you're passing the probation with flying colours. 2 races, 2 wins.
Yes, just going to give unrealistic expectations, I think, going into other like Sebring 12 coming up. So hopefully the team doesn't put too much pressure on me to carry this sort of form going forward.
Well, we'll see how it goes over there in Sebring. I know that'll be coming along in 2 weeks' time, but in 3 weeks' time, between the pair of you, it is the 3rd round, which will be taking place from the circuit to Spa-Francorchamps. How does that feel for you as a team? Of course, European-based, you've got lots of drivers in and around that area, so Spa should feel very much like home.
Yeah, definitely super strong. We've got maybe it won't be me doing the next round. Obviously, we've got lots of capable drivers. I think today we had 4 or 5 different teams out across various leagues, so I was obviously in the car again. But maybe next race, Finn done a good job last round. Obviously, Keanu's done a great job this round, and we'll see what the pairing is for the next round.
Well, we'll wish you the best of luck. It's 2 wins from 2 for Manatee Racing Black here from this Road America circuit. John Harris has walked down the virtual paddock. I believe he's found himself with the team that won in LMP2. He's with Lukas Sturck from Perabit Sim Racing. Well, I hope
and
I
had my microphone muted, of course. So Luca, so apologies for that. Luca, well, what can we say? I mean, you drove off into the distance, and it looks like, I mean, I will say it's definitely not an easy race, but it seems like the team had everything under control. Are you really happy with that? Is there anything you'd say that sort of put a spanner in the works at any point?
Actually, the only thing that wasn't planned was the slide tap with the GT3 before carousel. That was a bit like, please not. But everything else went as planned.
So how was the car feeling? Was it just on rails? Where do you think the difference was made compared to the other teams?
So in the dry we had like a giga setup, giga fast, perfect. In the wet it was like a lot of ooh and ah. But yeah, and the dry at the end, most of the race was dry, so dry setup. And I think the others went a bit safer, feels like.
Certainly seems that way. They got involved in their respective incidents, let's say. Do you think you can carry forward this momentum to the next few races? Obviously, it's different types of tracks every single time, but how confident are your drivers and yourself in the package that you have at the moment?
Spa, we have to look, but everything else, I think, will be good for us. Spa's the track we drove the least in the LMP2 car, but everything else will be just as good as today, I hope.
Is it we've heard, let's say, the LMP2 is difficult to drive in the rain. Is there possibly any tips you could give for people that may be wanting to drive this car in difficult conditions? Because as far as I can see, you were the ones that really mastered those changeable conditions at the start.
Stay calm and play with what you have, like TC, brake bias. That's just the key. And staying calm. Always stay calm.
Calm and carry on. Hey, well, I mean, you sound like a driver in confidence at the moment, and I guess that race victory is very, very sweet for you. Any closing words that you'd like to say?
Next time we make a full lap on P2.
Oh, fighting talk. I like it. Well, celebrate with the champagne anyway. Congratulations on that dominant victory and all the best for next time. Jake, I think you have found other people down the grid.
I have. I'm here with Ivan Boromechkov, who has taken the victory alongside Božidar Andreev for Negative Delta SRT. Ivan, a day where you get 3/4 of a lap over the rest of the field and find yourself then a little bit happy, I would say, by the end of that. That was a wonderfully constructed race by you and the team.
Okay, so we've been a bit negative in feeling during the safety car because there was some mess. So we dropped from 5th to 15th place in GT3 class. But anyway, we had pace. Wasn't too difficult to win. The most critical time was when I crashed in the quali on the outwap, so I needed to fix the car in the pit. Wasn't so long, so at the end, good result. So looking forward for next round.
So it sounds to me. So it sounds to me, Ivan, like you made the best of a bad situation there. Had the little scare in qualifying, got away with it.
Yeah, since I crashed in the wall and her wheel damage, I thought we gonna say like 7-8 minutes to fix the car, but wasn't so bad condition. And we stayed like minute time, fix the car. Wasn't able to warm up the tires, so very fast quali up, but was enough to be first in our class.
A day like today is always very strong. The GT3 AM Championship is often going to be hard fought for. And so after what was a 5th place at the opener, you now find yourself with a victory. Are you now looking at this with confidence heading to Spa now that you've got a lot of title potential now here between you and Božidar and the team?
Yeah. So our pace is not so good at Spa, but there is good enough time to practice and gain some better pace.
Well,
so looking forward for Spa.
Well, we hope that you look forward to it, and we'll see you back here again in the SIMGEAR Endurance Series press conference. Ivan Boromechkov joining us then and getting a big win in the back pocket. John is with the team that finished second in GT3 AM, the team of R&R. He stood by with Roban Skelton and Rusty Koshev.
Roban, I'll come to you first. How much does it mean for the team to get another good result on the podium? Is it the result you expected today?
Honestly, it was not really expected because we haven't trained much. We had a very busy week. But after all, we fine-tuned. We found a setup that we built for dry conditions, but somehow it also worked on the wet conditions as well. We were very worried about our performance on the wet, but Rusty managed a perfect stint in the wet tires. Safety car was a bit of a, jack of all trades type of thing because we thought that we would benefit from this, but it pushed us down. And the rest of the stints were just heads down, and we tried to get the best of it. We didn't have much tempo on the ending of the race because we suffered some back-end damage and aero damage, and we had like big fuel consumption, and we had to save fuel by the end of the race. So we didn't manage to catch up with the first place, but next time.
Fighting talk, I like it, and you definitely have demonstrated the consistency. I guess I'll pass over to Rostislav just quickly, just to ask how difficult was the car then to drive in the sort of mixed conditions we had at the start. Your teammate has said that it's been the time where the race pace was found, but how did you feel about it?
Well, it was quite difficult. Was as Roman said, we had not made the setup for wet. It was only for dry, and we haven't tested it much as well. So it was some randomness right there, but it felt okay. I had some pace to keep with the negative guys. Then on the dry, we suffered the damage, and it was kind of bad. Then the car started to drive pretty bad.
Okay, well, yeah, good description of that. I guess question for both of you then. With one win and one podium in 2 races, how high is that confidence? Do you feel like you can carry it on for the rest of the season?
Yeah, we hope so. We're gonna try our best. Spice a pretty good track for us, so we're gonna try to get the win there as well.
We carry the confidence in the straights. You're fast.
Just outspeeding everyone then. That sounds like a valid strategy. Is there any race that you're worried about then in terms of the car pace or something you need to prepare for?
We don't really even know the calendar, to be honest. So we're doing it with week to week. So that's from us, yeah.
Fair enough. Well, the confidence to not know the calendar and just go and get podiums, I have to respect that. I will be honest. Well, all the best to both of you. Congratulations on the podium. I know you probably wanted the win, but again, a great result. And I think, Jake, you are down with Maxim Dimitrov.
I am here from Off Track Racing MDM. Maxime, it's 2 podiums then to start off the season, a very strong base to go and work with, but a category that often produces predictability and unpredictability in equal measure.
Yeah, happy about 2 podiums. Team is also very happy about it. Thanks to Vladi, he did really well in the rain today, and Milan did the best lap of the race for us.
So the confidence then in the team that all the pieces are firing on all cylinders at the moment and getting that BMW to go and work. How tough has the racing been out there dealing with the faster traffic trying to make their way through? There's not much of them, but it seemed to be still an incredibly busy race where you couldn't really sit still.
Yeah, unfortunately, dive bomb from Kyle Griffith, car 22, ended our chances for the second or first place. We had the pace for the second, but he did a wrong move and basically ended the chances for us.
And so taking the positive and the negative and then trying to make the best of it at Spa in 3 weeks' time, are you looking at that as saying, look, even though that we've had misfortune, we've got 2 podiums, do you think a win's on the horizon?
Well, Spa is one of the best tracks for everyone, so everyone is pretty good on Spa. We'll see how it goes, hoping at least for the podium. For so far, we were consistent.
Well, that consistency is paying off because you'll remain second in the championship on that effort there. Maxim Dimitrov getting the result done here, and that will conclude our SimGear Endurance Series press conference here on SimGear's YouTube channel. John, what an amazing day's worth of racing. Tough racing out there, and especially firework-inducing racing that we have seen over the course of what GTP had to offer in the final hour.
I'm still buzzing from that race, to be honest. It had action from start to finish. It had intrigue from start to finish. And it had all of the trials and tribulations of a mixed conditions race as well. I mean, you know, in terms of popcorn, it's sort of the one is sweet and one is savory, and you can choose between, as they say, salted and sweet. So it had everything to add up to a wonderful race. And I think essentially the drivers that can take confidence from this are looking very dangerous towards the next few races. People like Mono Competition, even I'd say Sorrento as well, can take a lot of positivity out of what happened in certain moments of the race. But even down in the GT3s, there are so many people on pace that it becomes impossible to think of who might have a dominant run in the championship. And I think this is just a proof of what is yet to come in this championship.
And there is so much coming up, because in 3 weeks' time, we'll be at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps for the midway point of the season, and that is going to be epic. You can only catch it with us, so do that great YouTube thing. Like, share, subscribe, and follow, and also share out so wherever you can. What a wonderful day's worth of action from John Harris and myself, Jake Sperry. It is a day of destiny for many, and sometimes when it's your day and all the numbers stack up that it's your day, there is no doubt that it will be your day. From the likes then of Negative Delta SRT, got the confidence with the pace, proved that the AMs can go out there and fight and score a great result. They drove absolutely beautifully out there over the course of action, and they're not going to be too mislaid with what they will be looking at for the next rounds. Manatee Racing Black are at the double, and they've had to work for it at the double as well. By no means have they had an easy ride of things. That just shows the talent that the pro division has. Parabit proving they are dominant, almost a whole lap over Project 91, and the statement is laid down. They want a full lap and they want some progress, but they're not the stuffing out of each other if you put them face to face. Between Mono, Acelith, and Sorrento, you've got an absolute titanic battle here in the championship between drivers and teams that want everything and need to win everything out there. It's Mono with a 2-minute almost hold worth of penalty, sitting back saying, we have fought the hardest to get into position. We've fought through the adversity of a driver drop, and we are still going to stand out on top. Chapeau. We'll see you at Spa.